Yo, yeah, that's B-Eazy, that's the name. Way before the world knew he was running the game. Laid the groundwork, built the foundation strong. Been influencing the whole scene all along. Now everybody gotta give that man his praise. A living legend for the rest of his days. Oh, he deserves all the accolades, yeah. B-Eazy, B-Eazy. Gotta give that man his praise. A living legend for the rest of his days. Oh, he deserves all the accolades. B-Eazy, B-Eazy.
Yeah, yeah. Listen up. It's B-Eazy Dat Dude, the great. He ain't fake, he one of the real guys. Spitting fire every stream. You've been late to the party, now it's time to realize. From Pittsburgh to around the world, yeah, the flow is elite. Every beat that he slide on turns into straight heat. Came up from the grind, selling box on a laptop, running up a bag, feel like he hit the jackpot. Got the luxury visions, ambition vivid, never bluff. Person's progress, persevere when the going gets tough. B-Eazy Dat Dude, got stripes in the game. Every rhyme, every line, they gon' remember the name. From the streets to the stage, the energy don't fade. Legend in the making, yeah, history's what he's laid. Mic in his hand, heart in the flow and soul on every beat. Dropping knowledge, power, bravado, his legacy complete. Hustle, amplified, lyrics electrified, that's the truth. B-Eazy Dat Dude, established with certified proof. Feel the bass, feel the vibe, let it ride through the crowd. All the words, every hook, man, he keeps making us proud. King of his lane, rising above every feud. All hail the one and only, one and only, one and only. B-Eazy Dat Dude. Yeah. Yeah.
Young Leaper.
I got a bad bitch with me. I got the bad niggas envy. You got a bunk bitch, huh? I love when the bad bitches hit me. They love when I'm bagging them 50. They love when I'm grabbing that shimmy. They love when I'm bagging them 50. They love when I'm grabbing that shimmy. I got a bad bitch with me. I got the bad niggas envy. You got a bunk bitch, huh? I love when the bad bitches hit me. They love when I'm bagging them 50. They love when I'm grabbing that shimmy. They love when I'm bagging them 50. They love when I'm grabbing that shimmy. All legit, no counterfeit. Don't believe me, go and ask your bitch. I'ma treat the hoe like a Huffy bike and had her leaning like activists. 2 and 3, some savages. Niggas know who Young Lavish is. I'ma do it like Nike. That's why you niggas can't stand the kid. 2 and 3 be the click, bitch. JTS is my other brother. I can get the shit from the block, boy. I don't fuck around with you other suckers. Hype came like a lightsaber. My autograph and her vibrator. I'm shaking shit. I shake the bitch. I hate the bitch like an hour later, I shake the bitch, I hate the bitch like an hour later, I shake the bitch, I hate the bitch like an hour later. I got a bad bitch with me. I got the bad niggas envy. You got a bunk bitch, huh? I love when the bad bitches hit me. They love when I'm bagging them 50. They love when I'm grabbing that shimmy. They love when I'm bagging them 50. They love when I'm grabbing that shimmy. I got a bad bitch with me. I got the bad niggas envy. You got a bunk bitch, huh? I love when the bad bitches hit me. They love when I'm bagging them 50. They love when I'm grabbing that shimmy. They love when I'm bagging them 50. They love when I'm grabbing that shimmy.
I might pull up on your block, whipping and hit me, gripping and send me. I'm on one cause I've been sipping some Remy. These bitches wanna chew because that pimpin' is in me. It ain't on me and I ain't never been no phony. If I can't get no money with you, then we can't be homies. Ran a few racks up, had to get it by my lonely. I didn't hit it before, now shorty wanna give me some more like Buster. Damn, that ass shake like jam, that's why I call her Smucker. She just call me daddy every single time I fuck her. Get up in that box and hit it hard, it might rupture. Now she soaking wet and then she wanted me to ass fuck her. After I eat that pussy up just like the Last Supper. I shown so much love, now I don't feel the hate. Yo nigga rap cool, but he's still a fade. I came about the mud and start dealing weight. Now I'm investing in stocks and real estate. My bitch gon' ride for me even if the wheels are break. I be killing shit from the wilderness like a wildebeest. If it's a play to make it, I'ma be smashing up quickly. You hit my line, then I decline when I'm bagging up 50s. Easy.
phones up, turn your radios up. Y'all know what this is. Y'all know who this is. B-Eazy Dat Dude, an impromptu stream back with another one. This one will be a banger. Controversial topics, so it will be a doozy. Don't like to keep y'all waiting on this good Sunday. So before we get this thing started, you know, I gotta hit you.
If you know the song, sing along. Yeah, you're right.
私も地元民。と言っても、実際にぐらいです。もう友達できたの？うん。ぶったまんまこっち見ない。
Look, this promethazine got me leaning like a cholo in the club. I'm 20 deep. I don't be riding solo. Pull some bad bitches, they vanilla and cocoa. They wanna take some photos when we kick it out in Soho. Chicks are showing tits and popping pussy for my promo. Told them like juvenile, baby, move it for me slow-mo. Then I'm right back to the block, cause I keep getting moto. I be flipping, not shrinking. I don't give a fuck about no ho. This nigga name ain't D-Lo, but pimpin' these bitches and stacking this bread forever be my stilo. This is B-Eazy Dat Dude in the trap making pass smooth. If I ever go broke, then I'm about to pull a jack move. Since a nigga healthy, I don't even gotta worry. With my bitch from Fiji eating tandoori and chicken curry, that ism is really indie. My pimp game international. I design my own clothes, so I be always looking fashionable. Here's a couple facts about me that y'all didn't know. Some of y'all be getting bread, but I be getting bigger, dawg. I got bigger guns and a whole lot of bad.
And we are activated, and we've already been joined by some illustrious guests. And before I get into this stream, I gotta get a shout out. I would be remiss. Chakra King, Mr. On Time, Never Late. We got Big O, Mr. Outstanding. We got Sunlight from the Sunshine State, shining brighter than a diamond. We got Travion Phillips, the illest and the coldest Israelite on 2 feet. We got Roger Meadows, East Coast County, or East Coast Nassau County's finest. We got John Sin, one of the dopest with a pen, aka John Sinatra. We got Lex, aka Chocolate Glow, in building. Salute to y'all. And like John says, hit that like button, but don't stop there. Share, comment, subscribe, hit that notification bell. It won't cost you a fee. Them likes are free. Now we gonna get right into this thing, but let me see what y'all actually said. I was just pulling up y'all comments. Didn't really get to read it, but shout out to the Florida family. She says, what up? It's hot down here. When you say hot, how hot are you talking about? Is it 99? Is it 102? How hot is it down there? And shout out to Big O. I appreciate you sliding through. Travion, what it did it do? Is you at work game or what? And Roger says, already lined and set you up lovely with the new subject for your next show. Just check your DM after the show. Okay, I appreciate that, Roger. Always putting in work. John dropping the shovels in the chat, and we gonna get right into it. So we're gonna be talking about this redistricting madness that's still going on with the Voting Rights Act overturned, and how Democrats are still pushing for us to vote. Oh, and then you say, okay, cool, I'm down to vote. What are you going to get for your vote? Shut up. Just vote. So you're supposed to vote blue no matter who. You're supposed to vote because the Republicans is bad. Okay, the Republicans are bad. And now that I want to vote for you, what am I going to get for my vote? And all you're told is just shut up and vote because the Republicans are bad. But we're going to get into it, right? So here we have this person right here. This is representative, and let me pull this down real quick now that we're into the stream. This you see on your screen is Representative Stephen Cohen. And yes, you heard that name, right? His name is Cohen. And if you would assume that Cohen is a Jewish name, then you would be correct. So here we have this Jewish person who has been the representative for a majority black district for over 18 years. And people are somehow pretending that this is representation for the black community. Now, I concur. You don't have to be the same race, same ethnicity, same skin pigment as someone to represent the interests of their community. But does anyone truly believe that this Jewish person was representing the best interests of black people? And now with all of the people who try to say it's the Jews, right? Look at this dude on the screen. When you look at him, do you know that he's Jewish? You only know that he's Jewish based on his last name. But I'm just saying, right? There's no race called Jewish, but somehow this dude has been, the leading congressman of a majority black district for 18 years. And you got some people touting his record as if he has been a champion for black people. And I'm going to show you the metrics of what exactly this dude has done. Now let's get into this video right here. It's only 3 minutes long. This is CNN Abby Phillips interviewing him because he's retiring from Congress after nearly 20 years because the Republicans rigged the maps and they cracked the Memphis district. So rather it being a majority black district, they split it into 3 separate districts so that black people don't have a stronghold in any particular district, so they're not a majority. So they'll be like 30% in one district, 30% in another district, rather than being a district of over 60% that's the clear majority. So they did this to fracture the vote. You know what I mean? There's really no other way around it. But, they're saying, oh, no, now, we empowered the black people. Now there is a way for black people to leverage and weaponize their vote, but you're not going to leverage your vote by voting blue no matter who, right? You think you have leverage when all the Democrats got to say is the Republicans is bad. Well, you do got a point, so I'm going to vote blue. You'll scream the Democrats, they need to respect us, man. They need to respect us. And then are you going to vote for the Republican? No. Okay, cool. So why would they respect you? As long as if they know that you're going to vote blue, no matter who, they'll let you just like a toddler, right? When, that whole cry it out method, which people say is a very toxic parental method, but they'll say, here, let that baby cry themselves to sleep until they're tired, right? As a form of benign neglect and abuse, right? Rather than thinking of alternative ways so that your baby doesn't have to cry themselves to sleep. You're just like, okay, here, I'm going to just neglect the baby, and they cry themselves to sleep. That's what the Democrats do. We're just going to neglect the blacks, let them cry about policies that we enacted on their community. We helped disenfranchise their community. We'll let them cry themselves to sleep. And then when they wake up, we'll say, the Republicans are bad, so vote for us. That's how the Democrats are. The Republicans aren't going around saying that black people are the backbone of the Republican Party. So the Democrats say we're the backbone of the party. So that's why they have to help non-citizens. Black people are the backbone of the Democrat Party. And that's why we have to help trans and LGBT and non-citizens, legal immigrants, undocumented immigrants. And all of that, you don't hear the word black. Let's get into it.
Today was actually a quite emotional day for you, I'm sure. I want to ask you about the rationale for all of this. So Republicans in your state say that this is not about race, it's about partisanship. It's about making the state represent the conservative politics of most of its voters. But what do you think is motivating it?
Well, I think it's a combination of wanting to deliver for Donald Trump, who wants another Republican congressperson. So he can avoid what he thinks would be an impeachment possibility. But it's also oversight of the Judiciary Committee and the Oversight Committee. He wants to avoid that. He's committed so many crimes while he's been in office. It's a field day for the Democrats if they get the majority to oversee his activities and expose them to the American public. Emoluments clause violations, selling of pardons, crypto involvement where he's made billions of dollars out of crypto. And he didn't want that to happen. On the other hand, so it was power for Trump, but at the same time, they wanted to crack.
So here they are whining about Trump. Trump is bad. Trump did this. Trump. Okay, cool. What are you guys doing about it? And then all they're saying, when we get the majority, you guys had the majority and you brought up a bunch of nothing burger. Y'all did the Russia gate. And what did that turn into? So all the Democrats is just saying that we're going to enact lawfare. And that's what Trump is doing. The Democrats enacted lawfare, but they were tiptoeing, right? They only just dipped their toe in the pool. And then the Republicans and Trump is saying, nah, we ain't tiptoeing. We're going full authoritarian, right? This is how you wield power. I don't like what Trump is doing, but this is how you wield power. All Biden was doing is, oh, my hands are tied. I can't do it, man. I can't do anything, right? Remember Obama was talking about, yes, we can, hope and change, right? But then when he got in office, when it came to black people, oh, bro, my hands are tied. I couldn't do anything. He did something when it came to DACA and Latino immigrants. He did something when it came to gay people. He did something when it came to Jewish people. He did something when it came to other groups. He did something when it came to Wall Street and bailing out the bankers. But when it came to us, man, just can't do anything, right? So that's what the feckless do nothing Democrats do. They say they can't do nothing. The Republicans get in office. The Republicans wield power inappropriately and irresponsibly. And then the Democrats say, just vote for us. Vote for us to restore democracy. Why? Why are we going to vote for you when you've shown that you're petrified to do anything? They try to pretend as if they're so righteous and, morally sound, but the Democrats are just as corrupt, if not corrupt. I would say they're more corrupt because they portray themselves to be these benevolent, angelic politician figures, but all they are just as disgusting and grotesque, just like the Republicans. The Republicans are just very blatant and overt with their corruptions, and the Democrats try to do it more discreetly. Corruption is still going on. It's like somebody calling you a nigga to your face or calling you a nigga behind closed doors. You're still being called and viewed as a nigga. But like I said, this dude is who black people had representing them in Memphis for over 18 years. And people want to pretend as if he was fighting for justice or something for them. Like, give me a break. But let me give a shout out because we have been joined by some more illustrious guests. So Sunlight says it's 82 right now. Humidity 59. It ain't even summer yet. Correct. I think it's probably a few more weeks into summer. And then we've been joined by Mr. 350, the big block boat rider, big rig slaps. And we've also been joined by the hardest working mod on YouTube, Vibrant Lol, and the marvelous My Boo. What it do in the building. Salute to y'all. And you said what's going on with me? Not too much. Just about to chop some game. Heavy. And hold on. Frank Nitty stepped off in the place. Frank Nitty, Mr. Gritty, putting on for the biddy. Salute. You said, I'm pissed off at corporate Democrats who do nothing to stop this terrible government. John, I would concur. This is why I don't really want to hear these crocodile tears from this politician. He's mad. Oh, the Republicans are bad. They're stripping voter right act. But they've been talking about this for decades. And what have the Democrats done? The Democrats have done nothing. All they've been talking about is trans bathrooms and doing stuff like that. And hey, look, no one should be demonized if you're gay, trans, an immigrant, black, yellow, or whatever. But they focus so much on identity politics, which identity politics, all politics is identity politics, but they focus on toxic identity politics that are meaningless and not meaningful. because they're not truly trying to get to a solution. They're just trying to sensationalize certain topics and issues so they can get people to vote off of emotion rather than voting off the economics. If they say it's the economy, stupid, right? It was a Democrat who said that, right? Then why are you trying to focus on people's emotions? Because they don't want to do anything economically, right? It doesn't cost them much for them to emotionally trigger you. All they got to do is say a few buzzwords, print up a few bumper stickers, get Megan Thee Stallion to twerk, say, hey, Taylor Swift endorses this person. They try to lead into emotionalism and sensationalism rather than delivering on economic policy. Roger says, poor, bald, and lonely without a district, which is why he had to retire, or he's about to retire. I have to look his age up. I think dude is like 75 or 76 or something. Come on, man. Like, dude, hang it up. You've already had it. You've had your run. Pass the torch. Why are these decrepit people always trying to hang on and cling on to power? Do you want someone 76? Okay, he's 76. Do we know if he's going to be here in 20, 30 years? So why should he be leading the future of young 15-year-olds, young 18-year-olds, young 25-year-olds, right? Do you want a 76-year-old leading you to the promised land? This isn't ageism. This isn't to try to say that, hey, old people are just obsolete and move out the way and make way for the young people. But seriously, though, when are you going to move out the way? When you're 90, when you're 85, when you're Ruth Bader Ginsburg and you die in office? Like, come on, man, right off into the sunset. You know what I mean? But then you have to ask. And like you said, AIPAC has a lot to do with that. Yeah, we're going to get into that, right? And I do think that sometimes people overly emphasize AIPAC. It's not just AIPAC. There's many of organizations that are aligned with AIPAC. So I think people need to do a better job of calling out all of them rather than just fixating on AIPAC, because they'll say he's AIPAC funded. And then someone could say, hey, I'm not AIPAC funded. But then they're still funded by the same lobbyists, oligarchs, and warmongers. It just didn't happen to be AIPAC. So if someone would say, like, he wasn't funded by AIPAC, but he was funded by Elon Musk and Miriam Adelson, both people who would be aligned with AIPAC thinking. So you said you always doing your thing. Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with you, and I still need that plate. I'm trying to keep up with you so I can see that content. But I need that plate. And Roger says, Republicans so white, Democrats so old. Well, I mean, Democrats are pretty white too, right? Because even the so-called Hispanic representation, many of those Hispanics are considered white. You know what I mean? Because remember, there's no race called Hispanic or Latino. Let's get back into it though. But remember, this is a white Jewish person who's been presiding over a majority black district for 18 years. And I'm going to see how great of a job he's done.
And there's quite a few people in the Republican side and in this General Assembly who don't like Memphis. And they think of it as a black city, and they don't like a black city. And they've taken over our health department, our education department. They've taken that over. They've put certain limitations on the district attorney general, who's not black, but they call him a Soros attorney general.
So again, he's over here whining. They taken over the health department. They've done this. They've done that. Have they been making a big stink about this? No, he didn't care. As long as he had a gerrymandered, rigged district that was in favor for black people, and it wasn't all black people, but the black people who were voting, who are mainly older people who are voting, to get, diabetic medicine or Medicaid and Medicare and things like that. People were voting based on that. And that's what he was hanging his hat on. Hey, I've had these, I've helped lower prescription drug prices, right? They always talk about prescription drug prices, but what if you don't take any prescription drugs? So what demographic usually mainly takes prescription drugs? So they're always pandering for that. And then they pretend it's like, oh, look, we did this for the black community. No, that was for everyone. And you're going to see some of the things that I pull up that will be framed as him helping the black community. But all it is a universal policy, a rising tide lifts all boats, which I'm okay with. But don't try to frame it as a black community issue. If you go and you give a pizza and everyone gets a slice of pizza, and then you say, hey, that pizza was exclusively for you. No, it wasn't. Everyone had their hand in it, grabbing a slice without my consent. So why are you trying to frame it as if it was for me? If there's programs that everyone have access to frame it as a black issue is extremely disingenuous. And that's what they always try to do. Hey, look, we've expanded access to healthcare, so that helps the black community. Right? And that's a black issue, right? No, it's a universal issue. But let's pull this back up. And this person, I don't even know that this person, I ain't even really finna respond to you. And actually, this person right here, I know you just over here just trolling and stuff, but you don't even have a picture of yourself. So come on now, stop with the pathetic. So I'm gonna put you on timeout because you came in like a moist maniac. So I'm gonna go ahead and put you on timeout because we don't mind the trolls. Troll lives matter, but come with some scholarship. Don't come in acting like a moist moronic hoe who just had her period. We ain't doing that. This is a space where we chop game. You know what I mean? We don't chop goofy over here. We chop game. We get goofies up out of here. We give them the boot. You said Soros AG. Notice Cohen didn't deny it. And this is what I'm saying. Bro, the dude exposed himself. And remember, they try to pretend Jews are not white. Well, 92% of American Jews racially identify as white. There's no gun to their head forcing them to identify as that. They identify it because that's the accurate and appropriate racial classification for them, because there's no race called Jewish. But here you have this white Jewish dude presiding over an all black community, and Abby is going to ask him some questions. Let's see how he responds.
Excuse me, our education department, they've taken that over. They've put certain limitations on the district attorney general, who's not black, but they call him a Soros attorney general. They put certain limitations on our.
So look, there's a majority black district with a attorney general who's not black, presiding and ruling over black people. This white Jewish congressman, clearly he's not black, ruling over black people for 18 years, pretending as if he's fighting for black people. And you can't find anything that he's specifically done for black people. Don't worry, I'll pull it up. And then when you pull it up, it's going to be vague language, underserved communities, marginalized groups, minority. And then they'll say, well, you can't do nothing that only benefits black people. Well, if that's the case, then why are you lying then? Right? That's like if I gave some money and I say, here's a bag of money. This money is only going to benefit you. But then your neighbor and everybody else start taking money out the bag. And then they say, hey, I gave you that bag of money, and that was for you. No, it wasn't. The neighbor got a cut. The landlord got a cut. Everybody got a cut. How was that my money? Oh, well, I couldn't only give you the money. I had to give everybody a piece. So why did you frame it as you gave the money only to me? And that's what they do all the time. When they give something to Jewish people, it only goes to Jewish people. When they give something to immigrants, it only goes to immigrants, not citizens. Stop Asian hate. They gave millions and millions to Asian organizations, only Asian organizations. But as soon as it comes to black people, hey, we have to do something for everybody. All lives matter. We got to do something for people of color. Black people were lynched. Black people were shot. Black people were brutalized. Black people were mass incarcerated, dead peeing and sharecropping, enslaved, lynched. And how are we going to rectify that? By giving things to non-citizens and people of color. You've got to be kidding me. Let's see. The chat appears to be chatting. So let's see what the chat is saying. Hold on. You said Blanco ruling class in these countries. Yeah. And this is why I'm going to emphasize damn near every stream I talk about race and ethnicity. You guys, I don't use the term, but y'all have got to retire the term people of color. However, if you insist and are adamant about using that term, I will refer to all of my white friends, comrades, and colleagues as people of no color, people who lack color, people devoid of color, people with minuscule amounts of color. If you want to insist on using the goofy term people of color, because no one knows who the hell you're talking about. The only people that were colored in this country were foundational Black American freedmen. Anyone else that were labeled colored and called colored, they distanced themselves from colored faster than you can spell the word colored. Now, all of a sudden, these people are saying they're people of color when they were saying, hey, why y'all call yourselves black? Black is just a color. It ain't no country called black. We've heard this for decade after decade. Now people see some benefit in identifying as a color, and then they say, okay, cool. I'm a POC, just like you. They have a BTS, Korean K-pop group. Those dudes are paler than most white people I see in America. But because they're Korean, Asians are people of color. Since they're Asian, BTS, the Korean pop group, they're people of color. Huh? It don't even make any sense, bruh. And if they're not people of color, then which Asians are people of color? Okay, pale Japanese people are not people of color, but dark-skinned Filipinos are. Pale Chinese people are not people of color, but dark Cambodians are. White Latinos are not people of color, but dark Dominicans are. The shit doesn't even make any sense, which is why you don't even need to use the term. Everyone loves to fly their flag. We have enough data collecting apparatus so that everyone could identify. We can know how many Dominicans we have, how many Koreans, how many Thai people we have, how many Venezuelans, instead of lumping people under this one nebulous banner. They're Hispanic. So we're supposed to pretend that Mexicans have the exact same culture as someone from Honduras because they're both Latino. Someone from Jamaica has the exact same culture as someone that's FBA because they have a certain level of skin pigment. We got to stop with these foolish classifications. And like My says, if you would like to support the platform, you're welcome to contribute via Cash App. Now, if you're unable or unwilling to contribute financially, then it won't cost you a fee. The likes are free. At the very least, you can hit your boy with a like. I'm hitting y'all with some free game, not none of the goofy gander. You know what I mean? Somebody tried to tell me Trump giving HBCUs funding and opportunity zones was doing for Black people. Yeah, everybody benefited for those things. So damn, I didn't think I was going to be debunking this much stuff, right? So Trump, the opportunity zones, and I could pull it up in real time, but no, opportunity zones is not benefiting the Black community. Most oftentimes with opportunity zones, it helps gentrify a neighborhood. Because when they say opportunity zones, they talk about investments into the neighborhood. But then when you start looking at, all they do is give other communities money to take over the Black community, right? They'll say an opportunity zone so we can create more businesses, but the businesses aren't owned by Black people. So how does that help? But they say, oh, look, we created an opportunity zone to create a grocery store in the Black community, but it's not Black owned or Black operated, but Black people get to buy groceries. So that helps the Black community, right? They'll bring over some undocumented immigrant, give them money to start a taqueria and say, hey, you guys love tacos. So that helped the Black community, right? Because you got to eat, right? Same thing with HBCUs. HBCUs are called historically Black colleges, right? But anyone could go to a HBCU. It's a lot of Asians that go to HBCUs. So that's helping them. There's a lot of white people that go to HBCUs, so that's helping them. All of our policies are universal policies that help everyone. Now, when you look at Harvard, Harvard is a PWI, predominantly white institution. Yale, predominantly white. Cornell, Dartmouth, Brown. Go down the list, right? Ask a white person, hey, if Trump donated X amount of money to Harvard, is that doing something for the white community? Does anyone in Appalachia think that Trump giving money to Columbia is doing something for the white community? So let me get this right. The White House giving money to predominantly white institutions is not doing something for the white community, but them giving crumbs compared to what they give to white institutions, to HBCUs, somehow that's doing for the black community? Huh? Most black people aren't going to HBCU, so clearly that's not doing something for the community. Are you helping some individuals in the community? Yes, but you're not only helping black people. You're helping Asians, whites, and any other non-black group. And you're mainly helping a lot of black immigrants. So those schools were constructed for foundational black American freedom. But since we're all inclusive, we don't mind everyone else coming and benefiting from what we built. But they weren't constructed just for us to be replaced and displaced. So people got to stop. And all these people that make these arguments, these are the people that claim to have high IQs. I don't got a master's degree. I didn't graduate from some prestigious college. How can't they figure it out? Why ain't the black boule talking like this? They're the ones who have all these degrees, right? Why aren't the W's that graduated from those Ivy League schools, why aren't they talking like this? Surely they could figure it out. Go to a white person and say, hey, if all Trump has to do is bring opportunity zones to Appalachia, if that's doing something for the collective of the black white community, the whites, the MAGA morons who are saying they took our jobs, right? And say, no, Trump didn't take your jobs. He gave you opportunity zones. What the fuck is an opportunity zone? Imagine you try, hey, look, man, I just need a job. I need gainful employment to put food on the table so I could provide for my family. Guess what we're going to give you, buddy? Hey, bucko, we're going to give you an opportunity zone. Huh? I'm asking for gainful employment and you're giving me this pie in the sky opportunity zone. Okay, fine. You know, they say, what would Jesus do? I say, no, what would Jews do? Would Jews be satisfied with an opportunity zone? They say that free Palestine. Would they say, hey, you know what? We know that you guys are disturbed by hearing that chant, so we're going to give you an opportunity zone. Surely that will be doing something for the Jewish community, right? Nobody thinks that opportunity zones is doing something for their community. But with black people, it's because you niggers aren't supposed to get anything. So we're supposed to be ecstatic and enthralled with opportunity zones. And like John says, diesel is at $8 a gallon, right? Gas in California is over $6, but we're supposed to be excited because Trump is proposing opportunity zones. Huh? Make it make sense. And these are the high IQs. Someone got hit in the chat already. Yeah, it was somebody that came in whining. He came in disrespectful, you know what I mean? But don't trip. I got him up out of here. I only timed him out. Bro could come back. You know, I'm not censorship, but you got to come with some level of scholarship. If you gonna troll, bring something of value to the discussion. America elected a con man. They're pissed off that they got conned. I don't know why they're pissed off. Trump told you everything that he was going to do. He said he was going to build the wall, which he hasn't really been doing, but he said he was going to do mass deportations, which there has been no mass deportation. So he said a lot of bloviate and bluster. Even though he's not delivered on his promises, people are trying to pretend as if he did, right? Trump is making America great again. How? No one could tell you how. Okay, fine. He's making America great again, but you can't afford a house. What's great about that? Your interest rate keeps going up. What is great about that? Rent is higher than it's ever been. What's great about that? You can't afford to send your kid to a decent college. What's great about that? Gas in California, over $6. And then people say, yeah, that's in California. Yeah, even those places where it's usually $2 and $3, it's $4 there now too. What's great about that? Trump is over here being very corrupt, giving goodies, giveaways, and guarantees to Israel and his son, engaging in nepotism, not meritocracy, nepotism. What is great about that? Many of these moist MAGA morons and imbeciles, they can't tell you anything that Trump has done that's great. You says HBCUs aren't black owned either. Exactly. So just because it has black in the name, but it's not owned by black people, which is why they don't mind giving money to it. It's just like BET. If they fund something for BET, they know that it's not black owned. It's called Black Entertainment Television, but not owned by black people. So if they fund anything for BET, it's to push a propaganda under the name of this is for black folks. And then when you say, okay, won't you have some black folks run it since this is for black folks? And then they start saying, well, you don't got to be black to run a black organization. And then when I say, okay, fine, let some black people run these Jewish organizations, because you don't have to be Jewish to run a Jewish organization. Somehow that's anti-Semitic. But you said HBCUs Jewish owned. Shocker. Shocker that is Jewish owned. And I'm over here playing a video of a white Jewish man who presided over a majority black district. Hey, and guess what? You know, in the Congressional Black Caucus, right? There's a reparations committee. Guess who's in charge of the Black Reparations Committee? You guessed it, a white Jewish person. Maybe that is the reason why it hasn't went anywhere. Trump pulled the funding from Harvard, Columbia, among others. Stop race baiting. Tool, no better than. So we got another, like I told y'all seeing this on display, the MAGA morons. Dan, I know you're too cowardly, but Dan, if you want to come up and say your piece, I'll drop the link for you. But I know people like this because look at his name. Dan Q9, whatever. Dan, you're not intellectually formidable enough to challenge me. Trump pulling funding for Harvard, Columbia, blah, blah, blah. You say stop race baiting. But it's funny that no one ever says stop race baiting with the Jewish people, right? The Jewish people are constant. Forget race baiting. No, why don't anyone say Jews to stop religious baiting? All they do for Colombia, did you know that Colombia paid reparations to Jewish people because their feelings were hurt? Somebody said free, free, free Palestine, globalized the Intifada, and then suddenly the Jews said they were victims and they were paid millions and millions of dollars because their feelings were hurt. And then you got morons and imbeciles like Dan the Stan, the Trump butt kisser and crack licker. Trump pulled funding for Harvard. Okay, what did that do for you? Trump pulling funding for Harvard, which I don't give a fig Newton about. What did that do for you? How did that make America great? Okay, let's just concede this. Trump pulled funding for Harvard and Columbia. Okay, how is this making America great again? You still haven't answered the question. Dan the dolt. Opportunity zones have proven to do nothing but regentrify and displace us out of our communities. What we need is seed money to start public banks to create a surplus and reinstatement of postal banking for free cashing. Why don't these people ever talk about this, Roger? These people are supposed to be high IQs, right? But they never give high IQ solutions. All they talk about opportunity zones. Like, who does that help? These things would eliminate predatory payday loans and check cashing for our community. You say you're literally making stuff up. You have no facts, just ignorant. Well, Tanya, I'll invite you to come up too. Cause see, this is another low IQ comment. And hey, Tanya, I didn't think I was gonna have to hit y'all this early, but I got time today. Hey, Tanya.
Bitch, are you high? Are you high?
You said I'm making stuff up, yet you haven't named one thing I made up. You said I have no facts, yet you haven't stated a fact. Just ignorance. How ironic and imbecilic could you be? Let's get back into it. Because we got, tawdry Tanya over here whining like a B-I-E-I-E-I itch. Let's get back into it, though.
A police director who is black, American public. Anonymous cause violations, selling of pardons, crypto involvement where he's made billions of dollars out of crypto. And he didn't want that to happen. On the other hand, so it was power for Trump but at the same time, they wanted to crack Memphis. And there's quite a few people in the Republican side and then this General Assembly who don't like Memphis. And they think of it as a black city, and they don't like a black city. And they've taken over our health department, our education department. They've taken that over.
And this is another reason, and shout out to My. She says, please be respectful to the host in the chat, or you may be timed out or blocked. Okay, and hold on. Let me give y'all the official disclaimer.
Whoa. Hold on here, bro. Excuse me, okay? First of all, who are you? Respect that. That's all I ask, bro. That's all I ask. Excuse me, everybody. Please listen up. I do need your attention. I'm going to say this once because I ain't going to say it again. All right? We almost had an altercation up in here. I don't want it to happen again. All right? So remember these 3 words. Respect my house. All right?
Okay. Now that we're clear with that, this is the reason, another reason why y'all got to retire that term people of color, right? What other POCs is this happening to? All you hear is black. They doing this to black people. They're lynching black people. They're arresting black people. They're shooting black people. They're setting black houses on fire. They're redlining black people, mass incarcerating black people. Damn, they did a lot to black people. How are you going to help black people? We're going to help people of color, huh? They wasn't doing this shit to people of color. And who the fuck are you talking about when you say people of color? So here they go again. They're saying it was a majority black district. They didn't say it was a majority people of color district. They're going after the congressional black caucus. Why aren't they going after the congressional Hispanic caucus or the congressional Asian caucus? If we're on our own, why are we pretending as if we're united based on melanin or lack thereof, right? If we're all people of color, why aren't the people of color coming to our rescue? All they do is just, oh my God, they're diluting black political power. Why aren't they diluting political power of the people of color? I mean, show me the videos of Asians talking about their political power being diluted. They're POCs, right? Show me the videos of Latinos, right? You know, they're trying to frame them as the fastest growing ethnic group, right? Which is a inorganic creation, right? But hey, let's go with that. Shouldn't the fastest growing ethnic group have a lot to say? If the Voting Rights Act being overturned is an attack on people of color, where are the people of color that are speaking up? They're not. They don't give a damn. And the only time they speak up, they're saying, oh my God, look at what they're doing to blacks. Now mobilize and do what? Mobilize and vote blue no matter who. Okay, what are we going to get out of it? Well, what you'll get out of it is the Republicans is bad. So at least you could vote for us. Yeah, but what am I going to get out of it? Nothing but the vote. They always love to say, your ancestors died for the right for you to vote. Okay, fine. My ancestors died for the right for me to vote, which they didn't die for me to vote blue no matter who. They didn't die for me to vote for nothing, but let's just go with that, right? What did the Asian ancestors do for them to vote? No one talks. Your Asian family immigrated here for the right for you to vote. No one says that. Your Latino family immigrated here for the right for you to vote. No one says that. Your black ancestors got beat, lynched, enslaved for the right for you to vote. Why is it always on us and what our ancestors did? What did those white ancestors do to vote? Interesting. And Terry says, hey, maybe you like my jingle because this all people say, vote. Okay, cool. I'm willing to vote. What am I going to get for my vote? Shut up. Vote blue no matter who. Okay. Voting, all of these other groups, especially the oligarchs and the big wigs, is about quid pro quo. I have no issue with voting, but it's supposed to be transactional. What am I getting for my vote? And all people are saying, vote. What am I getting? You know that sticker that you put on your shirt and you can take a photo for social media? You get a sticker. They turn into Oprah. You get a sticker and you'll get a sticker and you'll get a sticker, but you get nothing tangible. Okay, how is this going to galvanize and mobilize people to vote for a sticker? And shout out to Last Call, Mr. Midnight Soul, chatting live and direct from an undisclosed location in Northern America. Let's get back into it. But yeah, Steve Cohen is already revealing some things.
Over our health department, our education department. They've taken that over. They've put certain limitations on the district attorney general, who's not black, but they call him a Soros attorney general. They put certain limitations on our police director, who is black. And I think it's kind of colonizing Memphis.
Colonizing Memphis.
So there he goes again. He said they put certain limitations on the black police chief, right? So this is what they love to say. Oh, look, there's a black person, in charge, So if something goes wrong with the blacks, we got to blame the black people, like Malcolm X said. And I'm a paraphrase. If they want to shoot you, they'll get a black person to do it just to say it was a black person. What about black on black crime? Where'd he get that gun from? Oh, shut up, nigger. It's like, no, he got the gun from you and you told him to do that. And if he didn't do it, you would expose his family. So yeah, he shouldn't have done it. But what about the entrapment and the coercion? We don't want to talk about that type of stuff, right? But let's get into it. It's only a little bit more of this video, but this is where it really, where he really reveals himself.
And I think it's kind of colonizing Memphis.
Colonizing Memphis. It's your colleagues.
So listen to the language that he said. He said that they're colonizing Memphis. Okay. So let's just say, okay, did they just start doing this? Haven't they been doing this for years? Now he's only trying to say this on the way out. If they've been colonizing Memphis as of late, that means they've been doing it. What were the Democrats doing as the Republicans were colonizing Memphis? He didn't care because he had what's called a safe seat. He had a rigged, gerrymandered district where the majority black district was going to vote blue no matter who. He framed himself as not as a white man. No, I'm not a white man. I'm a Jewish man. And, they try to prey on some mythical black and Jewish relationships, right? As if we've been lockstep in solidarity. But don't worry, I'm going to pull up and see just how Memphis has been doing after this dude has been presiding over the majority black district for damn near 20 years. And the point that I want to make about the black police chief, they'll put a black person in charge, but they're pretty much a puppet. When they have a black person in charge, there's always some hidden hand of a white person in charge of them, right? Wes Moore, well, he's a governor, but then he's still beholden to whatever white money, white donor, and oligarch that put him there. There's a black police chief, but the black police chief got put there by some white politician, wealthy elite. So that's who they're truly beholden to, not the black community, but they frame it as black face in a high space. What is the black community crying about? Yeah, that's a black puppet in a high place. They don't serve the black community. A cop that becomes a cop and reaches the upper echelon of being a cop, they're no longer black. They're blue. They're not B1 in terms of black first. They're blue first. And that blue means the law enforcement.
Some of your Democratic colleagues have used other.
I think it's kind of colonizing Memphis.
Colonizing Memphis. It's your colleagues, some of your Democratic colleagues, have used other descriptors of it. They've called it an example of white supremacy in action. Do you agree with them on that?
Well, I guess it could be, and I've heard those terms used. They said it wasn't racial, but when you look at the three districts they created.
Wow. Did y'all see how he dodged that? She asked him about white supremacy and he started beatboxing. white supremacy. It's like, huh? Where did the beatbox and the stutter come from? He just second said they're colonizing Memphis, and then she said, yeah, some people are saying like it's a form of white supremacy. What do you think colonialism is? It's a euphemism for white supremacy. But when you start asking him, and remember, he's not white, he's Jewish. So if he's Jewish, he should have no issues calling out white supremacy. Instead, when she asks him about white supremacy, which I'm going to run one more again, then he starts beatboxing. Huh? She asked you about white supremacy. You just mentioned colonialism. It's the same thing. And he's on his way out and he still doesn't want to condemn white supremacy. So does anyone really believe that he was fighting for the black community? Like, come on, bruh.
And I've heard those terms used.
Do you agree with them on that? Your colleagues, some of your Democratic colleagues, have used other descriptors of it. They've called it an example of white supremacy in action. Do you agree with them on that?
Well, I guess it could be, and I've heard those terms used. They said it wasn't racial, but
So when it came to colonialism, when he said they're colonizing Memphis, he didn't say they could be colonizing Memphis. He said they are colonizing Memphis. When she asked them, hey, man, that sounds like a form of white supremacy. Well, it could be. Huh? What do you think colonialism is? And mind you, this is supposed to be a high IQ. How pathetic could he be?
Have used other descriptors of it. They've called it an example of white supremacy in action. Do you agree with them on that?
Well, I guess it could be, and I've heard those terms used. They said it wasn't racial, but when you look at the 3 districts they created out of Memphis, which my district was 62% African American, not a voting rights district, but a district that was just grew and was naturally African American majority. And it was a district that the Republicans had and created and are maintained. They didn't have any problem with it until the Calais decision came down and Donald Trump gave him a phone call. But anyway, they made up these 3 districts, and 2 of them have 29% African American population, and one of them I think is 32%. So you say that's within the margin of error. The idea that you could take and divide up 3 districts out of 1, and that 2 of them would be the same number of African Americans, and the third would be 32, just the perfect numbers to keep African Americans from having a majority or the ability to put together a majority to choose the candidate of their own choice, which is what the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act was about, was to be able to choose their preferred candidate.
So again, he's framing it as, oh, this is about black people and, we want them to be able to choose their preferred candidate. And their preferred candidate has been me, this white Jewish man who's been presiding over a majority black district, and it's not about race and all this other stuff. Like, come on, bruh. Your time is done, buddy. You know what I mean? If the Democrats really cared about black people, which they don't, they've taken the black vote for granted. They've rigged things. The Democrats have also rigged elections to disenfranchise black voters. So the whole gerrymandering is grotesque when both parties do it, but like the Republicans just did it better. That's all it is. You know what I mean? It's just like, if you hit somebody in a fight and then they hit you back and then, they hit you harder. And then you're like, they're hitting hard. It's like, bro, you was hitting them too. It's just, they're hitting you harder, right? You can't really whine about them hitting harder because you tried to hit, your punches just weren't that effective. So Democrats gerrymander, Republicans gerrymander. Republicans are just more effective and more ruthless with their gerrymandering. And now Democrats are trying to whine and say, oh, no, yeah, we gerrymander, but we do it in a morally righteous way. It's like, it's still gerrymandering. Both of you are trying to rig the system and be extra partisan, while at the same time saying we should reach across the aisle. They're always talking about division, but both parties are admitting to being hyper partisan. The reason why they wanted to gut the Voting Rights Act was based on partisanship. So they're saying, look, we're going to try to gain an advantage based on partisanship, but at the same time, we're going to unite the country while being hyper partisan. Make this make sense. And these are your so-called high IQs making these arguments. We're going to be overly partisan. We're going to rig, lie, cheat, steal so we can unite the country. I thought this was a nation of laws, right? Thought this was a white Christian nation based on moral values and principles, right? But so here I'm going to play one more video of this dude. Then I'm going to show some of his record, and then I'm going to transition to my next story. But here this dude is doing an interview with Chris Cuomo, and he starts crying like a big old baby. And, you know, this isn't to disparage people who show some emotions, but where was this crying going on when black wealth was dropping, black bodies were dropping, black health outcomes were being disproportionately worse than in some underdeveloped nations? Where were the tears then? Now this dude is about to lose his seat, so he retires and starts whining like a B-I-E-I-E-I. Let's see.
It's funny, my press conference today is the most cameras I think I've had since the Victoria incident. And here we are again. And I got tears again.
Well, and that too, Steve. But you're crying for the right reason in both cases. You were crying about Victoria, and people can look that up and remind themselves, because you didn't want to see her hurt. And you're crying now, again, not for Steve Cohen. You're crying because you know what your service meant to that community and that they needed it, especially in that state. And it was taken, and it was unfair, just like what happened with Victoria. And that's always been what you've been about. I don't care what party you're in. You know how I feel about the parties. Your heart is about helping. And
oh my goodness. Do y'all hear this, bro? Look at this dude. Bro, what are you crying for? Let's run that one more again. Does anybody really believes that he's crying for the black community? Hell to the no. He's crying because he's going to lose his seat, which is why he's getting ahead of it and retiring, right? Bro, you should have already been retiring anyways, bro. You're like 76 years old. And this isn't ages, but come on, bro. What do y'all want to be doing when y'all 76? Do y'all still want to be on YouTube creating content? Maybe y'all do. And I'm not saying that if you turn 76, if you 75 and you turn 76, you can't make YouTube content. I'm just saying, like, you know, usually people want to ride off into the sunset. This dude is 76 and he wants to pretend as if he wants to fight for the black community. No, you want to fight to be in this corrupt apparatus called Congress. That's what it is.
Press conference today is the most cameras I think I've had since the Victoria incident. And here we are again. And I got tears again.
Well, and that too, Steve. But you're crying for the right reason in both cases. You were crying about Victoria, and people can look that up and remind themselves, because you didn't want to see her hurt. And you're crying now, again, not for Steve Cohen. You're crying because you know what your service meant to that community and that they needed it, especially in that state. And it was taken, and it was unfair, just like what happened with Victoria. And that's always been what you've been about. I don't care what party you're in. You know how I feel about the parties. Your heart is about helping.
And then we got Christopher Cuomo over here saying, man, you're not crying for yourself. You're crying because you know what your service meant to that community. No, it didn't, bruh. This is the only people that believe that he did something for the community are the buck broken boule and those people who are going to vote blue no matter who. He didn't do anything for the black community. And if he did, someone correct me, right? And then when I pull up the things that he allegedly did, you'll see it's not for the black community. The same thing that they do. Once again, imagine I bring a bouquet of flowers to Sunlight and there's a bunch of girls around and I take a flower out of the bouquet and give a flower to everyone around and say, Sunlight, this was your bouquet of flowers. If it was her bouquet, then why didn't you give her the full bouquet and let her do what she wanted to do with the bouquet of flowers? Instead, you gave them to everyone else and said, Okay, this is for you. That's what he likes to do. Here's this policy that everyone can benefit from, but I'm going to frame it as I did it for you. No, you didn't. You did it for everybody, which is fine, because all lives do matter. But don't frame it as you did it for black people, because you didn't. Thank you. I try to say it in ways that people understand, right? And especially on Valentine's Day. Imagine this on Valentine's Day. I'm like, hey, baby. Hey, baby boo. You feel me? I got these flowers for you. Baby boo, I got these flowers for you. It's a bouquet of 12 flowers. I'll give you one and then pass out the other 11 to other people and say, hey, but I bought you a bouquet. No, a bouquet is all of the flowers. You gave me one of the flowers and gave the others to other people and saying it was for me. If it was for me, I would have had all those flowers and I would have put all of them in a vase. I wouldn't have had 8 flowers. I would have had 12 flowers. That's how many was in the bouquet. That's how many you gonna give me. If you say it's for me, if it's for everybody, then say it's for everybody. Here's another analogy, right? Imagine a dude, right? And he's slanging that soul pole around and you say, hey, baby, I only got eyes for you. I ain't gonna penetrate no other vagina but yours because this penis is for you. And then it turns out that it's community penis. And this dude is smashing the Asian chick. He's smashing the Jewish chick. He's smashing the white chick, the Latina chick, and say, baby, but this soul pole is only for you. If it's only for me, then why are you slanging that Johnson up and down the block? That's community peen. That ain't no personal penis. You know what I mean? That ain't no private penis. That's for the community. That's universal penis, right? So imagine the dude saying, I only got eyes for you. I'm only penetrating you. And then you find out that he's slanging and giving that thing to everybody. That's what the Democrats do. Here's this policy for you. It's like, hold on. Why are the Latinos in line? Why are the Asians and the undocumented citizens and the trans and the LGBT? Why are they in line for this black policy? This policy is for everybody. Why'd you say it was for me then? Call it a everybody policy. Don't call it a uplift black people policy when it's a rising tide lifts all boats. That community peen. Hey, it's community cooch too, you know what I mean? But you get it. Hey, my boo. Hey, baby boo. What did it do? And shout out to Roger says, always remember white leftists will stand with us when it comes to pursuits of justice, some real, some fake. But the moment you say reparations, pause, happened just this week to me with a passenger. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why I always talk about the lefty lunatics. They act like they're extra radical. Look at Anna Karen Sparian. Look at Chunky Uger, right? He's always bleeding hard. I'm talking about you can see the foam in the corner of his mouth, crust forming because of how angry he is, spit flying out his mouth, standing up for the Palestinians, which is okay. Like, I support free Palestine. I support reparations for Palestinian. I don't support the genocide. I support a Marshall Plan to build up Gaza and not create it the Middle Eastern Riviera like Trump is. Gaza is a foreign land. Right. So as much as you want to cape for Gaza, which, I am an advocate, for them to get the justice. It hasn't lowered your cost. It hasn't, helped enroll your kid in a good school. It hasn't helped you in your marriage, hasn't helped you with property taxes. So these people like to use that. And this is why I call the Gaza grift, whether it's Dave Smith, Candace Owens, Chunky Ugard, Anna Karasparian. They use the Gaza grift to say, oh, look, we see the humanity. They only see the humanity if it's thousands and thousands of miles away. But then when it's in their neighborhood, then it's like, that's woke. And you know what I mean? That Anna is against homelessness. There's a bunch of homeless people in Gaza. So Anna sees the humanitarian, the humanity in homeless refugees in Gaza, but she's against homeless people in America, right? Because she had one one incident with some homeless person, right? So she demonizes homeless people in general. But then if you have multiple instances with white supremacists, then it's like, you can't demonize white people. I'm not demonizing white people. I'm demonizing white supremacy, right? And then who I don't like this chick, I think she has a bit tether-ish vibes, but that Olerin or whatever her name is, who be with the lefty mafia or something. That chick, Francesca, she said that Anna Karen Sparian, that Anna thinks that Karen is a slur. And she's not the only one that says that. Anna thinks that Karen is the same way as calling black people nigger. So y'all know Chud the Builder going around harassing black people, calling them nigger. Anna Karen Sparian thinks that if you go around calling white people Karen, that's the same. He called people nigger. You call white people Karen. But when people say Karen, they don't only refer to white people. You can be a male Karen, you know what I mean? Or a Ken. You can be a Karen of any race, right? Now, before Karen, it was Becky, and it happened out here. There was a chick who they called Barbecue Becky. There was some black people chilling at the park, the Lake Merritt Park. All they was doing was BWB, barbecuing while black. And then there was a chick named Becky, which is how she got the name, Barbecue Becky. She called the cops, and the cops didn't do nothing because they said, okay, cool. Like, we ran, we thought it was danger, and all the dudes was doing was barbecuing while black. And then there was like a whole multicultural, like we threw a barbecue and everybody came of all racial backgrounds, you know, to show solidarity. But before Karen, it used to be the Becky, right? So, and then it turned into the Karen. But show me the white person that got lynched for being called a Karen. Now, there were black people being called nigger and being lynched. Show me the mass incarceration of Karens. Show me the redlining of Karens. And this is why you can't really take people like Chunky Ugard, Anna Karen Sparian, Majority Report, Kyle Kalinsky, whatever his name is, right? You can't take these people serious because they'll be bleeding hearts fighting for the working class. When they say the working class, that just means white. They try to say, why do you gotta make it about race? You know what I mean? But then they'll interview people whose whole shtick was making things about race. They'll crack lick Tucker Carlson, and then Tucker Carlson has a history of making things about race. Stop talking about race. Talk about the working class, like Jimmy Dore, right? But then Jimmy Dore will bring on people who talk about race, not just the working class. You know what I mean? So this whole don't make it about race, it's only class, you know, it's just a way to gaslight you, to basically kind of deny your humanity. Why don't any of these leftists tell people to stop making it about religion? They say stop calling everything anti-Semitic, but they don't tell these people to stop making things about religion every day. Why should I care about your religion? Religion is a belief, right? Just as well as you can believe in the religion, people can choose not to believe in your religion. But then they're trying to have this religious hierarchy as if I should bend the knee based on your religious perspective and proclivities. No, that's not what this country was founded on. But you said Ole, that's a name I ain't heard in years. She couldn't vote because she's not a citizen. She's Bayesian. Yeah, I haven't heard that name in years, but I was just watching a video. It was Emma Vigeland and that Francesca chick. I can't remember her name. And they were calling out Anna. And Francesca said that Anna told her that Ole, that she thought that Ole chick was racist towards white people, and that calling white people Karen is like calling black people nigger. Unfortunately, he said, I have seen Cenk many times rhetoric speak in favor of justice, but no one ever pressed him on reparations. Well, you seen when Sabby asked him about reparations, he pivoted to people of color and Latinos and all this other stuff. Same thing that when you show that video of the dude who claimed to be RFK advisor. They asked him about reparations, and then he started talking about Latinos and all. No, those groups aren't eligible for reparations. No one is saying that they shouldn't have representation, that they shouldn't have some sort of tangible policy that uplifts their community. It just shouldn't be reparations. The fact that you're trying to conflate their plight or whatever their economic needs with reparations is just completely disingenuous. And nobody wants to push back because they know if you push back, then you won't get another interview. Unfortunately, it's like a whole manufactured consent tour, like where you can't ask the tough questions because then these people won't come back on your show. All these people, right? They'll want to debate the most vile, disgusting racist, the most vile, disgusting, genocidal maniac in Zio, but they won't debate a reparationist. You hate reparations, right? You think it's stupid. You think black people are victims, complain too much. Well, there's plenty of reparationists that will debate you on that. They won't debate those people, but they will debate anti-black people like Charlie Kirk. They will bring on anti-black people like Dave Smith, Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson. They'll debate them all day. They'll claim we believe in justice. All right, well, debate me on reparations. But it's not just reparations. They don't support any tangibles. If we just take reparations off the table, they don't support an anti-black hate crime bill. Most hate crimes are committed against foundational black Americans. They don't support that. Right? They don't support anything that uplifts us. They just turned it into some universal policy. But when they talk about black on black crime, okay, how are we going to solve black on black crime by helping undocumented Latinos? Oh, well, Latinos are people of color. Yeah, but you weren't complaining about people of color on people of color crime. You said black crime and black this. They'll say black schools are failing. Okay, how are you going to help the black school? By bringing in a bunch of undocumented immigrants who don't speak English. That will help the black community. You know, black businesses are failing. Okay, how are you going to help the black business? By giving goodies, giveaways to some non-citizens so they can start a business in a black neighborhood. You know, black people, black women are dying, giving birth. So how are you going to help the black community? Oh, we're going to bring in some immigrants and then, you know, their babies are going to be citizens. But we were talking about black babies, right? All these people pivot to try to make the language about minorities, underserved communities, people of color, vague, nebulous terms that could apply broadly to anyone. But people are not vague and broadly. When they talk about fatherless homes, they don't talk about Asian fatherless homes. You mean to tell me there's no Asians with fatherless homes? There's no Latinos with fatherless homes. There's no whites with fatherless homes. So why are we fixated on black people's fatherless home? They say all the time, y'all only 13% of the population, but then 90% of the conversations are about black fatherless homes. If you're a white person, an Asian person, a Latino person, why would you care about black fatherless homes? You don't date black people. You told your daughter and your son not to date black people. You don't hire black people. You don't live next to black people. But all you care about is what black people are doing. Black people are failing. Okay, we're failing so much. Why are you making so much content about us, right? It doesn't make any sense. Right now, the NBA playoffs is going on. Should we care more about the teams that didn't make the playoffs or the teams that are advancing towards the championship? If we're failing so much, we're out of the playoffs. We're out of the running. Why are you talking about us like we're in contention for the championship? You know why? Because they'll have to take the focus off of us and look in that mirror and start to blame themselves, right? What about black on black crime? Is that the reason why you can't afford a house? Because some crusty, musty, dusty nigga in Chicago did a drive-by? You can't afford health care for your family because of BLM and George Floyd. Huh? You can't afford to buy a car right now because, let me guess, because Trayvon Martin, Philando Castile? No, it's because people that look like you. They say that the black people are low IQ and don't have no power. So clearly we didn't have any power to oppress you. And if we did have power, we were too stupid to oppress you. The people in your community aren't stupid. The people in your community aren't powerless. They're the ones smacking you around. They're the ones economically oppressing you. And you still want to blame George Floyd, who's been gone for how many years again? But let me play a little bit more of this whiny white Jewish dude mad because the Republicans rigged it to give them the boot. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back.
And I know that about you. And that's why you get emotional even.
Today's the most, you know, it's funny, my press conference today is the most cameras I think I've had since the Victoria incident. And here we are again. And I got tears.
Well, and that too, Steve. But now But you're crying for the right reason in both cases. You were crying about Victoria, and people can look that up and remind themselves, because you didn't want to see her hurt. And you're crying now, again, not for Steve Cohen. You're crying because you know what your service meant to that community and that they needed it, especially in that state. And it was taken, and it was unfair, just like what happened with Victoria. And that's always been what you've been about. I don't care what party you're in. You know how I feel about the parties.
Yeah, this enough of the lies, bro. So remember, we want to say what he meant to the community. First, we want to do this, right? Because I know some people have been promoting this, right? Black Vote Watch. So this is supposed to be able to hold the politicians accountable, right? Politicians who rely on the black vote. This website is supposed to rate them and critique them and hold them accountable, right? So this dude, based on this account or this website, has an overall rating of a B. They say on policy, he has an A rating. Accountability, he has a C rating. So in terms of his policy record, right? Forget the policy record, right? Look at this. What have they done for us? So he voted yes on the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. So mind you, this is framed as what is done for us. The John Lewis Voting Rights Act is for everyone to vote. This is for black people to vote. So all they do is take a black person who got his ass beat on the bridge, which that was unfortunate and that was disgusting. I wish it didn't happen, but that was their claim to fame. Look at John Lewis. He got his ass beat. Now vote blue no matter who. And then it turns into John Lewis got his ass beat for you to vote. And all their whole, aura around John Lewis is that he got his ass beat. I wish he didn't have to get his booty whipped, but okay, tell me about, they never tell you about the people that fought back. What people fought back and then died because of that. They tell you about the people that got whooped and then, they use them as some symbolic figure, right? No shot against John Lewis, but I would look up more to the people who weren't getting their ass beat. Who were the people, the people that was fighting back? Maybe John Lewis was fighting back, but are those any of the stories? All the stories they have of John Lewis is that he was getting his ass whooped on Edmund Pettus Bridge. And that's supposed to motivate you. Vote because John Lewis got his ass beat. Vote, 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 vote. Why am I voting? Remember, John Lewis got his ass beat. Okay. So again, this is allegedly what they've done for us. How is this doing something for black community though? Anyone could vote. And much of that language is tricky to where, especially with the Democrats, they want non-citizens to vote. In 17 municipalities around the country, non-citizens can vote. And of course, people say illegal immigrants can't vote in federal elections. Well, they can vote in many local elections, and they won't be illegal, undocumented aliens forever. Eventually, they're going to get mass amnesty, right? If a conservative Republican and Ronald Reagan did it, we can see down the line some sort of bipartisan effort to do that, right? Especially when they keep painting Trump as the boogeyman and that ICE is the Gestapo. But this is what this organization is alleging that he's done for us. Okay, because he voted yes on a voting rights bill. That's doing something for the black community. He voted yes on the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. That's doing something for the black community. And then when you say, bro, this ain't really doing nothing for us. Well, the Republicans wasn't it. turns into that. Well, this isn't about the Republicans. We're not going to vote for the Republicans. So just to be clear, we're not voting for the Republicans. So since we've already taken that off the table, most of my ire, most of my critique and scrutiny has to be towards the Democrats, the hypothetical party that I plan to vote for. So this is what they try to do, right? So think about this. Voting rights is for everyone, right? Voting rights is for white people. Voting rights is for Latino. Do you think that this person would go to the Latino community and say, what I done for you was voted yes on the John Lewis Voting Rights Act? Meanwhile, you're trying to get your business started, right? Hey, look, man, I'm a young up and coming entrepreneur. I just need a little bit of capital so I can provide a service that uplifts, enfranchises, enriches my community. I need a little bit of coin and an infusion. You guys are always giving goodies, giveaways, and guarantees. I don't need the millions and billions. I just need a little bit of change to get my business started, right? Rather than giving you an economic influx of some starter capital. Hey, I voted yes on a John Lewis Voting Rights Act. And that's supposed to be considered tangible. And then they've convinced many black people that them doing this is somehow doing something for you. Everyone could vote, which means that this is a universal policy. When they talk about the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, which what happened to that, right? It didn't pass, but what happened to it, right? This doesn't exclusively apply to black people. Just because they use a black person in the name, John Lewis, black person, George Floyd, black person, they use a black person in the name and is framed as helping black people. Do police only police black people? Yeah, they may disproportionately mass incarcerate black people, disproportionately shoot, harm, and engage in barbaric acts against black people, but police Americans. Police citizens. So any legislation that's passed that involves the police is a universal policy. Any policy that passed that is talking about voting is a universal policy, but yet they keep framing it as a black policy. He was the co-sponsor of HR 40, Reparations Study Commission. Okay. So because he commissioned a study which has been collecting dust, this is somehow doing something for us. And then what they've done against us, no major harmful actions on our record. Now, this is supposed to be a website that's promoting, basically black people holding their Congress people accountable. He gave them this website, and y'all can look up who owns this website. He gets a B overall, right? Okay, fine. He says he supports reparations. No, he doesn't. He's been in office 18 years. What has he done or said about reparations? So y'all gonna see, right? He supports a study of reparations, and they already had a study. And then in that study, they brought in a bunch of tethers like Candace Owens and Coleman Hughes Cruz to talk against reparations. But don't worry. I'm not done. Let's pull this up, right? Let's see what he's done for the community, right? This was just recently approved. And I'm going to show y'all the trick bags, right? Because Memphis is a majority black district. Y'all remember, they love to say black voters, black this. They cracked the black district and black. But when it comes time to legislation, you won't find the word black. You won't find the word black. And then they're trying to say, yeah, well, this is for black people. Yeah, but it doesn't say black. Well, it's for black people. We just can't say black people. Then that means it's not for black people. It is. No, it is for black people. Well, why didn't you say black? Well, it's for y'all. It's just, we just can't say it. Huh? Imagine you was with a girl like, hey, baby, are you my girlfriend? Yeah. I'm your girlfriend. It's just, I just can't claim you. How are you my girlfriend? Well, we are boyfriend and girlfriend. I just can't claim you. Then no, y'all not together. This is a black policy. Okay, where's the word black? Oh, no. Did I say black? This is a policy. Okay. So here we have right here, 16 million approved from Congressman Cohen's community projects, right? This white Jewish person presiding over a majority black district. Let's see. This is a complete list of the funding, okay? Alpha Omega Veteran Services Operation Home for Heroes Project, $2 million. This funding will be used to provide housing for the homeless and disabled veterans. That can be anybody, not black people. But Memphis is a majority black area. Yeah, but this doesn't say that this is going to go to the majority of black people. It's just like the VA, right? There were a bunch of black veterans that were denied services because it didn't say anything about black people. It broadly spoke about veterans, right? Look at this one. Memphis Police Department Sentinel Surveillance Cameras Project, $963,000, right? For more surveillance, right? So that's what he done for the black community. Gave a bunch of money to the cops to surveil it. But remember, this is to combat crime, including auto theft, in an effective manner. Okay. Shelby County's District Attorney Victim Witness Services Program, more crime-related stuff, $300,000. The funding will be used to enhance Victim Witness Services Program, i.e., paying some snitches, right? You know, confidential informants, reduce the backlog of cases, improve data management, including forensic evidence, right? These are all vague things that may sound good, but then you don't really know how it's going to benefit the community. You just assume it's going to benefit. Don't you want to reduce crime? Don't you want to help witnesses? Like, and then you're like, okay, who are they helping? There's no way to further track this. You just hear about this, but no one's going to track this. Again, Memphis Police Department Officer Equipment Improvement Project. So these officers already have guns, drones, dogs, cars, and every year they need more funding for something, right? They love to tell you, why y'all begging the government? And what did they do? Beg the government for more funding. So we already got more surveillance, right? We got more surveillance for the Memphis PD. The district attorney who works with Memphis PD. The Memphis PD gets more funding, $963,000. Covington Police Department, more law enforcement funding, but this is for youth crime diversion. Now think about this, right? They have $963,000 for surveillance equipment to spy on people. But then when it comes to the diversion project to prevent people from doing crime, they only have $100,000. They have $300,000 for the funding of victim and witness services programs, i.e. those confidential informants where somebody is snitching and they're like, hey, I'm snitching, I'm risking my life. They give you a little bit of change for that. These same people who love to talk about what about black on black crime. Okay, there's ways that you can deter crime. There's ways that you can enhance community relationships and prevent these people from engaging in criminal activity. Now, it may cost you. It's going to cost you a lot more than $100K. Now, look at this one. Snow removal equipment building at the Memphis airport, $5.5 million. Y'all heard that? $5.5 million to build a facility to house snow removal equipment. The funding, co-sponsored by Congressman David Kustoff, will be used for the construction of a snow removal equipment facility for storage of snow removal equipment. So all this facility is being built is to store snow removal equipment. $5.5 million. What do you think Memphis needs more? A snow removal facility or proper educational institutions, proper diversion project institutions that help enhance community relationships and deter crime? They only got $100K. Hey, look, we want to stop crime. We'll give y'all $100K for that. Hey, we want to build a snow removal facility. Okay. 5.5 million. Legends Park expansion. Fine. I mean, we like parks and we should have clean parks. To expand the park, $1 million to develop mixed income multifamily buildings. Very vague and nebulous. Mixed income. What the hell does that mean? It's very broad, very vague, very nebulous. Look at this one. Habitat for Humanity of Greater Memphis, Castelia Heights, affordable home ownership opportunity development project. 1 million. The funding will be used to build 23 new homes. So they're going to allocate 1 million to build 23 new homes. How many millions of black people or how many hundreds of thousands of black people live in Memphis? And you're going to build 23 homes and that helps the black community? How, they could have dispersed this 1 million amongst a lot more than 23 people. And yeah, it would have been a little bit of pocket change, but that would have helped people who are living paycheck to paycheck, which the majority of people are. The revitalization of North Side High School project, 1 million will be funded to renovate a vacant school building into a community hub that will offer new affordable housing options. So again, they closed the school and they're saying, look, we're going to turn this school into affordable housing, but affordable for who? That's the whole thing. They never tell you affordable for who, because if there's somebody in San Francisco, they can't, and they making $5,000 a month. They may not be able to afford to live in San Francisco. So they move to Walnut Creek and they start paying $3,500 a month. That may be affordable for them, right? Some affordable housing is $2,500 a month. Some affordable housing is $3,000 a month. Affordable for who? Memphis Area Transit Authority, $500,000 to them. Once again, who runs the transit authority? Not black people. This isn't anything for black people. Disrupting the cycle of chronic homelessness and youth project. 1 million funding will be used to additional transitional housing. So again, all you hear is a bunch of housing. But in order for you to pay your bills, you need a job. Where are the gainful employments? The only reason why they keep talking about housing is because they get to give goodies, giveaways, and guarantees to their contractors. When these contractors build these houses, you think they're going to hire black people, or you think they're going to hire undocumented people who they can exploit, pay under the table, right? I'm just saying, Boys and Girls Club region, $202,000. The funding will be used for building renovations. So like all of these renovations, they do this and they renovate a building and make the building all beautiful and, you know, looking highfalutin, but then those people are still struggling, right? They talk about renovations, but they don't talk about, hey, look, now if they were talking about renovating, but then also giving the men and the people in that community gainful employment by actually building up these infrastructures, that would make sense, but they're not talking about that. All they're talking about is that it's going to be built. And the way they save money on building it is by hiring cheap, illegal, undocumented labor. This isn't to disparage them. This is just calling a spade a spade. These contractors, they try to frame it as they're doing the jobs no one wants to do. And that's just a lie. You can't convince me no one in Memphis will work construction. They just don't want them working construction, because then they will be gainfully employed and be able to change their economic outlook and outcome. Not only that, they would have to pay them American wages. And on top of that, they couldn't just commit these human rights abuses, right? These people that they have come over here from very desperate, vulnerable situations, they can treat them how they want. They can talk to them how they want. They can pay them under the table. They can flexually assault them. They can human traffic them. And all they can say is, hey, do you want to go back to your shithole country? Right? They can always threaten them with deportation. They can't do that to foundational citizens. You know what I mean? So if y'all see all this stuff, where was the word black in there? And then they want to convince you, yeah, it didn't say black, but some of this stuff can help black people. Okay, which stuff? The housing. Okay. And then when you look at the housing, you see like, damn, it's a lot of non-black people in this area now. And then you see there were NGOs and people who were helping fund and facilitate the displacement. But like I said, these are the people that they've convinced this is doing something for the black community. Look, we did something for the veterans. All veterans ain't black. Look, we did something for the homeless. Yeah, even though black people are disproportionately represented with homeless, they never talk about but per capita, 13% of the population, 40% of the homeless. They never say that. They never say that, damn, that disparity is mind-boggling. We got to do something about it. They say we gonna help the homeless, and then you look around and it seems like everybody but the black people, the black homeless people, are being helped, and then it's framed as they're just junkies doing drugs and they don't want to be helped. Okay, let's just say they didn't want to be helped. What happened to all those billions of dollars you got allocated? Because if you said the blacks didn't want to be helped, clearly you didn't spend billions and billions on the black people. So where the hell did that money go? You just supposed to shut up and don't ask any questions, right? Because the Republicans is bad. No, both parties are. And this corruption is mainly carried out in a nonpartisan basis. So there you have it. What did Cohen do for us? Roger says Pelosi called George Floyd a martyr and drew intense backlash for thanking him for sacrificing your life for justice following the conviction of former officer Derek Chauvin. Yeah, when he said a martyr, they meant that, yes, now we get to use, because remember, Biden, he ran on BLM. He got in office based on the backlash of seeing an unarmed black man have a knee on his neck for over 9 minutes. Then as soon as Biden got in office, you know, he was having people saying, man, you know, we need to get away from race and y'all need to start working with the Latinos. Like he was like yelling at people. You saw those buck broken, brain dead Boule members. They got smacked around by Biden saying, y'all need to, I'm going to open the border and y'all need to work with the Latinos. Like, but then when our population, you know, and technically our population is big there. First of all, I've said this multiple times, but let's just be clear for the newcomers. There's no race called Latino. There's no race called Hispanic. And since every group loves to focus on their ethnic sovereignty, right, their cultural specificity, when it comes to ethnicity, we're the second largest ethnic group in this country, right? So what people have done is they've been indoctrinated into these social classifications of Hispanic, Latino, but all they were created was a buffer group to say, hey, look, the Asians are the model minority, some of them, and these Latinos, you know, hey, if America was so bad, look at these model minorities. They seem to be doing fine. Hey, look at these Latinos. You know what I mean? Hey, they work so hard. They seem to be fine. But many of those Latinos are white. That's why they align with, you know, how white people vote. Just like in Cuban and the Cubans in Miami, right, is framed as, oh my God, you know, the Republicans, they need to pander towards the Hispanic vote, right? But when they say that, all they mean is just other ethnically white people, right? And you said, hold on, let me read this. Is a federal investment communities to start worker co-ops to create your own job? Yeah. No, I concur, right? But the point that I was making about ethnicity is that if you compare foundational Black Americans to Mexicans, it's more of us than Mexicans. If you compare us to Puerto Ricans, it's more of us than Puerto Ricans. If you compare us to Venezuelans, it's more of us. So what they did was create a umbrella term, Hispanic, Latino, lumping all these groups that have ethnic and cultural differences as one big amalgamated ethnic group to say, hey, they're a larger ethnic group, so we need to focus on the Latino Hispanic interests. No one thinks that Cubans have the same interests as Mexicans. No one believes that Puerto Ricans have the same interests as Bolivians, but you're socially engineered to believe that they do because they're all Hispanic and Latino. You know what I mean? I know plenty of Mexicans and El Salvadorians. Every El Salvadorian told me they don't get along with Mexicans. All the Mexicans I've asked about El Salvadorians said they were dirty. And I'm not saying that this represents every person in that respected ethnic group. What I'm just saying is that these mindsets are very pervasive, but we're supposed to pretend as if these groups are all united because you call them Hispanic. And if they're just such this large ethnic group, but it's just an amalgamated group of a bunch of scattered cultures that really don't align with each other. They align by identifying as Latino. They align by identifying as Hispanic, and that's where the buck stops. If you think it doesn't, tell a Mexican that your food is no different than an El Salvadorian. Tell a Cuban that your food is no different than a Brazilian, and see what answer you get. So people understand the ethnic differences. They only act confused when it's us. You know what I mean? But I'm actually going to get ready to transition and focus. Says, I love how you're digging into this. Wanted to send a super chat, but it isn't available for some reason. Actually, I'm glad it isn't available because you sent me $100 super chat, which I appreciate that. But if you send me $100 super chat, I'm really only getting like $70 or $68 of that. So if you do want to make a contribution, then hit me on the Cash App. You know what I mean? So, and actually, I'm going to queue it right up.
If you haven't hit the like button, go ahead and smash that. If you're feeling generous, then you can hit the Cash App. $ easy stack. It's easy to remember. All them donations that you contribute make it feel like it's the 25th of December. Hit the Cash App. It's preferred over Super Chat because YouTube takes 30% off the top, and that's stupid whack. So if you want to see growth and watch the content get greater, send a Cash App to B-Eazy Dat Dude.
Okay, so I just dropped it. That's my Cash App, and it's scrolling at the bottom. $ easy stack. That's my Cash App, and you can join. And you can join the stream too. Any of y'all can join the stream. Just let me know. Y'all might want to join because after this, I'm about to transition, and this one will be a banker. And you said they all look down on Puerto Ricans, but Spaniards from Spain look down on all of them. And this is what I'm trying to say. There's no race called Spanish. Just because you speak Spanish don't mean that you're a Spaniard. If you go to Spain, and shout out to my boy Stan, he always talks about this. Spain they gonna be sounding like Kendrick. They not like us. They not like us. Just because you speak Spanish doesn't mean that you're a Spaniard. But what I'm saying is people have been convinced that all these groups are just one united front because they're Latino, they're Hispanic, you know what I mean? And we are a larger ethnic group than each of those individual groups, which is why they have to combine them and try to say, hey, look at this large group that we have to focus on because we can't focus on the black. But within many of those ethnic groups, many of those people are actually white. It's a bunch of white Cubans that are Latino and Hispanic. One of the main people always bring up, look at Nick Fuentes. Is Fuentes an Anglo name? He's a white Hispanic. Cameron Diaz is a white Latina. You know what I mean? So it shouldn't be that confusing, especially for the high IQs. It helps boost the channel though when you send super chats, but I got you. Yeah, no, I agree. It does boost the channel, but mine's like actually my super chat, it got like suspended until like July or something like that. But yeah, I mean, I accept any type of contributions, you know what I mean? So like salute to you. But yeah, even if you're unable or unwilling to donate financially, share, hit the like. It is free. So let me go ahead and remove this. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull this other video up. And this one will But before I pull the video up, let me just hit y'all with a quick visual so I can pull this up. So give me 1 minute and I will be right back.
That was nasty, bro, like a nasty. Oh, I got a nasty glow. My baddie, though, is a classy bro. I manage her and she escort. International exports. I got hardware, my tech support. Really about that business, cause I'm that dude, but you just adore. Used to be on that block, equipped with a Glock. I sold all kind of dope. 10 toes down on the pavement. I send that bitch like an envelope. Enclosed with a love letter. I love cheddar, so I grind hard. I be putting that work in, but I ain't punching no time card when it comes to being a boss, nigga. I am the epitome. You keep hating, belly aching, but it takes more to get rid of me. I am full of energy, but I ain't feeling jittery. I'm just grinding, shining like a diamond, looking glittery. Literally, I just left the bank to deposit racks. Holla back, don't want no shoes and clothes because my closet packed. I got hella different kicks just like Lionel Messi. Still be rocking Jordans, but I prefer Giuseppe.
Okay, so we're back at it. So this video that I'm going to be reacting to is from the channel Abba and Preach, and they are going to be debating Sneako. Now, before I get into it, I just want to talk about, this is a prelude to the discussion. They're going to debate that Sneako, who I call Sneako or Sneaky Ho. Sneaky Ho is going to be defending this bozo, Chud the Builder, Chud the Bussy Warrior Fairy, Chud the bozo, Chud the bitch ass criminal. He's going to be defending him, going around calling black people nigger and harassing them, pepper spraying them. And he just recently shot a black dude, right? Sneako is going to be defending him, and then he's going to start making disingenuous arguments. What about black on black crime and rap music? And this is the disingenuous nature, right? They're talking about black Americans, foundational black Americans, but Sneako ain't no black American. Some days he tries to pretend like he's black, but when you look at him, nobody thinks that he's a black dude. You got Abba. I think Abba may be Haitian or something like. I don't know the different names. I think Preach may be Haitian. I think Abba is some sort of like East African. And I think both of them are Canadian or live in Canada or something. Either way, they don't live here. So there's no black Americans, but yet they're speaking on and pretending to speak for. Now, I think Abba and Preach do a decent job. However, I just think the whole debate is disingenuous because, like, first of all, why are you debating a non-black American about how black Americans act? You know what I mean? I know that these people have reach, so they can get in touch with anybody that stands on business. I wouldn't expect them to reach out to me, but you know, y'all can tap in with me, Tim Black, Black Alpha, Afro Elite, Tariq Nasheed, Professor Black Truth, Vicky Dillard, Black Authority, Marcel Dixon. There's plenty of people that Abba and Preach could have reached out with. And they keep having these debates with Sneako about the black community. But it's like, bro, y'all in Canada. And then you're an East African dude and you're Haitian. Not saying that there's anything wrong with it, but like, I can't speak for Haitians and what's going on in the Haitian community. Just like Abba and Preach can't speak for us, but they seem to keep doing it. And I'm not saying that they are saying, hey, we speak for the entirety of the black community. I'm not saying that. But when they are hosting these debates and there's no black American in sight, and then they're letting Sneako get off these little lies and this propaganda, they are challenging him, but they're not destroying his arguments. And the reason why they can't destroy the argument is because they're not of the lineage. They're not of that community. So they can advocate for the community, but it has to be in you, not on you. They're not of the lineage. And this is why I talk about this whole flat blackness. Flat blackness is dead. Ask a Chinese person if they want Koreans speaking up for the plight of Chinese people. You can say, yes, you can contribute to the discussion, but you're not going to be like the foremost spokesperson. And just to be clear, I'm not saying that Abba and Preach are trying to be that, but sometimes people will just look at them and say, they black, they're no different than a foundational black American because of their skin pigment and certain phenotypes. So they speak for Black America. You know, it's like, nah, bro, they have a different culture. They have a different dialect. They have accents and things like that. Nothing wrong with any of that stuff. I'm just saying it's not our culture and they don't speak for our culture. So I just want to make that very clear. And this is why this debate is extremely disingenuous, because they're going to be railing about what's happening to Black people, and there's literally no Black Americans around. So let's get into it.
For attempted murder. Nobody's surprised.
Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Because everyone thought he was on a crash course, including Chud himself, who said he was going to kill a chimp or something like that. If you aren't aware, he runs up to people, basically says the N-word a bunch of times and holds his weapon, and then uses self-defense to go after anybody who attacks him after the fact. And so there's been a huge debate in regards to free speech advocacy, the fact that he should have the right to be able to do this without being attacked. And then, you know, people are finding out that based off the laws, that may not be entirely true.
I said Black people, nigga has been repurposed. It was a word to mean slave, and now it means
Sneako, you're being obtuse. He's trying to treat Black people as subhuman by how he's speaking to them. Is he like, oh, what up, my nigga? Is that what he's saying? Or is he actually saying that, hey, you're a lesser human being, and I'm using this word to remind you of that?
You can only allow this word to have that power if you agree to that frame. We should repurpose this word so that we can't be controlled by them anymore, to build a career based off of antagonizing people.
I think he should go antagonize Muslims. Word up. Facts. Leave Black people alone. Go fuck with the Muslims.
Do you want peace or not?
No, I want to see what the Muslims gonna do. Because I think when Muslims get antagonized, would that be amusing to you?
I'm saying he should.
No, would it be amusing? Because you said it was amusing when he was talking to the Blacks.
I said he shouldn't antagonize people that are.
All right, I know you said that, but you said it was amusing. You said it was funny. Would that be funny? Okay, so if he goes to the place where people.
And this is the thing. I don't know what young men, like if I was a young man, there's nothing that Sneako offers of value. The dude is a straight up dweeb. He's not smart. He's a sucker. He's gone around. He's been getting punched in the face multiple times. He got punched in the face. He had an MMA fighter there with him who didn't do nothing. He had a bunch of anti-Black bigots with him. Didn't do nothing. The whole didn't do nothing. Yeah, Sneako, every time you get punched in the face, you didn't do nothing. You know what I mean? So again, here you go. Another non-foundational Black American, DJ Academics. DJ Academics' name is Livingston. He's a Jamaican tether immigrant. Nothing against immigrants, but it's like DJ Academics is a tether. He's worked to undermine the community. He's always around anti-Black people, giving them a pass to be anti-Black. So he's over here pretending as if he's standing up for the Black community. But what community, right? And Sneako was saying, nigga has been repurposed, bro. You're not Black. It's not up for you to talk about repurposing any type of word. And on top of that, why are they so fixated on repurposing our words? They say that they have Black fatigue, but yet they want to repurpose a word that's synonymous with the Black community. All these non-Black people, you know, they want to try to talk about what should be done in the Black community, how we should repurpose this stuff, right? Go focus on your own community, Sneako. Why won't he go tell Asians to go repurpose the term gook? Why won't he go tell other people to repurpose the term chink? Go tell Latinos to repurpose wetback. Go tell Jews to repurpose kike and all these other words, right? Tell the gays, well, many of the gays have repurposed queer and faggot and things like that, right? He should be having this conversation with them, but instead he's over here, Black people, why y'all triggered off a nigga? You know what I mean? Like, and then watch, DJ Academics, who said, hey, why won't y'all go trigger Muslims? And then he was like, do you want peace or not? So he's over here portraying Black people as violent, but then he's saying if you antagonize Muslims, that there will be no peace. So isn't that saying that Muslim culture is inherently violent? I'm not saying that. Sneako, the Muslim tether, is saying that. Let's run that back one more again. So mind you, this is tether on tether debate.
Black people as subhuman by how he's speaking to them. Is he like, oh, what up, my nigga? Is that what he's saying? Or is he actually saying that, hey, you're a lesser human being, and I'm using this word to remind you of that?
You could only allow this word to have that power if you agree to that frame. We should repurpose this word so that we can't be controlled by them anymore, to build a career based off of antagonizing people.
So again, you keep hearing them. We should repurpose this word. We should do this. We should do that. Hey, Sneako.
Who is we? Who is we?
Who the hell is he talking about? And once again, let me pull his face up again. When y'all see this dude, you see DJ Academics, who is a tether, but you can say, oh yeah, the dude looks like a black dude, right? He's a Jamaican tether, but you see he looks like a black dude. When people look at Sneako, nobody looks and sees and thinks that this dude is a black dude. And Sneako tries to pretend, I'm a black dude. And then he will turn around and say, I'm mixed. Yeah, you're not black at all. And then he'll try to say, dude, my dad is Haitian. There's no race called Haitian. There's a bunch of white Haitians, Indian Haitians. So he tries to pretend that because his dad allegedly is Haitian, which doesn't mean that he's black. That's why he goes around talking about the black community and saying nigga. And don't you find it funny? All of these biracial or mixed people, their claim to the black community is always, I got one drop of Afro in me, and that's why I say nigga. That's all they want to do. They don't want to say, I have one drop of black blood, and this is why I want to start a mentorship program. I have one drop of black blood, and this is why I want to start a worker cooperative. I have one drop of black blood, and this is why I want to do a mutual aid. I got one drop of black blood, and that's why I'm saying nigga. It's just a sick obsession. But shout out to Red 6. You said, why is nigga the only slur they fight so hard to justify being said out loud to us? Why do they want to say it so badly? And that's what I'm trying to say. They literally will fight tooth and nail, bruh. I've asked people, I had to cut people off because it's like, look, bruh, if you want to be in the shower and you saying nigga to the high heavens, fine. If you're at your family dinner eating Thanksgiving and you say, hey, nigga, could you pass me the peas and the mashed potatoes? Fine. But when you're around me, just have some respect, bro. I'm just saying, could you please not use that word around me? But I'm not going to use it around you either. That's the whole thing. People got to be better of not using those words around people that you don't want to be using it. So you don't be around a bunch of white people and say, what's up, my nigga? And then they say, what's up, my nigga back? And then you say, no, you can't use the word. No, they shouldn't be using the word, and you shouldn't be calling them a nigga either. But you say the word so much that sometimes you have these slips that you call anybody a nigga, right? And that sounds very foolish, feckless, and juvenile at best. You know what I mean? And intellectually is very dishonest. So also think about this, right? Let's say you pull up on a girl and then, you know, she's saying, oh, you know, how you doing, baby? You look sexy, baby. You know what I mean? I like that polo shirt, baby. And you say, oh, well, I'm doing fine. How was your day, baby? And then she turn around and say, nigga, don't call me baby. Who you think you is calling me baby, nigga? It's like, well, why were you calling her baby? You know what I mean? So it's the same thing too. Yeah, these people shouldn't be calling you that, but you shouldn't be calling them that either. So, you know, if you want to call a white person a nigga, no, they're a wigger. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's a different word. You know what it means, and it's not the same word. You know what I mean? But shout out to Lex is still in the building, but let's get into it.
I think he should go antagonize Muslims. Word up. Facts. Leave black people alone. Go fuck with the Muslims.
Do you want peace or not?
No, I want to see what the Muslims gonna do.
So here he's grinning. Do you want peace or not? Do you want peace or not? So basically he's saying if you antagonize Muslims, there will be no peace. So are people, are they Islamophobic when they say that, hey, man, Muslim people are terrorists, or hey, Muslim people are violent, right? Are they being stereotypical? Are they being bigoted by perpetuating these tropes? Isn't that what Sneako is doing? Sneako is implying that if you go antagonize Muslims, and I agree, I don't think that he's lying. Go ahead and antagonize Muslims and say F Allah. I don't give a F about Allah. I'll spit on Allah. Go say that to some Muslims and see what happens. And then people are they going to say, it's just a word? Technically it is. Allah is just a word. God is just a word. You know what I mean? You can say that they have more meanings and it's sacred and all this stuff. It's just a word. Isn't that what they say about nigga? Nigga is just a word. Why are you triggered over a word? So if somebody say fuck niggas, you shouldn't be triggered because they're just words. Well, if somebody says fuck Allah, those are just words as well. But Sneako says, you know, it won't be peace if you say that. Wonder why that is.
You could only allow this word to have that power if you agree to that frame. We should repurpose this word so that we can't be controlled by them anymore, to build a career based off of antagonizing people.
I think he should go antagonize Muslims. Word up. Facts. Leave black people alone. Go fuck with the Muslims.
Do you want peace or not?
No, I want to see what the Muslims gonna do. Because I think when Muslims get antagonized, would that be amusing to you?
I'm saying he should.
No, would it be amusing? Because you said it was amusing when he was talking to the blacks.
I said he shouldn't antagonize people that are.
I know you said that, but you said it was amusing. You said it was funny. Would that be funny? Okay, so if he goes to the place where people are praying and they're bowing down on the mat, and he says, "What are those? They're chimping out."
And Focus says Muslims do stand on business, though. You know, if you mess with the Ummah, there will be consequences. I agree, which is why I salute to the Muslims. You know what I mean? This ain't no Muslim malarkey over here. I salute to the Muslims. I praise them. In terms of their commitment and their loyalty to their religious practices and beliefs, you know, I would say, you know, it's bar none. So this isn't me ridiculing. This is just to point out the double standards of the argument that Sneaky Ho is making. You know what I mean? He's over here saying that these are just words, where the Ummah is full of just words. Now you can say that those words have more meaning to, they have more meaning to the Muslims, and they hold these particular words more sacred. But at the end of the day, they're still just words. You can't tell one group, why y'all triggered off of words? And then you say something to the Muslims and you say, oh, well, that's justifiable for them to be triggered off of words. Same thing. If you start yelling Jewish slurs, those are just words. And then they'll say, well, no one is asking why are Jewish people triggered off words? Free, free, free Palestine, just words. Globalize the Intifada, words. From the river to the sea, words. But people are justified to get triggered over those words. But when somebody calls you a nigger, it's like, why are you giving that word power? Why are they giving globalized the Intifada power? In this hypothetical situation, if someone said, fuck Allah, why would they be giving it power? So Sneako, like I said, this whole debate is going to be disingenuous, you know what I mean? And I don't think Abba and Preach are equipped enough to truly challenge Sneako the way they needed to. They did destroy him in a debate. So let's just be clear. He got destroyed because he's not smart. He's a low IQ lunatic. However, since they're not of the foundational Black American lineage, you know, they left, you know, some holes in their arguments.
They're a human being, and I'm using this word to remind you of that.
You could only allow this word to have that power if you agree to that frame. We should repurpose this word so that we can't be controlled by them anymore, to build a career based off of antagonizing people.
I think he should go antagonize Muslims. Word up. Facts. Leave black people alone. Go fuck with the Muslims.
Do you want peace or not?
No, I want to see what the Muslims gonna do. Because I think when Muslims get antagonized, would that be amusing to you?
I'm saying he should.
No, would it be amusing? Because you said it was amusing when he was talking to the blacks.
I said he shouldn't antagonize people that are.
I know you said that, but you said it was amusing. You said it was funny. Would that be funny? Okay, so if he goes to the place where people are praying and they're bowing down on the mat, and he says, "What are those? They're chimping out." That's funny. That would be pretty funny, right?
There's a difference between like worship and then being in public.
Whoa, Sneako, what you mean?
I don't think that's funny.
You don't think it's funny. The same way that black people don't think it's funny.
Yeah.
When it comes to black people finding offense of things that they feel is offensive, you're like, well, why don't y'all just stop being offended by the word? However, if I then showcase a situation where another group of people, where someone tries to disrespect them, you can't repurpose and disrespect. You want black people to repurpose the disrespect.
Great. There's a great analogy here. Do you see how you're equating this individual word that doesn't have real meaning unless you to the holy?
Every word has meaning, brother. Okay, if you say a word has no meaning, say. Oh,
is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying I'm asking you to say because it should have no meaning, right? There's a fucking meaning to it, right?
This is rather pathetic. Like he's saying, oh, the reason why you can repurpose nigga is because a nigga has no meaning. But then he started off saying that nigga meant slave, but now it can mean anything because we repurposed it. And now fast forward his arguments, he's trying to say that, oh, well, that's different. You know, saying F-Allah is different because those words have meaning and the word nigga doesn't have any meaning. So if it didn't have any meaning, why would Chud, the bussy warrior, run around yelling a word that has no meaning? Why are non-black people fighting to say this word that has no meaning? All the people that say they have black fatigue, why do they want to call us a word that have no meaning? And Focus, I ask you this, and maybe you can answer me this, right? All the people that love to say it's the Jews. Okay, fine. Why do you always call them Jews? Why don't you call them a slur? Now, I'm not advocating for bullying and disparaging anyone. But what I'm saying is when they talk about blacks, they always call black people nigger, 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 right? But then they always talk about that there's some alleged Jewish cabal, but they give them the respect of calling them Jewish. If they're running the country into the ground, why won't you call them a slur, right? If they're presiding over a disgusting genocide, why won't you call them a slur? They'll call a black dude who graduated with a master's degree, they'll call him a nigger. There'll be a Zionist Israeli Jew, but they won't call them a slur. There's plenty of Jewish slurs. People are petrified to say a Jewish slur, but then they'll advocate that anyone should be able to say nigga is just a word. All slurs are just words. Red 6 says FBAs are the only group that they have this energy for. Everybody else can be proud and fight back, but we're supposed to accept disrespect and keep the peace. And that's what Sneako proved. He was saying, hey, if you disrespect Muslims, then there will be no peace. And then when you disrespect black people, well, there should be a better way. Why are you guys being triggered over a word, right? But then he just said that Muslims should be triggered if you disrespect Allah. Make it make sense. So you can disrespect the entire community and you should be okay with it. But if you disrespect Allah, then Muslims should be able to, you know, put hands on you. According to Sneako.
Clearly, like you wouldn't say that, right? Because there's an intended meaning. If I then showcase a situation where another group of people, where someone tries to disrespect them, you can't repurpose and disrespect. You want black people to repurpose the disrespect.
Great. There's a great analogy here. Do you see how you're equating this individual word that doesn't have real meaning unless you to the holy?
Every word has meaning, brother. Okay, if you say a word has no meaning, say. Oh,
is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying I'm asking you to say because it should have no meaning, right? There's a fucking meaning to it, right? Clearly, like you wouldn't say that, right? Because there's an intended meaning.
Even that whole disingenuous, is that what you're saying? He said if words don't have no meaning, then why won't you say F Allah right now? Is that what you're saying? No, he gave it and he posed it in a hypothetical situation. That's how dumb Sneako is, bruh. So if y'all got sons, hopefully they're not following this moist incel. And maybe he's not an incel, but he is an imbecile.
If you're saying, not see the point that you're making. How are you equating?
Words have meaning, brother.
How are you equating God, disrespecting God, the Almighty?
That's a dodge too.
It's your God. No. It's not everybody's God.
And it doesn't even matter.
Yes,
it doesn't matter because he's not talking about the fact that, you know, he's not comparing God to whatever. What he's saying is that this word has meaning. If the word has no meaning unless you attribute it to meaning to it, then it shouldn't matter if you say it to God because it has no meaning. Clearly it has meaning.
To something that only has meaning if we attribute meaning to it. God has meaning without us.
So
this hard R word.
You can't disrespect God, but you can disrespect a whole group of people.
That you give to it,
brother. You're saying so. What you just told me, you can't disrespect God. Okay, get it, and I agree. But you can disrespect an entire group of people, and your solution to that is that entire.
God has meaning to people who believe in it as well. There's plenty of atheists. There's plenty of people that are agnostic that say, yeah, I do believe it. It's just I need a little bit more proof, right? I got to trust but verify. You know what I mean? And Focus says, I don't say in or any slurs. However, I do think other goys don't say one and not the other. Is because small hats actually have power and privilege and can punish you for it. I understand that. But then to me, all that means is that, you know, many of the goys are cowards, right? Because imagine there's a bully, right? And a bully looks and they see, oh, damn, man, that bully is actually strong. I'm not going to challenge this other bully. Hey, look at this powerless pipsqueak. I'm going to go fight them, right? You wouldn't praise them like, bro, that's why there's the whole sayings, pick on someone your own size. If you're saying, because you know the sayings, Focus, black people are low IQ, sub-Saharan savages. Those monkeys are dumb. Those monkeys don't have any power. They're poor. Okay, so remember, we're poor, so we don't have any power to oppress you. Remember, we're dumb, so we're too stupid to oppress you, right? And instead of looking at the people who allegedly have the high IQs and the power, they want to punch down. Look at those people with the failing schools. Yeah, but look at that Jewish neighborhood and their schools aren't failing over there. And many of them are living off a welfare system. George Floyd and BLM. Does George Floyd run Palantir? Is George Floyd the one sending hundreds of billions to Israel? So that's, you know, what I say is the cowardice, you know, of many of the goys and what I call the MAGA morons, because they got all the smoke, nigger all day, right? They're trying to trigger us. And then they try to say black people need to wake up or black people, they're scared to criticize Israel. Bro, you're scared to say a Jewish slur. So let's just say we were scared. We're scared to criticize Israel. You're scared to say a Jewish slur, but you're not scared to say a black slur. And on top of that, how do these people, like, for instance, the Nick Fuentes, the Benny Johnsons, they got a history of calling us nigger and then pretend as if, you know, like somehow we're going to unite to challenge, you know what I mean, this, you know, Jewish cabal. How the fuck are we going to do that, right? Nobody's going to be like, hey, let's build a coalition with those people who keep calling us niggers to go against the Jews. It's like, even as a organizing strategy, if you guys really want, and I'm not saying you specifically, you know, because I know you're a solid one, right? But I'm saying as the collective, right? If you guys really wanted to unite with black people, the easiest way is just to stop calling us niggers. But they just can't. I'll pull it up on X right now. You'll see a bunch of accounts with blue checks, hundreds of thousands of subscribers sharing old fight videos, calling us niggers and stuff. You won't find a Jewish slur in sight. Even the ones that are criticizing Jews, they won't ever call them a slur. And once again, I'm not talking about bullying. If they say something about Asians, they don't have slurs for them. The only slurs that they did have was for some Indians that they called Pajits and street shitters. And that's, you know, a fairly mild slur compared to what they say about black people. So I get it. The small hats have power and privilege and stuff, but that's who these people should be going against. Instead, they're talking about George Floyd and BLM. What power did George Floyd even have, right? Let's just concede. And I don't agree, but let's just concede the points that they say about him. He was a junkie who was high off fentanyl and had a counterfeit $20 bill. What power does that person really have? Who is destroying your life? You mean to tell me you can't afford to buy homes because of a junkie on fentanyl? You can't afford child care because of a junkie on fentanyl? Just saying. You said what I'm saying is the goy needs to stop being scared. Well, you know, people won't stop being scared. You know, that the people got to lead by example. Where are the Tim Pools, right? If you look at Tucker Carlson, like Tucker Carlson speaks, he'll be critical of Israel, but then he'll also say that he loves Israel. He won't talk about white supremacy and call that out. So all of these people, you know, these people should be the leaders, right? The Tim Pools, the Benny Johnsons, the Tucker Carlsons, the Nick Fuentes, they should be the leaders, but instead they can't galvanize anybody. The only people they galvanize is just bigots who hate black people. And then they wonder why their movement is not getting as much traction. You said Tim Pool is part of the kosher, right? I don't know, but he's always demonizing black people. And there's a recent video of him, you know, yelling and railing at black people, bootlicking for Israel. How are we ever going to come together? I get it. Tucker doesn't say the N-word. My whole metric isn't if you say the N-word, right? I'm sure there's plenty of Democrats that don't say the N-word, but they've presided over harmful policies. I haven't heard Donald Trump say the N-word. Donald Trump didn't say the N-word, but then he started tearing down Black history. Does it matter if he said the N-word, right? You know, it's like the whole the people that did the whole redistricting. They cracked Memphis to dilute Black voter power. I'm sure none of them said the N-word. There are a bunch of people who lynched Black people. I'm sure they didn't call them the N-word. And sometimes people don't say N-word, but they say different stuff, i.e. joggers, usual suspect, watermelon people, etc. And I'm not saying Tucker said any of this stuff, but I just don't give Tucker a pass. Tucker was born with a silver spoon, is brilliant, but he tries to pretend to be, you know, ignorant when it comes to certain issues. Now, he can see the humanity in what's going on in Gaza, but when you start, you know, shining a light on what happens here, he calls it woke. And Tucker is the one who said white men are under attack and systemic racism is against white men. So Tucker likes to push a lot of that victim narrative about white people. And I mean, I don't really like Tucker, but I do think that Tucker is let's just say, a good orator, right? And when he wants to, he could be a good journalist, but Tucker is no friend of Black people at all. However, I do respect Tucker more. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that he's completely bad or anything like that, but like, we don't need acknowledgement. We need advocacy. Because nobody is like, yes, FBA is legitimate because Tucker acknowledged us. No, we need advocacy. And Tucker won't advocate for us. He'll acknowledge FBA. I mean, he has to. He can't really lie. I mean, if he wants to purport himself as a truth teller, then he has to acknowledge FBA just as well as, you know, they want heritage Americans to be acknowledged. So we don't need acknowledgement. We need advocacy, right? Somebody saying, hey, yay, I recognize FBA, but they don't believe in reparations. They don't believe in any tangible policy. It's not just reparations because people just say they're against reparations. Okay, fine. What specific tangible policy are you for? And then you find that, you know, they don't support anyone. So it doesn't really matter that they're against reparations. They're against anything that will uplift and enrich us. But let's get back into this disingenuous debate. The one with Abba and Preach hasn't started yet, so he's playing a little bit of him with Sneako, and then they're going to transition into it.
Our group of people should just not be offended.
No one was ready for what just happened. C-Dance 2.0 just dropped.
And this is a commercial.
This is the creator of the universe.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you know what? That's a moment where you just got to sit with the point and not try to argue just to argue. Everyone's seen a lot of the clips from academics and you and your debate. First off, there's been a lot of feedback, a lot of people reacting to it, a lot of people basically proclaiming ACT as having a really great moment. What do you think that people missed when it came to that debate? And then I will get into it afterwards.
Yeah, it was miscaptioned. I didn't say words don't have meaning. I said slurs change, and that word has changed its meaning. And so it only has as much power. Slurs like that only have the power that you give it. And so we shouldn't give energy to clear rage baiters the same way Muslims, we shouldn't give energy to people like Jake Lang. If you're a paid agitator, don't give them what they want. Rage baiters are only rage baiters if you get enraged. So it's better to ignore them.
Yeah. So just a couple of things, right? They gave the example. I think he did touch on something that was very real because he spoke about the fact that you thought it was amusing in some points, what some of the aspects were he was doing, but you kind of said you condemn it, but that you did find some aspects amusing. And then he pointed out to some of the examples in regards to, you know, making a mockery of God in some contexts or going to a mosque and then antagonizing people there. And then you said you didn't feel like it was funny. And then you also mentioned the fact that comparing God to a person doesn't make any sense. But I think his point to me, go ahead.
But also I do think it could be funny. Like I've been heckled while praying. When we were in Times Square doing the Ramadan prayer, people came up and were yelling like Christ is king. And when people come up and put bacon on themselves and try to antagonize Muslims, I think that's funny. It's supposed to be provocative and it's rage bait. Well, when guys like that come outside of his, Mom Donnie's office here in New York, trying to sacrifice a pig, I think that's funny. I just was watching Tommy Robinson's protest, and some guy came on stage playing a violin, and he put 2 strips of bacon on him specifically to disrespect Muslims. I think that's funny. It's stupid, but it's funny because it's dumb. Doesn't mean I am encouraging it. You could find things funny or amusing, doesn't mean that you're condoning it.
Sure. Taking yourself out of it, do you feel like most Muslims would find that very insulting? Because like I remember you at the time when he gave the mosque example, you didn't find it funny, right? So, and my experience is most Muslims would not find that funny or amusing and find it incredibly disrespectful. And I know you brought up the whole Jake Lang thing, but like I told you, I'm pretty confident he has been attacked a few times already. He's had his Quran snatched when he tried to burn it before. So people have definitely gone after him for his behavior. Clearly, they didn't just say it's just words or just symbols. They took it to heart and they felt disrespected by his actions.
But we should ignore these people. We shouldn't give them what they want, because what he wants to do is say, look, I don't have free speech in America.
Now, they may have clipped this debate up, so I'm just going to respond to what they played, right? So he just completely passed that point. And I'm going to just be going back and forth like this. So just so y'all clear. So Abba said, yeah, you brought up Jake Lang. And in some of those videos, the Muslims that were antagonized, they actually did assault him, or they, took his gear or things like that, right? And then Sneako immediately pivots and said, yeah, but we should ignore him. Why aren't you calling these people out? So he's not doing a psychoanalysis of what Muslims need to do and Muslim on Muslim crime. Most of these people that are refugees and they have to flee their countries, guess who's committing the other crime on them in the atrocities? When they talk about Sharia law, that's Muslim on Muslim law, Muslim on Muslim crime, right? When they talk about the terrorism and the suicide bombers, what other people are they mainly blowing up? Other Muslims, other Arabs, right? But Sneako never frames it like that. He's Muslim, so he should be focused on Muslim people. Instead, he's focusing on black people. And you have a panel of 3 non-black Americans talking about black people. And Sneako tries to pretend that he's black, but y'all see this dude, bro. Everyone knows this dude ain't fucking black. Let's get into it, though.
One of the examples in regards to, Sure.
Taking away your
power. But even that, okay, let me ask you, if you're traveling with your mom or your kid and someone goes up to them and starts calling them all kinds of crazy names, are you not going to get emotional?
But we should ignore these people. We shouldn't give them what they want. But it's funny because it's dumb. Doesn't mean I am encouraging it. You could find things funny or amusing, doesn't mean that you're condoning it.
Sure. Taking yourself out of it, do you feel like most Muslims would find that very insulting? Because like I remember you at the time when he gave the mosque example, you didn't find it funny, right? So, and my experience is most Muslims would not find that funny or amusing and find it incredibly disrespectful. And I know you brought up the whole Jake Lang thing, but like I told you, I'm pretty confident he has been attacked a few times already. He's had his Quran.
And honestly, Frank, this is going to prove why delineation is necessary, right? Because before we were operating under this whole flat blackness, 1 drop rule. If someone has 1 drop, if somebody has 1 drop of what they call Afro Negro blood, then suddenly they can speak for the black community. I believe Preach is Haitian and Abba or something is East African or something like that. And we're supposed to pretend because we have a similar level of melanin that they can speak for us. These dudes are not American. I think they're Canadian or something like that. They've traveled to America. They visited America. I'm sure they probably stayed in America an extended time. That doesn't make you from the lineage. If someone asks me about Haitian culture, I can tell you about it as an observer of the culture, not as someone who is from and of the culture. These people aren't from or of our culture, but they just keep speaking about our culture. Sneako never does extended rants about Asian culture, but that's what he is. And even when you look at him, You don't see anything black about Sneako, but he's always talking about black people and nigga shit and all this stuff. And you say Sneako is right. Those Muslims are just giving the small hats power instead of making them irrelevant. If your enemy can predict your behavior, they have the upper hand. Well, I mean, this sounds good, but like, again, when you go to those churches, right? Go to an evangelical church where it's a bunch of lily white people there. And start, instead of saying Christ is king, start saying F Christ. See what those wide evangelicals are going to do to you. So, I mean, I don't really see how Sneako is right. You know what I mean? Because he's contradictory. You can say that he's right, but then he's rightfully contradictory. He's saying that, oh, these Muslims shouldn't give them their power. But then at the same time, he's, like I played earlier, he's saying that there will be no peace if you're antagonizing Muslims. So he's trying to kind of insist that he knows that this will happen. In a perfect world, yes, you shouldn't, right? Right now, focus, because I know that you have a beautiful young lady, right? If I come and disrespect your lady and say, hey, this is a bitch, a pajit, a street shitter and stuff. Yeah, you should behave yourself. You shouldn't get triggered by those words, right? But is that what your girl is going to think? If I come while you're standing right there and I say, man, fuck your bitch, man, I'll put my dick in your bitch mouth. If I say that, right? Those are just words. You shouldn't be triggered. But is that what your lady would say? If I'm saying this to your face, to your lady's face, and you standing right there, the best thing for you to do is walk away, right? Like Sneako said. But is that what you really would do? So if you wouldn't do that, then like, what is the conversation about? If someone walks up to your mom and say, fuck you, you know what I mean? And spits at your mom, and I didn't even say on, but spits at your mom, are you just going to let it go? The right thing to do would be to walk away. But is that what you would do? We know what the answer is, focus. And you said Sneako's argument is disingenuous because there are black Muslims. The U.S. has had a long, detailed history of anti-blackness that still persists through society. Well, many people in the transatlantic slave trade, they estimate that anywhere from 30 to 40% of them were Muslim. Sneako would never mention that. And to be clear, there's no race called Arab and there's no race called Muslim.
On snatched when he tried to burn it before. So people have definitely gone after him for his behavior. Clearly, they didn't just say it's just words or just symbols. They took it to heart and they felt disrespected by his actions.
But we should ignore these people. We shouldn't give them what they want, because what he wants to do is say, look, I don't have free speech in America. I'm a white Christian, even though he's a Jewish Zionist and he's LARPing as a white supremacist. If he's looking for a reaction to then go blame Muslims and say that there's no free speech, you can't give him what he wants. So it can be offensive, but the best course of action is to ignore these people.
I don't disagree that ideally if somebody's doing something nonviolent that you respect.
And to be clear, focus, since you agree with Sneako on this, I don't disagree that that would be the best course of action. That's the most rational thing to do. However, when we're dealing with reality isn't always rational. People try to say, oh man, don't be triggered. Don't act like a snowflake. Don't act like an emotional wreck. Well, people are emotional beings, emotional creatures. So those scenarios that I laid out, people are not just going to look with a poker face. People are going to react in an emotional sense. If your mom is there and someone comes and spits at your mom and says, F you, old lady. Yeah. In a perfect world, you should be mild mannered and say, hey, mother, let's just turn the other cheek and walk away. But most people are going to be like, hey, bruh, you're too close on my mom. You spit at her. You disrespected my mama. You're going to act in what you would consider an emotionally responsible way. But we try to pretend as if People are supposed to get disrespected, harassed to their face, and then just walk away. It's like, come on, bro. That ain't what you always do. And yeah, there are things that you should do that people don't always do. When you're driving in the car, you should always use your blinkers. Is that what people always do? No, but that's what they should do. You should look both ways before crossing the street. Is that what people always do? No, but that's what they should do. You shouldn't jaywalk, but people do it, right? So there's a lot of things that people should and shouldn't do that they always do. You said they didn't have redlining laws or segregation based off religion. They don't economically handicap Muslim people in the U.S. And this is what I'm trying to say. Like, they're going to lead into talking about victimhood and all this other type of stuff. But then people will try to talk about Islamophobia and equate it and try to make it seem like, oh, man, Muslims are oppressed, too. No, the only thing that they say is people make tropes about that you're a terrorist and that you may blow up a building. But those are largely just rhetorical tropes. They don't lead to, no one is saying Muslims are going to blow up a building, so let's lynch them. Muslims are going to do this, so let's deny them, right? A bunch of those people who work at 7-Eleven are Muslim. What are they being denied? Go to Dearborn, Michigan. They seem to be thriving. What are they being denied there? But because someone calls them a street shitter or says they may blow up a building, we have to pretend as if that's the same as getting dog sicked on you. What is worse? Getting a dog sicked on you, a water hose, and then getting lynched, or someone saying you may blow up a building?
On with violence. But I also think there's not a place on this planet.
Even though he's a Jewish Zionist and he's LARPing as a white supremacist, if he's looking for a reaction to then go blame Muslims and say that there's no free speech, you can't give him what he wants. So it can be offensive, but the best course of action is to ignore these people.
I don't disagree that ideally if somebody's doing something nonviolent, that you respond with violence. But I also think there's not a place on this planet where that is a universal standard.
You shouldn't give power away to other people, especially if those people are against us. You can't have
shouldn't give power
with emotional. You shouldn't let people have emotional control over you that way.
Sure.
It's taking away your
power. Even that. Okay, let me ask you: if you're traveling with your mom or your kid, and someone goes up to them and starts calling them all kinds of crazy names, are you not going to get emotional? Yes, you will. Everyone would.
Right, but the point, you try to diffuse the situation and not drag your family into something they should be dragged into.
Sure.
You're going to try to diffuse the situation, but my point, you have the one thing we have ultimate control over is your emotion and how you feel. Is that disrespectful? Am I going to get upset? Yeah, it's your responsibility to not allow somebody to try to rage bait you. Am I going to try to diffuse it? Yes.
Now he's kind of bouncing all over the place to try to make it seem like he's cooking. So like Abba just brought up and said, hey, if you're in a situation where someone disrespects your mama, kind of like the analogies I was given, you're going to get emotional. And then he said, right, which means yes, which means he's agreed. And then he tries to pivot and say, yeah, but you want to kind of diffuse the situation. Yes, in the perfect world, of course, you want to diffuse the situation. But if someone comes and disrespects your mama, where's the diffusion? Someone comes up and says, fuck your mama, man. This old fat bitch. Hey, buddy. How can we diffuse the situation? Yeah, you called my mama a bitch, but is there a way that we can diffuse this situation, buddy? Come on, bruh. What the fuck is Sneako talking about? Just because he's a moist maniac and he lets people punch on him and smack him up like a piñata, we're not built that way, bruh. So, yeah, in a perfect world, if someone comes and pushes your mama and calls your mama a fat old bitch, yeah, in a perfect world, you should walk away. You know what I mean? Go tell the mall security, go call the cops, right? In a perfect world, you should do that. All these movies, they glorify, right? Let's talk about The Sopranos. If you went to the Tony Soprano wife or his mom and disrespected them, what would Tony Soprano do, right? All of these Marvel superhero movies. What would the Marvel superhero movies do? All of these John Wayne movies that they like to show. What would John Wayne do in that situation? All of these samurai movies, since Sneako is Asian. What would an Asian samurai do if you had walked up and disrespected? So all of these, all of these different scenarios where Sneako is trying to say, well, don't be emotional. Don't be emotional. The person that's coming up and disrespecting me is being emotional. So I'm matching emotions with emotions, right? But like I said, this whole debate is disingenuous.
You can't have
shouldn't give power
with
to
emotional. You shouldn't let people have emotional control over you that way.
Sure.
It's taking away your
But
power.
even that, okay, let me ask you, if you're traveling with your mom or your kid and someone goes up to them and starts calling them all kinds of crazy names, are you not going to get emotional? Yes, you will. Everyone would.
Right. But the point, you try to diffuse the situation and not drag your family into something they should be dragged into.
Sure.
You're gonna try to.
So he said, right, but, and you know, nothing comes good after but. So in that hypothetical scenario that he gave, if someone comes and harasses and attacks your family, and he's saying, yeah, but you shouldn't drag your family into something like, if someone is attacking your family, that's them dragging your family into something. And if you're a man, you have an obligation and a duty to protect your family from physical assault, from verbal harassment, from being petrified and not being able to walk and roam freely. So yeah, that is a threatening environment, right? Especially in these stand your ground states. It's not just if you fear from death, it's if you fear from death or bodily harm. If you got these deranged people yelling racial epithets around you and your family, I don't know what this deranged person is capable of. I see that as imminent danger. So if somebody responds in kind and it leads to, you know, more rhetorical or physical violence, it just kind of is what it is, bro. And here you got Sneako is over here like, yeah, but you're giving them your power, right? So if someone comes up on your mama and your wife and says, fuck you and that bitch and them little ugly ass kids, right? And you ain't supposed to say nothing or do nothing because you'd be giving that person power to control you. No, I'm controlling myself. And that's why I had to two-piece this person. Now, I did give him a warning. Hey, you're in my comfort zone. You're invading my comfort zone. So you need to back up. And if you don't back up, then you know what I mean? If you don't back up, you better call for backup because you might not get back up. I'm just saying, let's get back into it.
Diffuse the situation, but my point.
If you're traveling with your mom or your kid and someone goes up to them and starts calling them all kinds of crazy names, are you not going to get emotional? Yes, you will. Everyone would.
Right. But the point, you try to diffuse the situation and not drag your family into something they should be dragged into.
Sure.
You're going to try to diffuse the situation. But my point, you have the one thing we have ultimate control over is your emotion and how you feel. Is that disrespectful? Am I going to get upset? Yeah, it's your responsibility to not allow somebody to try to rage bait you. Am I going to try to diffuse it? Yes. Am I going to go out and encourage violence and put money on his head? I think that's a waste of energy.
I think I agree with the point that you shouldn't try to give, but the reality is that we do. The reality that we do. And because that's a reality, you can't say these words don't have meaning. There's nobody on this planet who's going to sit here while their child or their mom is berated right in front of them. You're going to get emotional. You're going to have some urge to protect. Why? Because even though you can say to them, guys, words don't have meaning. You look at your kid, go look at your mom or whatever, whoever it was. Words don't let them control you. They're going to get upset and you're going to get defensive. You can't just do this whole stoic thing where we pretend like this is going to be a standard for everyone and not.
Again, remember earlier, Sneako, and it's not just Sneako that says this. These other people say, you know, it's just a word, and these words only have power if you give meaning to them. And don't respond to these words, because if you respond to the word, then that means you're conceding to whatever they called you, right? So if I go around and calling your mama a bitch, B-I-H, bitch, yatch, right? If I call your mama that, hey, it's just a word. And if your mama really ain't a bitch, then, you know, she shouldn't trip. It only has meaning to it if your mom sees herself as a bitch. Just because I called your mama a bitch doesn't mean she's a bitch. If she sees herself as a virtuous woman, it shouldn't matter if I call her a bitch, right? This is the logic that they want you to believe, right? Terrorist is just a word. So if I call Muslim terrorists and they're not committing any terror, it shouldn't matter if I call them a terrorist, right? Words have meanings, and Sneako was over here trying to pretend as if words don't have meaning. And then, yeah, they do have meaning, but only if you like kind of embrace these words, right? So then when people say, okay, cool, if I go around saying fuck Allah, right? It only has power if y'all believe it. Y'all love Allah. Y'all love the Most High. So me saying, you know, in a hypothetical situation, F this and F that, it should only have power if you give meaning to it. Come on, Sneako. You got to do better than with these kind of lame elementary arguments. Like, who follows this guy, bruh?
Point that you shouldn't try to give, but the reality is that we do. The reality that we do. And because that's a reality, you can't say these words don't have meaning. There's nobody on this planet who's going to sit here while their child or their mom is berated right in front of them. You're going to get emotional. You're going to have some urge to protect. Why? Because even though you can say to them, guys, words don't have meaning. You look at your kid, go look at your mom or whatever, whoever it was. Words don't let them control you. They're going to get upset and you're going to get defensive. You can't just do this whole stoic thing where we pretend like this is going to be a standard for everyone and not recognize that words are going to impact us. It will.
Right, but I don't want it to submit to weakness. So you're agreeing, you're saying that we should not let this control us. So that's the point. That's what I want to hear talking.
Then again, he's saying he doesn't want to submit to weakness. But again, what would be the weakness? Imagine this again. You're standing there with your wife and your beautiful daughter, and someone comes and disrespects your wife. Fuck your wife and fuck that little bitch too. Talking about your daughter, right? Sneako was saying that it's weakness to defend the rights of your family, right? You should be stoic and comport yourself and say, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. And then you grab your little beautiful daughter and wife and walk away. Yeah, these people just disrespected my wife and my daughter, but I'm not going to get emotional. I'm going to do the right thing and walk away. Is your wife going to see that as strength or weakness? Your mom. If someone is disrespecting your mom to your face and you say, hey, mom, let's just walk away. Let's show strength in walking away. And maybe that's what you should do. But is your mom going to see that as strength? Would your wife or your daughter see that as strength? I'm just saying.
Let's talk about. When I see rappers talk about this, rather than encouraging violence, they should say, hey, ignore this person.
Go look at your mom or whatever, whoever it was. Words don't let them control you. They're going to get upset and you're going to get defensive. You can't just do this whole stoic thing where we pretend like this is going to be a standard for everyone and not recognize that words are going to impact us. It will.
Right, but I don't want it to submit to weakness. So you're agreeing, you're saying that we should not let this control us. So that's the point. That's what I want to hear talking heads talk about. When I see rappers talk about this, rather than encouraging violence, they should say, hey.
So here he's talking about talking heads, and then he's talking about rappers. There's plenty of talking heads. There's black politicians. There's black actors. There's the black boule. There's plenty of people that speak positivity about the black community, but Sneako just keeps referencing rappers. And when he talks about talking heads, he's talking about celebrities, entertainers, and all the stuff. Those people don't speak for the black community. Those people are influential, and those people are propped up by non-black people to speak for the black community, but they don't. No one thinks that Tom Brady and Kid Rock are the spokespeople for white politics, but then they'll take a NBA YoungBoy song and somehow try to equate his rap lyrics to black politics. So it's weird, bro, what Sneako was doing. But you can tell that these are canned talking points because he always brings up rap, and then it goes from rap to culture to victimhood. It's like it's a broken record. We already know what's gonna, you already know the argument. It's going to be black on black crime, rap music, culture. And then, hey, look at these other groups. We already know, like, Sneako isn't saying anything that hasn't been said hundreds of years ago. And this person, Red 6 says, Anna Kasparian is complaining about being called Karen, equaling it to a racial slur, but we're not supposed to let actual slurs towards a slide. This is what I'm saying. They're saying Karen is a slur and it's the same as nigger. You know what I mean? They had a billionaire that's saying that, the people that say eat the rich and all this other stuff, they're trying to equate that and say that, that's as dangerous as any racial slur, right? Nobody said, here, lynch that rich person, eat the rich. They were saying lynch those niggers, though. They were saying that. And it actually happened. What rich person got lynched?
Ignore this person. Don't let them control you.
Sure.
Don't let them win.
Sure.
So although we do get emotional over these things, we need to advocate towards a society that's not violent. If you say we live in a violent society, I don't know if that's completely true, but why play into that? Why not try to fight for something better?
Also, let's be.
Here we go again. Like I said, I don't know who listens to this dude. This dude is a complete imbecile and dolt. So he said he doesn't agree that we live in a violent country, but then he's always whining about black violence. What about black on black crime? So then he'll frame that we don't live in a violent society, but then they'll say, oh yeah, it's just the blacks doing the crime, right? And then when we're talking about a violent society, what violence are we talking about, right? Because they only try to speak of gang violence. They don't talk about the economic violence, right? If someone is depriving you economically, that's a form of violence. And it's kind of just like the N-word, right? Like Focus said earlier, well, Tucker never says the N-word. Well, he never says the N-word, but he never says anything that's, pro-black empowerment either. You know what I mean? So just because something is not said doesn't mean, that, they may not be co-signing the tomfoolery. But let's get back into it, though.
Be clear. He's done this to a lot of people, and a lot of people have walked away. A lot of people have been like,
say, hey, ignore this person. Don't let them control you.
Sure.
Don't let them win.
Sure.
So although we do get emotional over these things, we need to advocate towards a society that's not violent. If you say we live in a violent society, I don't know if that's completely true, but why play into that? Why not try to fight for something better?
So just real quick again. So he said he doesn't know if it's completely true about the violent society. So if we don't live in a violent society, then that would mean that we live in a non-violent society. So why are they always complaining about crime? If violence isn't as pervasive, because he's just said he doesn't really think we live in a violent society. So why are they always talking about crime and criminality? Crime is at its lowest levels, especially compared to the 90s. And they're still whining about crime. The whole point of crime is for it to decrease and decline. It's on the decline. And then they're saying, well, what about crime? Well, it's on the decline. Yeah, but what about crime? Well, it's declining. That's what you want to happen. You can say, okay, it's not declining enough, but you never speak about it declining at all. You just say, what about the crime? The crime that's lessening, the crime that's declining. That's what you want. When it comes to crime, you want crime to decline and not increase. It's declining in every year, every day. What about black on black crime? Okay, you mean the ones that's on the decline? Nobody thinks LA is as dangerous as it was in the 90s. Look at the murder rate in DC now and look at the murder rate in the 90s. You can say that it's still too high. You can say that it's higher than other parts of the country. Okay, make that argument. That's an entirely different argument. There's no Crips and Blood gang wars, destroying the streets. You know what I mean? There's no vice lords and GD onslaught, taking over neighborhoods. All of this crime is on the decline. But every day and every year, you hear the same thing. What about crime? It's rather pathetic.
Also, let's be clear. He's done this to a lot of people, and a lot of people have walked away. A lot of people have been ignoring him.
That's the right response.
Which is the correct response, sure. But you also have to understand he is pushing them to that point by looking for everybody. And if you do that.
So Sneako is saying the correct response is to walk away when someone is harassing you. Yeah. people don't always do the thing that's correct, and it's not for you to determine what's the correct response. Again, somebody walks up to your mama, your wife, your daughter, and says, fuck all of you bitches, right? The correct response, according to Sneako, is just to walk away, right? But is that how people are going to do, right? For some people, the correct response is to knock the dude out. And some people say, hey, you do the crime, you do the time. I did the time and it was worth it. The dude disrespected the women of my family, so I knocked the dude out. You know what I mean? For some people, that would be the correct response. For people like Sneako, who is a little sneaky, moist hoe who can't fight, he's been slapped up, beat down like a piñata. So for him, the correct response is always going to walk away. I understand that. And I'm not saying that he should change his position on that, but he's trying to project how he feels, you know, his puss assness on everyone else. Because I'm a little bitch, y'all should be a bitch like me and get slapped up and get your teeth knocked out. Nah, bruh, not everybody is on that type time like Sneako is. Sneako got smacked up like a little bitch and walked away. Okay, fine, you live to get slapped another day, Sneako. But if somebody else has slapped me, I don't think they would be slapping any other people. Not because I'm the biggest, baddest, tough guy. It's just I have a right to defend myself by any means necessary. So the correct response for Sneako when he got slapped like a hoe was to walk away. The correct response for me would be to defend my life by any means necessary. And that might include the potential and possibility of lethal force, but only in the name of protecting my life. Of course.
Enough, you're going to land on the wrong one. Most black people have stayed away from him and been nonviolent. That's the reality. But yeah, he's somebody who was instigating a violent interaction. He was hoping for it. He's hoping to kill somebody, and he fucked around, and he definitely did find out. And I'm glad that somebody like that is in jail. I want those people off the streets, because at the end of the day, the world is not just safe because someone doesn't attack you. It's also safe because someone doesn't verbally go after you all the time for no reason. You know, I don't want my kid to walk around and then just be called slurs for existing. Some guy can run a kick account. Fuck that. I don't want somebody to go up to my kid, let's say if they're Muslim, and they're wrapping bacon around their face to try to antagonize them. I don't want that to happen to my mom or nobody else.
Again, the disingenuous nature of Sneako and just this whole interview, because once again, none of these people are Black American, but this conversation is surrounded around the treatment and the mentality of the Black American community. And Sneako is saying he agrees with Abba, but at the same time, he's not only butt kissing, he's crack licking for Chud the Builder, Chud the Bussy Bati boy, right? He's not just kissing his butt, he's placing his hands firmly on the cheeks, spreading them apart, licking up and down and all around. Sneako, come on, bruh. What the hell are you doing?
I can look at them and say, get over it. But I'd rather live in a world where we go after these people who continues to try to monetize and go after folks and harass them.
So it looks like it was a commercial anyway. So let me go ahead and pause this. So Mr. Focus says, if people attack me verbally, I ignore it. But yeah, if they attack my girl, it's impossible not to confront them. It's more personal, though, than what Lang does, or compared to what Lang does, better said. Thank you, Focus. So now you concur with me. So this is why I was saying this makes what Sneako was saying pretty much irrelevant. Because like I said, in a perfect world, you would just walk away. But is bigger than you. Like, let's just say someone disrespected your girl and then you go home with your girl, you still have to deal with your girl, right? And if your girl starts being standoffish, or, you know, she's looking at you a certain type of way, I mean, that's a certain, like, you know how they say you don't get a second time at a first impression, right? You can't get a second time. Like, if you get marked out in front of your girl, because it's not just you. In that situation, it's not just you getting punked out. It's twofold. It's one, you getting punked out, and then two, you didn't defend the honor of your lady. And that's how it's going to be viewed. You know what I mean? All these movies that people like to glorify, right? 300, Leonidas. Will Leonidas let somebody disrespect his girl? Will he give them the "this is Sparta" kick? We know what the answer is, bro. So why are we pretending? You know what I mean? That everybody would just be a cool, calm, collected cucumber when someone is in the face disrespecting your girl. I'm just saying. If it was your girl, would you let your girl get disrespected? If it was your daughter, would you let your daughter get disrespected? Yeah, the right thing to do would be to shut up and walk the other way. That's not what I'm going to do. It just kind of is what it is. But thank you for conceding, Focus, because I know Mr. Focus is a tough guy. I know he is tactically trained in firearms and other sorts of, militant type training. So, bruh, that I'll actually Focus. If you didn't get his answer, I was gonna have to take your wrench. You in blue now. I was gonna have to snatch the wrench. I was like, I can't have the liars with the wrench. But now I'm just joking with you. I wasn't gonna take the wrench, but you're a pretty tough dude. I don't see you letting your girl get disrespected to your face and you don't do nothing or say nothing. Anything else would be uncivilized. And again, I'm not advocating for violence or, someone just being obnoxious, but, we just got to call a spade a spade. And I've seen Mr. Focus lady. Mr. Focus has a beautiful young lady. It's like, bro, if you don't stand up for her, somebody will. You might lose your girl. Somebody gonna say, hey, if he won't stand up for you, baby, I'll take a bullet for you. You heard Bruno Mars talking about he'll jump in front of a train for some lady. So, Mr. Focus, if you won't jump in front of a train, or forget the train, if you won't jump in front of a Jake Lang or a Chud the Builder to protect the honor of your lady, somebody will. But luckily you don't have that issue because I know that you stand on business.
You can go to most places in the world and people have a long history of pain from the past. You brought up Japan in your second debate. If you go to Japan, you have to understand that most of their society has been built after World War II based off of their experience, their constitution, their pacifist attitude with the military. If you go to Korea, they still have deep wounds when it comes to what Japan did to them. To this day, these countries don't get along because of a past incident. And they have they have statutes everywhere for comfort women. If you go and disrespect the comfort women, they'll put you in jail. They will go after you for going out and then hurting their symbols and their longing pain. So this idea that because things happen in the past, everyone get over it. People are still holding on to pain and history much further back than what slavery, Jim Crow, segregation. Like you're talking about segregation, 1963? And the legacy after that is still ongoing. But let's say that's the endpoint you want to choose. That's more recent than a lot of these other foreign countries that you referenced. And yet these people are still affected by those past events.
And they have grown. They don't victimize themselves. They try to move forward. That's the point, is that although there's hurt and things can trigger, generational trauma and this stuff, allowing it to hold you back and living in a victim mentality, that's not the way that I think people should live. I don't think it's right to exist in that way. You got to find a way forward. So they've moved forward. And I think especially the Jewish people, they faced persecution from the Europeans in the 30s and 40s, but look how quickly they've grown one of the most powerful empires in the world.
So here he is talking about, look at the Jewish people. So here you go, Mr. Focus. You should love that you said Sneako is so right. Is he right about this? He's talking about Jewish people. It's the Jews. They face persecution from the Europeans. Many of the Jewish people are European. Like, what the hell is this dude talking about? Most of the people that they claim have this disproportionate power are Ashkenazi Jews, and the majority of them are European. If you ask people, hey, are most Europeans, what racial demographic? We know what they're going to say. There's no race called European, but when people talk about European, what race of people are they talking about? There's an outcry right now because, oh my God, they're going to have a black melanated African lady play Helen of Troy. So what they're saying is Helen of Troy should be what racial demographic? Okay, fine. What racial demographic are these Jews that he's talking about, and saying that they were persecuted? Okay, persecuted by who? Other white people, other ethnic white people persecuted other ethnic white people. And if there weren't white people, then what race were they? Now, you can make a case that some of them were Asiatic. You can make a case that some of them were African or Negroid, but that's not the case that they're making. They're just saying they were Jewish, even though we know that there's no race called Jewish. Bernie Sanders is Jewish. Are that the people that we're talking about? Bernie Sanders is a Polish Jew, right? So all of these Jews that were persecuted, who were they persecuted by? What race of people?
With Israel.
Yeah, but you cannot state that they forgot. You cannot state that it's in the past. Yeah.
And on top of that, it's not even an apples to apples comparison. He's over here saying like, oh, well, look at the Jews. They were persecuted and look, they seemed fine. You mean the Jews who were paid reparations? You mean the Jews who many of them could just change their last name and then they can assimilate into whiteness? You mean those same people? This country was founded on genocide, enslavement, and anti-blackness. So if you're putting a premium on white skin and the Jews have white skin and they just said, hey, cool, I can just assimilate into whiteness with the flick of the wrist and the change of the name. Where's the persecution? Yeah, people were calling them mean names, and yeah, there were tropes, right? There were anti-Semitic tropes. Much of that was largely rhetorical. So was someone said some mean things to Jews, right? There's no mass history of Jews getting lynched in America simply for being Jews. There are people that were lynched for simply being black. There were no Jews enslaved in America simply for being Jews. There were people that were enslaved just for being black. And if you had a kid, your kid was automatically a slave. And if your kid had a kid, the kid was automatically enslaved. What Jewish people did this happen to? So we're not even comparing apples to apples. You're comparing an apple to a marshmallow. It doesn't make any sense, but you've been convinced to just run along with these comparisons, right? Would you compare somebody, a high school basketball player, to an NBA player and say they both play basketball? It's the same, huh? Blacks and Jews, they both been through something. It's the same. No, it's not the same. But Focus says, I guess Jews are just white that are united and put themselves first, where Goy whites are rudderless and divided. Well, I can't necessarily say that I disagree with this, right? And to be clear, like I said, there's no race called Jewish. So there's not all Jews are white. There's Asiatic Jews. There's Negroid Jews. There's Latino Jews. You know what I mean? So it's just a particular demographic has hijacked what it means to be a Jew. And those who have hijacked it happen to be white Ashkenazi people who descend from Europe. This is not me saying this. This is according to all documentations that are legally represented to classify people. There's not a massive movement to change this. And actually, let me just pull this up real quick because I always got to do this because I know, Mr. Focus, you have some contention with this statement, but it just is what it is. But hold on, I always like to talk about, since there's no race called Jewish, let me see. I'm gonna try to pull up the Jewish data bank. Where could I find that at? Just give me one moment. Okay, here it goes. Give me 1 second. This just gonna buffer my point, but you already know. So here's the Berman Jewish Data Bank, powered by Jewish federations. Okay. Don't worry, I'm gonna make it bigger for y'all. Just let me find the specific point that I was looking for. Where is it at? Okay, here it goes. Let me make this clip bigger for y'all. As y'all can see right here, like in the U.S. population, Jews appear to be growing more racially and ethnically diverse. Around 9 in 10 Jewish Americans, which equates to 92%, identify as white. Let me pull this down. Let me make it a little bit bigger because I don't know if y'all can see this. Make it a little bit bigger. Could y'all see that clearly? 92% of American Jews identify as non-Hispanic white, while 8% identify with other racial or ethnic categories. So 8% of Jews in America identify as Black, Hispanic, and Asian. But 92% of them identify as racially white. And this is according to for one, Pew Research, the U.S. Census, the Berman Jewish Data Bank, and the Jewish Federations. So like I said, folks, you're going to have to take it up with them. These people identify as racially white, and then they say, hey, don't call me white. I'm Jewish. Yeah, you're a white Jewish person, which there's nothing wrong with being white, and there's nothing wrong with being Jewish. There is something wrong that pretending is you're something that you're not, right? So let's get back into this video.
They've grown, they did their thing. Two things can coexist. So they can be like, hey, you know what? We did so many great things, but you cannot claim that everything is in the past and we should. Some would say that they actually victimize themselves about that because they always bring it up.
They do. 100%.
So what do you can't.
So again, Sneako's argument is all over the place. For one, he said Black people have a victim mentality. And then he said, yeah, but look, man, they need to be more like the Jews, man, because the Jews, they were oppressed and look how good they're doing. And then Preach says, yeah, bro, but they keep bringing up the H call. So it's like they kind of victimize themselves. And then he said, yeah, well, it's true. They do victimize themselves. So which one is it, bruh? He just said people need to stop having a victim mentality. Then he compared us and said, you guys need to be like the Jews. You mean the Jews who have a victim mentality? Yeah, well, they do have a victim mentality. But which one is it? I thought you just said that we need to stop having a victim mentality. Seems like the victim mentality worked glowingly for the Jews. So Jews should have a victim mentality because they're able to profit and capitalize off the victim mentality, and Blacks shouldn't have a victim mentality just because Sneako said so. Okay, make it make sense. You said, to be fair, there is no Jew category to select. If they had Jew or Goy, they wouldn't pick Goy or select Jew. But this is the thing. Like you said that they have the power. You said that they have the privilege. If they're so invested in their Jewish identity, you've already admitted and alluded to them having the power, the privilege, and the intellect and acumen. You mean to tell me that Jews couldn't get Jew put on the U.S. Census? The thing is, this, focus. There's no race called Jewish. If you put Jewish on there, you got to put Muslim on there. You put Muslim on there, you got to put Buddhist on there. The reason why they're not fighting for a Jewish category, because it's not a race. There's no race called Jewish. Guess what's going to be on the census in 2030? MENA, MENA, Middle Eastern North African. You mean to tell me that could get put on the census, but Jew can't? They don't want Jew to be put on the census because it wouldn't be, even if they got Jew put on the census, it wouldn't be a racial category. It would be a religious ethnic identifier, because how many times do I got to say it? There's no race called Jewish. And again, they're not forced to check white. They're checking white because that's what they are. Many of them descend from Europe. They also have a box called other. Why won't they check other and write Jewish? Because technically, and you should ask your Jewish friends this, why won't they check the other box? Because, and Jews like to play this too, right? I do concur with you, right? Sometimes they'll be white when it's convenient, and then they'll try to back off and say, hey, I'm not white, I'm Jewish. Okay, fine. I don't want you to get you confused with the Goys. I don't want you to get you confused with the Heritage Americans and the WASP. So why won't you fight for your own box? Bernie Sanders, Jewish. Do you hear him fighting for a Jewish box? Jake Tapper and Dana Bash, Jewish. Are they fighting for a Jewish box? Dave Smith. Does anyone think that Dave Smith is not white? Dave Smith is Jewish. Why isn't Dave Smith fighting for a Jewish box? How many more Jewish people do I have to name that aren't fighting for an exclusive Jewish box? Jon Stewart, is he fighting for one? So if no one is fighting for a Jewish box, Tucker Carlson, is Tucker Carlson fighting to delineate? Tim Pool, is he delineating? Jake Shields and Benny Johnson, are they delineating? Nick Fuentes talks about Israel and Zionists, but is Nick Fuentes and the Groypers talking about delineating and having a Jewish box? No, they're not. They're just whining like petulant, pompous pricks talking about it's the Jews. Okay, fine. Why won't you fight to have them to have a separate category? So if these people are not going to fight, then it's like I'm not going to be fighting to separate Jews and whites and Heritage Americans and WASP. No, y'all call us all black and I'll call y'all all white. Unfortunately, it's not just because I want to do this. I have to match the same energy and keep the same logic. If some dude from Jamaica does a crime, Senegal does a crime, Brazil, and they all happen to be melanated, they're going to talk about the black community and black culture and black this. Is like, bro, that was a Brazilian that did that crime. But if he has a certain amount of melanin, they don't care. They just call him black. So then when I see these white Jews doing crimes, I'm not going to be parsing and saying that was a Jew that did the crime. No, it was a white person. You know what I mean? Isn't that what y'all do? When a black Muslim does a crime, they don't call him a Muslim. They call him black. If it's a black trans person does a crime, they don't talk about trans. They talk about blackness. If a black immigrant does a crime, they don't talk about his immigration status. They talk about his blackness. But then when all these other groups do crimes, it's like, oh, no, you can't say that they're a white Hispanic. You can't say that they're a white Jewish person who descends, from the hearts of Ireland. You know what I mean? But let's get back into it, though.
Be like, oh, yeah, you have to move past that. You're putting your example.
That's not the way that I think people should live. I don't think it's right to exist in that way. You got to find a way forward. So they've moved forward. And I think especially the Jewish people, they face persecution from the Europeans in the 30s and 40s. But look.
So remember, he just said the Jewish people moved forward, but they're telling you to never forget. If they say never forget, why isn't their slogan never talk about it? In order for you to never forget, that means that needs to be commemoration. That means that you constantly have to talk, celebrate, and remember. And he's saying, oh, man, they got over it. If they got over it, then why are every year there's some sort of commemoration for the Holocaust? Does that sound like they got over it? Nor should they get over it, right? It was a historical atrocity that shaped much of their identity and how they carry themselves through life, right? So why should they have to get over that? And if they haven't got over it, how have they moved forward? They're moving forward by honoring what happened to them. So with us, they mean get over it, move forward. How could I move forward over something that's still happening? Imagining there's a beautiful woman and every day she's being sexually assaulted, forcibly penetrated, and then she's told to get over it and move forward. Maybe she will move forward after she stopped getting forcibly penetrated. So these people are still doing things to racially target and attack us and then say, man, you guys just need to move forward. How about you stop attacking us? Then we can move forward. And then they say, oh, it's your mentality that's holding you back, not them attacking you that's holding you back, not them disenfranchising you. It's just your mentality. So you're supposed to be disenfranchised and shut up about it and just get over it. But all these other groups, they wouldn't get over it, right? I always say all the time, you got people that are incensed if you call an immigrant an illegal alien. No one's illegal on stolen land, right? So people get incensed about that. But then when it comes to nigger, well, it's free speech and it's just a word and you should be able to say it. Well, if you're advocating that people should be able to call other people niggers, then you have to advocate that people should be able to call people illegal aliens, because that's not my term. This is not my term to just denigrate. That's a legal term. I didn't come up with that term, illegal alien. There's no legal term called nigger, though. So people will fight tooth and nail to call other people nigger and then try to cancel you. Don't call them illegal aliens, call them undocumented. It's like, doesn't it mean the same thing? Yes, but this is more sanitized, right? Illegal alien and undocumented people most of the time means the same thing. It doesn't always mean the same thing, but in many instances it does. But I'm supposed to be so sensitive over this term. Fine, I'll stop using that term. But where's the movement of Latinos to tell their people to stop using nigger? And Latinos is like, nope, we don't want to stop using nigger because we grew up around you. Okay, fine. I grew up around a bunch of undocumented people. So y'all want to say nigger and I want to say illegal alien. You grew up around the blacks and that's why you say nigger. I grew up around undocumented people and that's why I say illegal alien. Shouldn't be an issue, right? And shout out to my boo. Keep smashing that like button. It won't cost you a fee.
How quickly they've grown one of the most powerful empires. Although there's hurt and things can trigger, generational trauma and this stuff, allowing it to hold you back and living in a victim mentality, that's not the way that I think people should live. I don't think it's right to exist in that way. You got to find a way forward. So they've moved forward. And I think especially the Jewish people, they face persecution from the Europeans in the 30s and 40s, but look how quickly they've grown one of the most powerful empires in the world with Israel.
Yeah, but you cannot state that they forgot. You cannot say that it's in the past. Yeah, they've grown. They did their thing. Two things can coexist. So they can be like, hey, you know what? We did so many great things, but you cannot claim that everything is in the past and we should. Some would say that they actually victimize themselves about that because they always bring it up.
They do. 100%.
So what do you can't be like, oh yeah, you have to move past that. You're putting your example of the Jewish people. They do exactly what you're saying they're not doing.
To censor people, and they say never forget.
Got him. So he's over there saying black people shouldn't act like victims. And then the dude said, yeah, but you just praised the Jewish people and the Jewish people always act like victims. Yeah, you're right 100%. And then he tries to pivot from that. And people try to pretend as if this dude is some like scholarly level. The dude is adult and a dweeb. Nothing about him is charismatic. Nothing about him is funny. He is just a moist maniac who runs around getting beat up and slapped up. Seriously, like, would you want your young man, your young son following this dude? Come on, man. The dude who cosplays and pretends to be black and he gets slapped around and he offers you nothing of value. I'm just saying.
And they harp on that forever, and a lot of people get canceled that way. Whoa. But it's smarter. The analogy I'm making is that the black community could maybe learn from the Jewish community and say, instead of living in a victim mentality, how can we find a way to empower? What is the real struggle that's happening right now? You just said that today.
Again, this is what you call babbling incoherently. He's just saying the black people, y'all should learn from the Jewish community instead of living in a victim mentality. But he just conceded that the Jewish people lived in a victim mentality. What the fuck is this goofy nigga talking about? Or my bad, he's not even a nigga. He's a ninja, truly a ninja. What is this goofy ninja talking about? But don't worry, Sneako. I gotta hit you.
You know what, nigga? You acting like a little bitch right now. You acting like a little bitch right now, nigga. Man, fuck that. I ain't letting that shit ride.
What? Ho, please. Nigga, please. Hope. Nigga, what?
Nigga.
Nigga, please. Nigga, please. What?
What the hell is Sneako talking about? This dude is tap dancing, stuttering, stammering, splaining. Y'all need to be like the Jewish community. You mean the Jewish community who act like victims? Yeah. Y'all need to act like them. Okay, cool. So we'll adopt a victim mindset. No. Y'all need to stop acting like victims. I thought y'all just said to act like the Jewish community who perpetuates a victim mindset. Of course, not all, but many of the leadership do. And Sneako says we can learn from them. What? We can learn how to be better victims or to play the victim politic game better.
Past that, you're putting your example of the Jewish people. They do exactly what you're saying they're not doing.
To censor people, and they say never forget, and they harp on that forever, and a lot of people get canceled that way.
Whoa.
Hey, man, sorry to do this to your focus, but yeah, Sneako. I'm sure there are some debates that, he does good in, right? And I think I've seen him debate Myron, who's a tether and who's low IQ. But, I've seen him win some debates. But this one, yeah, bro is getting wrecked. He's getting flipped like a pancake. This, you know what I mean? And this is an unbiased objective because, I'm not team Abba, Preach, or Sneako or anything like that. None of these people are FBA. And I'm not saying that they need to be FBA to have an opinion or to give a perspective. But when have a multitude of segments referring to the Black community, and when they're talking about the Black community, they're talking about the Black American community. These two dudes are not American, and Sneako is not Black. So this is where the conversation is very disingenuous. And Abba or Preach should be saying, bro, you ain't even Black, so why are you even concerned? But the thing is, they don't have that FBA Majora spirit, and much of this stuff is for content, right? So they're doing this for clicks and content, fine, which is why I'm responding in kind to make, content back. But yeah, the reason in Sneako is getting wrecked by people who aren't of the lineage. Imagine if he was talking to someone that's actually of the lineage, of the culture. I've been preacher people who observe foundational Black American culture. They can't speak for it and they can't speak to it because they've never been a part of it. You have to be born in it, not sworn in it, right? So just because, they may visit a American city or smash an American chick or do a Zoom meeting with some FBAs occasionally, if that ever happened, they still can't speak for us. I got a lot of white friends and I love white people, right? But I can't speak for the white community. I can't say I grew up around whites and whites this and whites that. It's like, yeah, I'm speaking as an observer, not as someone who's immersed in this particular community's culture and stuff. And none of these people are, but, a lot of times they are talking about the Black American community, which none of them are a part of. That's the disingenuous. Imagine all three of them talking about, the ongoings in the Jewish community and what the Jewish community needs to do. They're making reference to the Jewish community, but this conversation doesn't center the Jewish community. It's centering Black Americans. And there's no Black Americans on the panel.
But it's smarter. The analogy I'm making is that the Black community could maybe learn from the Jewish community and say, instead of living in a victim mentality, how can we find a way to empower? What is the real struggle that's happening
you
right
just
now?
Said that
today?
You just said that they do play victim. So what example are we going to do? What example are we going to do? They play
victim in a different, they don't identify the same way that.
And see, this is where the disingenuous comes in for Preach, right? So Preach, I gotta hit you.
Who is we? Who is we?
So Preach is over here talking about the we, like, bro, what are you talking about? We, Preach. You're talking about the Black community, bro. You're not even in America. And see, this is why we had to stop with the flat blackness and delineate, because these people are talking about we in the black community, and then they'll try to frame it as, hey, well, you know, the same issues that are happening in the American community are happening all across the diaspora. Well, bro, stop trying to compare, bro. Yeah, there may be poverty in Haiti and then poverty in Chicago. It's not the same. Same means identical. You can say they're similar. You can say that there's correlation. You can say that there's, you know, some sort of crossover, but it's not the same. So when these people are saying we, who are the we that we're talking about? But I can't talk about what's going on in the Canadian community because I'm just an observer. And yeah, I can look at Canada and say, oh, well, there are some black people who are dealing with some of the same issues that black people in America are dealing with. That doesn't mean that it's the same. So this whole flat blackness and trying to pretend as if this message that Sneako is giving is a broad message to all black people across the diaspora. So is this message, is this for the black Nigerian community? Is for the black Senegalese community? Is this for the black South Sudanese community? Is this for the black Haitian community? We know what black people they're talking about, the black American community. So I've been preach, or at least preaching this one, talking about we, and like, bruh, you speak French, bro? Because there's no we when we're talking about the community. All of this bashing that Sneako is doing, he's not bashing Haitians. He's not bashing Jamaicans. He's bashing black people and this very vague, nebulous sense of the black community. But what he's not talking about is no black community. He's talking about the black population, because there's many segregated enclave black communities, which is why they have Little Haiti, which is a bunch of Haitians. You know, they have other communities with pockets of a particular demographic of ethnicities, right? That doesn't speak for the black community. So if some Haitians in Little Haiti does a crime, the black community has to answer for it? No, that was Haitians. So that was Haitian culture. You know, that was Caribbean culture, if you want to call it that. That wasn't black culture, but that's what Sneako tries to do, right? There's these illicit Asian massage parlors. Is that Asian culture? Should most of those Asian massage parlors, what, maybe some Japanese, some Chinese, some Korean, should Cambodians and Filipinos and Thai people have to answer for the illicit massage parlors of another ethnic Asian? So why are you telling me to answer for what some Jamaican dude did? Why do I have to answer for what some melanated Dominican did, but the Hispanics don't? I know black, papi. Okay, he's Hispanic. Where's the Hispanic community to answer for him? So yeah, bro, this is what I'm saying with the whole disingenuous nature of them pretending as if we all have the same community.
That way. But it's smarter. The analogy I'm making is that the black community could maybe learn from the Jewish community and say, instead of living in a victim mentality, how can we find a way to empower? What is the real struggle that's happening
you
right
just
now?
Said that today? You just said that they do play victim. So what example are we going to do? What example
they
are we
play
gonna
victim in a different, they don't identify the same way that black people, you won't see people in the Jewish community lash out when they hear attacks like that and then act violently in the street.
Where have you been? Hold on. But you got censored.
Man, Focus, this ain't looking good for your boy, bruh. I don't even know why you follow this dude, but like he just said, you won't hear Jewish people lash out, bro. You know why you won't hear Jewish people lash out? Because people aren't saying anything about Jewish people. I always give a trope. If you put a gun to someone's head and say, hey, say a Jewish slur or I'm gonna blow your brains out, many people would say, hey, just pull the trigger and blow my brains out, because if I say a Jewish slur, my life is already over. You don't have to coerce or threaten people to say a black slur. They'll just say it over and over and over, and then they try to blame rap music. But if anyone starts putting Jewish slurs in rap music, would people start saying, I'm only saying a Jewish slur because I heard it in a rap song, and that beat was really good. Nobody thinks that. Most of the times people are running around saying nigga, nigga, nigga. There's no rap music playing. So let me guess. Because you played a rap song 2 days ago, that's why you're walking around Walmart saying nigga. Come on, man. But this is the whole thing, right? If people think that Jewish people won't push a line and you think it's just a word, why won't you try saying many of those Jewish slurs? Nigga is just a word and the Jewish slurs are just a word. So why won't you go around saying them and then wear a shirt that says it's just a word and see how far that gets you? And then also, once the Jewish people are punishing you, tell them, why y'all acting like a victim? And see how far that gets you, bucko.
Past that, you put in your example of the Jewish people, they do exactly what you're saying they're not doing.
To censor people, and they say never forget, and they harp on that forever, and a lot of people get canceled that way.
Whoa.
But it's smarter. The analogy I'm making is that the Black community could maybe learn from the Jewish community and say, instead of living in a victim mentality, how can we find a way to empower? What is the real struggle that's happening
You
right now?
just said that
today?
You just said that they do play victim. So what example are we going to do? What example
They
are we
play
going to
victim in a different. They don't identify the same way that Black people. You won't see people in the Jewish community lash out when they hear attacks like that and then act violently in the street.
Whoa.
Where have you been?
Well, hold on. But you got censored literally because they lashed out about what you were
That's
doing
the
with
difference. They will work with legislation. I just got banned from Australia. They work as a power unit and they use that to grow. Black people, instead of.
But that's not a
You
difference.
understand the difference?
Yeah, your difference isn't the root cause. Your difference is in how they react. But the reaction is still one of a group of people who hold on to the past.
Yeah, Red 6 says Sneako is just babbling. Yeah, and this is what he said. First of all, he said, it's a sad day for Sneako fans. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry to disappoint you. And actually, I got a picture of Focus right now because Sneako is getting wrecked. I actually got live footage of Focus. Focus, here you go. It's going to be all right, buddy. It's going to be all right, bucko. My boy Focus. Hey, somebody get my brother some Kleenex. Focus. Hey, focus, please. But yeah, Sneako is just babbling right now. So first he was over there talking about, man, Black people, you guys need to learn. You guys need to stop acting like victims. You guys need to be like the Jews. And then he said, oh, well, the Jews play victim. So do we need to be like them? Well, you're right. They do play victim, but it's different. See, the way they play victim is they organize and then, they play victim with the legal system. And it's like, so all you're saying is that they're powerful victims. Yeah. And then Black people can learn from that. So you're saying that Black people should learn how to harness their victimhood and be more powerful? No. Black people don't need to have a victim mentality. They need to be like the Jews. But you just said the Jews have a victim mentality. They weaponize their victim mentality by organizing and punishing people. So do Black people need to be like that? He's all over the place. And like Red 6 says, he's just babbling and not babbling incoherently. Let's run that back, right? Is this the best the high IQs have to offer? Be like the Jews who play victim. Okay, I'm going to play victim. No. Don't play victim. Huh? This shit don't make any sense. And we've been joined by the sensational, the enchanting, the ravishing, the Tory experience in the building. Salute to Tory. And you said when anyone says we need more like Jews, they already lost the argument. Like, at least you can see that, right? Because Sneako, he lost the argument a long time ago. Bro is getting bodied. Sorry, Sneako, or Sneaky Ho is what I call him. Let's get back into it though.
You got censored literally because they lashed.
Smarter. The analogy I'm making is that the Black community could maybe learn from the Jewish community and say, instead of living in a victim mentality, how can we find a way to empower? What is the real struggle that's happening
you
right
just
now?
said that
today?
You just said that they do play victim. So what example are we going to do? What example
They
are we
play
going
victim in a different. They don't identify the same way that Black people. You won't see people in the Jewish community lash out when they hear it.
So he was just about to say, yeah, they play victim, but victim in a different way. That's like somebody that's, penetrating some ooey gooey slippery vagina, and somebody is hitting it from the bike and somebody is hitting it from the front and the side. Still, they're hitting it. Yeah, but they hitting it in a different way. Yeah, somebody hit it from the bike, doggy style, and somebody had them legs up missionary. They're still hitting it. So he's trying to say, yeah, Black people play victim. And then they say, yeah, but the Jews play victim. Yeah, but they play victim a different way. But aren't they still playing victim? Isn't the operative word still victim? Yeah, but they do it in a different way. And like you said, what the F is Sneako on? Sneako was over here saying he's been caping for that dude, Chud the Builder, this white bussy warrior who likes to get railed from behind with overly large black dildos. So the Chud, the bussy warrior, he was going around yelling nigger to Black people. He ended up getting into an altercation, ended up shooting a Black dude and shooting himself. And then Sneako was going to be arguing that Chud the Builder, well, at least in the other argument that he made with academics, that we repurpose nigga, and nigga means anything. So people need to stop chimping out over the word nigga. Now, this is a debate in Tory. This is the irony. These people are talking about what's going on with Black Americans, and nobody on this screen is a Black American. Preach, I think, is Haitian. Abba is East African. They're both Canadian. Sneako, nobody knows what Sneako is, but he definitely ain't Black. He's some Asiatic dude who pretends that he has one drop of melanin. So that one drop gives him the right to say nigga. He's always talking about Black people. Abba and Preach, a lot of times when they talk about the Black community, they're referencing the Black American community, but neither one of them are Black American. Sneako was always talking about foundational Black Americans, but it's like, bruh, you're Asian. Why won't you talk about Asians? I think he said his dad is Haitian. When have you heard Sneako talk about Haiti? There was a Haitian president was assassinated. Did Sneako cover that? Hell no. He's always talking about Black on Black crime. You know what I mean? That's all he does. And like you said, he needs to lay off the drugs. Yeah, he needs to lay off the drugs, and he needs to lay off of sniffing white booty crack. That's what he needs to do. He's sniffing the lice out of these white supremacist booty cracks, and I think is really starting to damage his brain. Yeah, I mean, that's what he liked. Railed, rammed, ass plunged. You get what I'm saying? Bro likes to bend over, spread cheeks, and get man meat in its manhole. I'm just saying. Let's get back into it.
Attacks like that, and then act violently.
Claim that everything is in the past, and we should. Some would say that they actually victimize themselves about that because they always bring it up.
They do. 100%.
So what do you can't be like, oh yeah, you have to move past that. You're putting your example of the Jewish people. They do exactly what you're saying they're not doing.
To censor people, and they say never forget, and they harp on that forever, and a lot of people get canceled that way.
Whoa.
But it's smarter. The analogy I'm making.
Joshua, this ain't looking good for your boy. He just said that Jewish people harp on the Holocaust and they never get over it. But then he just said earlier that Black people need to be like the Jews because the Jews get over their trauma. Which one is it? Is this your king? Is this the best that the high IQs have to offer? And shout out to the Tory experience, because she said these people love to talk about Black people. She said these people love to talk about us. Black people are amazing. And she says, we are, and I don't know what you said, we are the, and it cut off. So I'll finish it for you. We are the standard. We are the blueprint. We are the source, and we are the pulse. This is what people always talk about. And they've hijacked what it meant for Black fatigue. Black fatigue was that Black people are fatigued of people crying about our hairstyles. People are mad about us crying about our vernacular. We're tired of being redlined. We're tired of being discriminated. That's what the Black fatigue was, us being fatigued of this oppression and subjugation. Now they've turned it into Black fatigue being some fight videos and some twerk videos. But imagine this, right? Think of this with anything. If I said I had fatigue of tuna, and then I said, hey, Tori, hey, baby, could you make me a tuna sandwich? I thought you just said you had fatigue of tuna. Why would you want to eat a tuna sandwich? I got fatigue of the NBA. Hey, let's watch something. What you want to watch? Hey, how about we watch the NBA finals? I thought you said you had fatigue of the NBA. So think about this with Black people. I got Black fatigue. And then you go to their page, Black fight videos calling Black people nigger, Black women in bonnets, black. How do you got Black fatigue and all your whole timeline is talking about Black people? Make it make sense. People say they got Black fatigue and then they go on Bang Bros, go on X videos, go on Cornhub. And then in that search bar, they type BBC. I thought you had Black fatigue, but yet you want to see some Mandingo warrior. You want to see Brian Pumper, Lexicon Steele, Wesley Pipes bang a snow bunny from behind. You want to see Wesley Pipes hit it from the bike, but you got Black fatigue. Make it make sense. When Black people do organize, we are pressured to fight for everyone and then disregard our own interests. There's no winning with these people. Yeah, this is what they always say. Hey, fight for us. Ice out, ice out. So we're supposed to go crash out against ICE. And then you look around, it's a bunch of Latinos. I was like, hold on. I seen you 2 weeks ago and you were jamming, I will vote for Donald Trump. It's like, so I'm supposed to go crash out for some people that voted for Donald Trump? Make it make sense. And you said it's the obsession. I say that all the time. They don't have Black fatigue. They have Black obsession. You can't tell me you got fatigue. I got fatigue. I'm tired of seeing these niggas. And then you go and rub one out to some Mandingo warrior banging Becky. Okay, that don't sound like fatigue to me. Sounds like fetishization. Yeah, there's no defending Sneako on this debate. A blind man can see he's getting wrecked. And that's why I like you, Focus. You focused on the truth, not on partisanship, right? Because like I said, I'm not team Abba and Preach. I'm not team Sneako or Sneaky Ho. I'm team foundational Black American freedmen first, but I'm also America first, which means I support the enfranchisement, enrichment, and upliftment of my entire country, right? I don't just only want to see the Blacks doing well. I want to see everyone doing well, regardless of your racial or ethnic background. And shout out to Frank Nitty, Mr. Gritty, putting on for the biddy, still up in here. And you said clocking these hoes on a bull yacht. I like this channel, and you know what? This channel likes you, Tori, and it's my pleasure to get the experience. So shout out to Tori. And we still got the marvelous my boo. She's still in the building, and she said, yikes, I told you, my, this one will be a banger. Let's get back into it.
Is that the Black community could maybe learn from the Jewish community and say, instead of living in a victim mentality, how can we find a way to empower? What is the real struggle that's happening
you
right
just
now?
Said that
today?
You just said that they do play victim. So what example are we going to do? What example are we going to do? They play victim in a different, they don't identify the same way that Black people, you won't see people in the Jewish community lash out when they hear attacks like that and then act violently in the street.
Whoa.
Where have you been?
Hold on. But you got censored literally because they lashed out about what you were doing with the.
They will work with legislation. I just got banned from Australia. They work as a power unit and they use that to grow.
So
people, instead of
But that's not a
Do you not
difference.
understand the difference?
Yeah, your difference isn't the root cause. Your difference is in how they react. But the reaction is still one of a group of people who hold on to the past and understand its legacy still lives today. You're just saying they have more institutional power. You're saying that they can affect more change. Yeah, okay, but that's not a reference to them not being quote unquote victims. Even though I don't even believe in that narrative. But let's say that is the one that you're going with. They're not being the victims in your world. They just have more power to handle their issues when they are victimized.
But you're also denying, but you're also, when you're saying that, you're also denying everything that the black people try to do. Like the Black Wall Street, all the cities that the black people had to, in America, tried to have. They try to band together. Oh, these people don't want to have anything to do with us. Let's just band together and do our thing. What happened? The government bombed them. So it's not like they didn't try to do what the Jewish people did.
The government bombed Black Wall Street?
Well, not Black Wall Street, but Tulsa. They bombed other places in the other places that black people had. So it's not like black people didn't try to band together. They got bombed. They got erased. A multiple time in the history of America, you could look up New Orleans and Memphis massacre. That was in 1866. There's the Red Summer.
So this is the point where this is why I said this is why he would have needed a foundational Black American freedman up there. Now, I will say that Preach and Abba is doing at least a decent job, but remember, they're not Black Americans, so this isn't their lineage or their culture. So I'm not expecting them to be experts on that. But see, Sneako or Sneaky Ho, he's always talking about Black people and stuff, but why doesn't he know this history? He's acting confused and he's saying, oh, what? The government bombed Black people? Yes. It wasn't just when they say Black Wall Street, you always got to add a S. Street is singular. Once you say streets, that makes it plural because it wasn't just one Black Wall Street. It was a multitude of them. People always talk about Tulsa, Oklahoma, but they don't talk about Ocoee, Florida, Wilmington, North Carolina. I believe it was Rosewood. I think that was in Illinois somewhere. And there's a litany of others. And actually, don't worry, man, we like to hit y'all with this scholarship because a lot of people, they only hear these pathetic channels that always whine. What about Black on Black crime? Well, what about the government? Remember, the government did this. Many of y'all was born on or after 1985. Did you know what the government did in 1985? The Move bombing, locally known by its date, May 13th, 1985, was the aerial bombing of a house and the destruction of 61 more houses by the subsequent fire. Name one Asian neighborhood where they got bombed and 61 subsequent houses were burnt. Name one Jewish neighborhood. Name one undocumented immigrant neighborhood. Name one white neighborhood that this has happened. Guess who did this? The Philadelphia Police Department. Oh, you mean the government. The police are an enforcement body of the government. So this happened in 1985. Many of you were born on, before, or after 1985, not too much after. This wasn't, some ancient time. This is what they did. So y'all can look this up. And now there's other instances of them bombing, but this is just one. Why don't Sneako know this? And shout out to Tori. Tori was a little bit a baby. She was knee high to a tadpole, and they were bombing American cities because they love to say, why do y'all make it about race? This ain't about race. These were Americans who just happened to be Black. And thank you so much, Tory Experience. I appreciate you coming by, and everybody that's in here viewing this concurrently. My Boo, Big Rig, Sunlight, Focus, and anybody else that's viewing this, right? But how many people are talking about this, right? They want to pretend as if this was ancient history. No, this is American history. This isn't ancient history. So if the country will bomb its own citizens, I mean, what else won't they do? So we think that these same people who will bomb Black Americans, that they won't, that they won't deny them health care access, that they won't deny them quality education, that they won't deny them, fair and equitable loans. If you'll bomb a people, then we know that you would do much more heinous and barbaric things. And you said Sneako needs to realize that the Jews can claim victim status while also running things. That's a privilege the rest of us goys don't have, and why we can't do what they do. And this is why I'm trying to tell you, Sneako is a low IQ lunatic. So either he knows this and he's just being intellectually obtuse, or he doesn't know this, which in 2026, we're in the information age. How doesn't Sneako know this? So if he doesn't know this, then that means that he actually is a low IQ lunatic and a loser. So why would you be following that? If you had a young boy, would you want him following after Sneako? Sneako, who runs around, one day he's, like a swinger, right? He was a swinger and his chick was just getting rammed in front of him. His chick is getting gangbanged in front of him. Is that something you would promote for your son? Hey, son, one day you're going to get a girl and, y'all can go to a swingers club and watch other men bang your girl and skeet in her face. I'm just saying, is that something that you would want for your son? Then he's over here acting tough. And then every time you see him, every time somebody steps to him, they slap the shit out of him like a fragile hoe. And he does nothing but gets online and say, oh, look at my other tooth. It got knocked out. Oh, look at my eye. It's black. I'm just saying there's nothing masculine about that. There's nothing that I will want my son to try to emulate from Sneako. I'm just saying. Let's just get back into it, though. I'm just saying, Tori, where's the lie? Bro is over here getting, like I said, smacked up and down and all around like a piñata. There's nothing masculine about that. I mean, even if you had a daughter and she was a lesbo, tomboy, or a stud, whichever is the correct terminology, would you want your stud daughter to act like Sneako? Nah.
There are other places that black people had. So it's not like black people didn't try to band together. They got bombed. They got erased. A multiple time in the history of America, you could look up New Orleans and Memphis massacre. That was in 1866. There's the Red Summer of 1917 and 1919. There's the Tulsa Race massacre that I spoke to you about. That was 1921.
And shout out to My Boo. This is specifically for her. I know My Boo was raising a young, strapping young lad who is going to be a productive citizen in society. My Boo, you better not raise that little boy to be on no Sneako type shit. But already know that you're a great parent and you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't disrespect your lineage and legacy like that. My Boo, you don't want your son to turn out to be a Sneako or a Sneako. Nobody would. There's nothing masculine about this dude. He's a moist, moronic maniac. Let's get back into it.
There's a Rose Road massacre. So there's a bunch of massacres and towns that we try to do. So we try to do what you said that we were supposed to do, like the Jews, but we got expelled multiple times. They didn't. So you can't really say, do like them. Why don't we do like them? The thing is that it feels like you think it's really just about a word. And that's what academics was trying to tell you. It's broader than that, right? It's the disrespect. You, when he said that you were obtuse, that's what he meant. You're very rigid in what's going on. You think it's just the word. It's the disrespect.
When you talk about institutional power, they may not have as much, but they have influenced change. Whether it was getting rid of redlining or other policies in place that did negatively impact them post-segregation. So there's been a lot of things that they've done to influence that. And also, a lot of people have taken great care to move themselves up from an economic standpoint as well. If you look at all the charters, black folks today are doing substantially better than they were in the past. So this whole
And then this whole thing of comparing us to other groups who didn't go through what we went through doesn't even make any sense at all. I'm a humanitarian, so I love people of any racial and ethnic background, but the whole unfair and unjust comparisons, it just doesn't even make any sense. No other group was enslaved here. No other group suffered through mass lynchings, mass incarceration, debt pianist, sharecropping, etc. They came over after, and I'm sure they made something great out of themselves. I tip my hat to them because there have been some great people. Some of the greatest people in this nation are immigrants. But how are you comparing someone? There's many affluent people that come over, right? There's some Chinese people that come over. They were affluent in their homeland. They come over here. They're labeled as the model minority. If they could do it, why can't y'all? It ain't even the same. When these people come over here and immigrate here, if you were a criminal in your homeland and you come to America, guess what? Your criminal record is wiped clean. If you had a bad credit score, which most countries don't have credit scores. So then they come over here and their slate is clean for credit score, clean for criminality. And of course, since this is a hyper-capitalist nation, they're going to hand these people something, whether it be credit, whether it be debit cards like they were doing in New York. Then you want to compare that to a population who descend from slaves who was given nothing. They were given nothing but a swift kick in the behind. And you're comparing that to someone who came over and was given the opportunity that was denied. It's just not even a fair comparison at all. It's like comparing some poor, malnourished kid who occasionally shoots hoop in his backyard to a kid that had a silver spoon, 2-parent household, grew up in a mansion with the proper nutrition. And you're comparing both of those kids and think that it should be apples to apples. You need to compare other groups that went through what we went through. But since no other group went through what we went through, why are you comparing us? They should be comparing immigrants, since they love to do comparison. Compare Chinese immigrants to Latinos. They're not doing that. They're talking about, oh, look at these model minorities compared to the black. Nah, since Latinos work so hard and Asians are the model minorities, won't you compare Asians to Latinos? But they're not doing that, right? Since Jewish people were persecuted so bad, won't you compare Jewish people to how well Chinese people are doing? But they compare all these groups to how black people are doing, the most subjugated group, the most oppressed group. And now all of these other groups are fighting for victim status. I was seeking asylum, right? How is that my problem if in your homeland there were gang violence that were rampant? You didn't fight in your homeland, you fled here. And then you want to look at me and say, I should be able to overcome the gang violence in my homeland. But somehow these people couldn't do it, right? We have to help them. They're seeking asylum. Where could the people seek asylum in Chicago? There's gangs in Chicago, right? Where could they seek asylum? There's gangs in Oakland. Where could they seek asylum? Could all of these people that say no one's illegal on stolen land, can I go to Mexico? Because Mexico, California used to be Mexico. Okay, cool. I'm Californian, so I should be able to waltz right into Mexico and I'll wear a shirt and have a sign that says no one's illegal on stolen land. What do you think the Mexican people are going to say? They're going to have guns pointed at you and they're going to throw you in jail, because if you cross the border illegally there, it's more than just a slap on the wrist. But here, I'm supposed to champion open borders for people to get dumped in a black neighborhood. No. And like I said, we've been joined by Tampon Timmy and Tori, since you still in here, and Frank Nitty. Hey, I got the chef apron on and the hat. And thank you so much, Tori. I sincerely appreciate you. But just in case y'all didn't know, on the screen, we have Tampon Timmy. Now, Tampon Timmy, he likes to come around. He likes to troll. I've dropped the link multiple times for him to come up. He doesn't want to have a discussion because he'll be outclassed intellectually. He doesn't want to have a debate because he's intellectually not formidable enough to challenge me. And that's why I'm about to put Tampon Timmy on a timeout, because people like this are extremely grotesque and disgusting. They love to walk around these places and troll, but as soon as you drop the link, suddenly they start whining and crying. So don't trip, bro. I'm about to get you up out of here, Tampon Timmy, because I know it's, that time of the month and you got to go tend to your menstrual cycle. So Timmy, you're out of here, buddy. But don't trip. I'll only put you on a timeout. And if you keep coming back, then I am going to have to block you, because while we're over here cooking with the family, I don't want to deal with no moist maniac. Let's get back into it.
Whole narrative that they're just essentially just victims is not true. They've done quite a lot for themselves to empower
victims, but there's a strong victim mentality within Black culture. Can you agree?
There's a strong victim mentality within.
So here he goes again. There's a strong victim mentality. Let's just say there was a strong victim mentality within Black culture. What type of mentality, and shout out, I can't remember, one of the OGs said this, but what type of mentality are we supposed to have? No, seriously. We're constantly being victimized, but we're supposed to have some sort of victor mindset, some sort of victorious mindset. Now, I don't subscribe to having a victim mindset, but imagine a young lady who's being victimized, forcibly penetrated over and over and over, and she has to go through life. Does she have a victim mentality? So either she ignores the abuse that she suffered, or she speaks out about the abuse to change. Silence is complicity. So if somebody comes in your house and smacks your mom every day, and your mom don't say anything and you don't say anything, well, that's means that you're complicit. No, I don't want my mom to get smacked. So what are you saying and doing about it? Nothing. So why would anything change? So with us, we're constantly being oppressed. We're constantly being abused. And then when we say something about it, because we don't want to be abused, oppressed, and discriminated against, that's framed as victim mentality. No, it's not. But even if it was, let's just say it is victim mentality. It's only a victim mentality because I'm being victimized. You want me to stop with the victim mentality? Cool. I'll stop as soon as you stop victimizing me. They keep punching people in the throat. Hey, man, why are you crying? You're punching me in the throat. Just stop crying. I will stop crying after you stop punching me in the throat. They keep doing things to victimize people and want you to shut up about it. No, you shouldn't shut up about it, right? Just like the Jews said, never forget, right? They're not shutting up about it. Well, the whole never forget stuff, that stuff is not happening to them anymore. But the redlining still happening to us. There's still public lynchings happening to us. Mass incarceration still happening to us. Black maternal rate, infant mortality rate, where Black women are dying disproportionately on the giving birth, that's still happening to us. But all of this stuff, according to Sneako, is having a victim mentality. No, it's not. So if you don't say anything about it, what will change? And then if you do say something about it, that's a victim mentality. It's just rather pathetic, and it's just a low IQ rudimentary argument. But people think Sneako is cooking. They only think he's cooking because he's talking about Black people. But if you flip Black people and put any other group, nobody will be calling it a victim mentality. Right now, people who are seeking asylum, isn't that a victim mentality? They're saying that they were victimized. I'm fleeing gang violence. Oh, so you're a victim? No, I'm a refugee. What is a refugee but a victim? Someone seeking asylum is claiming victimhood. Oh my God, there's gangs. I'm scared. Oh, so you're a victim. There's people who say I was publicly persecuted because I'm gay and my country is against gay people. Oh, so because you want to be gay and your country doesn't accept gay people, you're a victim, right? So everyone understands when people have a grievance or portray something as victim politics. There's a bunch of white dudes right now crying, talking about their victims. DEI is bad. It's like, bro, most white women benefited from DEI. Most white women marry white men. So DEI was a boost for the white community. Most white women benefited from affirmative action. Most white women marry white men. So affirmative action is a boost for the white community. But is it framed? No, it's framed as you're giving undue, unjust benefits to the Blacks. But even though all metrics show that most of the benefits went to white people, a whole system built off our sweat, blood, and equity, this ungrateful, stupid idiot named Sneako should be thanking us for his right to even be here, and all this ignorant mess, smack him again. And this is what I'm saying. This is why I don't really have no sympathy for bro. And this is why, it was quite amusing to see him get smacked like the little moist hoe he is. And that's why I call him Sneako or Sneaky Hoe, whichever you prefer. It means the same.
You think it's just the word, it's the disrespect.
When you talk about institutional power. They may not have as much, but they have influenced change. You know, whether it was getting rid of redlining or other policies in place that did negatively impact them post-segregation. So there's been a lot of things that they've done to influence that. And also, Black people have taken great care to move themselves up from an economic standpoint as well. If you look at all the charters, Black folks today are doing substantially better than they were in the past. So this whole narrative that they're just essentially just victims is not true. They've done quite a lot for themselves to empower.
Just victims, but there's a strong victim mentality within Black culture. Can you agree?
There's a strong victim mentality within Black culture.
And see, this is the whole thing. This is why the whole flat blackness is dead. When they say Black culture, who the hell are they talking about? So realistically, they're talking about foundational Black American culture. But this is why we had to delineate. This is why there needs to be a disaggregation of data. Since people try to pretend as if they don't understand when we talk about Black culture, what exactly is Asian culture? When I say Asian culture, is there a monolith on Asian culture? If there's no monolith on Asian culture, why are we pretending as if it's a monolith on Black culture? What is white culture? Italians are white, Irish people are white. Do Italians and Irish people believe they have the same culture? We both white culture. No, they don't. So why are we pretending that Black people have a Black culture? No, there's a foundational Black American culture, and then there's Nigerian culture, and then there's Jamaican culture, and Senegalese culture, and Sudan culture, right? I didn't grow up eating jerk chicken. I didn't grow up eating curried goat, naan and curry, plantains, bushmeat, a goosey soup, jollof. Nothing against these. I'm sure they come from a very rich and proud culture. It's just not my culture to claim. Just as well as I can name off a litany of things that these other people didn't grow up eating, because there's no monolithic Black American culture. Unfortunately, people have been socially engineered to accept this flat blackness. So when they say Black culture, they're really talking about Black Americans, but that includes everyone. Haitians don't have the same culture as us. Jamaicans don't have the same culture as us. To pretend that our culture is the same is a form of ethnic erasure. I want to know how beautiful Jamaican culture is. In order for me to do that, I need to delineate and disaggregate so we can highlight and spotlight the beauty of Jamaican culture. To pretend that it's just one big mashup of gumbo culture, that's not realistic. I always tell people this. Samurai culture is Japanese culture. But do you think Filipinos could say, hey, we're Asian too, so samurai culture is actually Filipino culture? Japanese people are Asian, Filipinos are Asian, so that means the samurai culture is Filipino culture. Nobody would say that. But when you say samurai culture is Asian culture, that's an incomplete statement. It's Japanese culture, and Japanese people happen to be Asian, just like hip hop. Hip hop is foundational Black American culture. We created it, we cultivated it, and we just happen to be Black. That doesn't mean that, hey, because we're Black, then that means that hip hop is Nigerian culture. Anyone can participate and partake in our culture, but a contribution and participation doesn't equal creation, right? I can put on an Afro samurai costume and learn about, the historical, what some would say, real or mythical Japanese figures, but that still doesn't make it my culture. So I just want to be clear, when Sneako was talking about Black culture, no one knows who or what he's talking about, but it's been cemented into history that when you talk about Black culture, foundational Black Americans, we are the blueprint, we are the standard of what it means to be Black globally. Now, it doesn't mean like we're the only Black people. It doesn't mean that other Black people are not great or talented. It's just kind of is what it is. We set the standard. If you close your eyes right now and think of a Black actor, it's going to be a Black American actor. Close your eyes and think of a Black American athlete. Or a Black athlete. It's going to be a Black American. So we're always setting the standard and the blueprint. We embraced everyone, but we have to stop with this flat blackness culture, because we don't have that. Senegalese people didn't grow up eating chitlins. I didn't either, but you know, there are some of our family members that did, right? So just as well as I didn't grow up eating bushmeat. I didn't eat, you know, lemon peppered leopard legs. I didn't grow up eating that. Nothing against that. I'm sure they are delicious, but we have to draw a distinction. If you think Black culture is just one big flat culture, then use that to Asian. Go tell the Native Americans, hey, there's no such thing as Cherokee culture. Y'all the same as Choctaw. Y'all the same as Seminole. Y'all one big Indian culture. Nobody would accept that. Look at Jewish people. What is Jewish culture? Tell a Jewish person, an Ashkenazi Jewish person, that their culture is no different than a Hasidic Jew, and tell a Hasidic Jew that their culture is no different than a Sephardic Jew. Go tell them that and see what you get. So every other group's ethnic sovereignty is acknowledged, but when it comes to us, we have to pretend is we all Black. For instance, Kodak Black is a Haitian. He's always doing a bunch of drug-induced idiotic stuff. When he does something dumb, they don't say that it's Haitian culture. There's Black culture. No, he's a Haitian. So when he commits a crime and does anything, that's Haitian culture. Don't try to put it on all Black people. If there's an illicit Chinese massage parlor, you can say that's Chinese culture. Why are you putting that on all Asians? But that's what we've been conditioned to accept. And those days are over.
Is the disrespect.
When you talk about institutional power, they may not have as much, but they have influenced change. You know, whether it was getting rid of redlining or other policies in place that did negatively impact them post-segregation. So there's been a lot of things that they've done to influence that. And also, a lot of people have taken great care to move themselves up from an economic standpoint as well. If you look at all the charters, Black folks today are doing substantially better than they were in the past. So this whole narrative that they're just essentially just victims is not true. They've done quite a lot for themselves to empower.
Just victims, but there's a strong victim mentality within Black culture. Can you agree?
There's a strong victim mentality within Black culture. What does that mean? That's just a term. Like, what does that mean when you say victim? Because you defined earlier the Jews as victim mentality, but then you said.
And again, let's concede, right? Let's say there is a strong victim mentality within Black culture. And shout out to Silo. Why does he care, bro? You're Asian. There's a lot of things wrong with the Jewish community, a lot of things wrong with the white and Asian community. That's not my place to say. I'm not Asian, so I would expect Asians, which are extremely smart, right? They'll deal with the issues in their community like they know how to. The Latinos will deal with the issues in their community like they know how. Same thing with Black people. But here we got Sneaky Ho over here talking about victim mentality in the Black community. Bro, you're not part of our community. And anyone that presents a problem while not also presenting a solution is whining. He thinks that we have a victim mentality. So he thinks that we whine. He thinks that we complain. Well, if you complain about someone else complaining, guess what you're doing? You guessed it, complaining. He's complaining about other people complaining. Y'all complain too much. Okay, but you're complaining about us complaining. How are you doing anything different? It's the same thing that he said with the Jews. Y'all need to be like the Jews, stop acting like victims. Okay, the Jews act like victims. Yeah, y'all need to be like them. Okay, so we need to act more like victims like they do. No, stop acting like victims. But you just said we need to be like the Jews who act like victims all the time, which you agreed with. Yeah, but they act like victims in a different way. Okay, so we need to act like victims. Just do it differently. No, just don't act like victims at all. It's just like, bruh, it's just dude is going back and forth, rambling and babbling incoherently. I don't know how anyone would take this dude serious. Let's run that back.
Great care to move themselves up from an economic standpoint as well. If you look at all the charters, Black folks today are doing substantially better than they were in the past. So this whole narrative that they're just essentially just victims is not true. They've done quite a lot for themselves to empower.
Just victims, but there's a strong victim mentality within Black culture. Can you agree?
There's a strong victim mentality within Black culture. What does that mean? That's just a term. Like, what does that mean when you say victim? Because you
again, conceding the point. If we have a victim mentality, how are you whining on a podcast about us having a victim mentality? What is that doing? That's not changing. Imagine if someone had a victim mentality and you make a podcast about them being a victim. That didn't change them from being a victim. So again, all he's doing is whining. He pretends as if black people are whining all the time, but all he does is whine about the black community allegedly whining. Y'all complain too much. So his response is to complain about us complaining. Is this the best the high IQs have to offer?
Find earlier the Jews as victim mentality, but then you said kind of not really. So like I don't know what you mean.
But they found a better. I also think that they hold on to a victim mentality. They've grown more. So the comparison is, how can you grow out of that? They use it. They weaponize that victim culture. I think black culture, it's weaponized not in a way that's uplifting and empowering, when it could be a lot stronger, especially when you're saying they got rid of redlining and the socioeconomic problems.
This dude is all over the place. So first of all, he said, okay, yeah, Jews play the victim, but they weaponize their victimhood smarter. So on one hand, he's saying that black people shouldn't be victims. And then he's saying that we should be victims like the Jews and play victimhood smarter and stronger. This is wild, bruh.
There's a strong victim mentality within black culture. Can you agree?
There's a strong victim mentality within black culture. What does that mean? That's just a term. Like, what does that mean when you say victim? Because you defined earlier the Jews as victim mentality, but then you said kind of not really. So like, I don't know what you mean.
But they found a better. I also think that they hold on to a victim mentality. They've grown more. So the comparison is, how can you grow out of that? They use it. You
heard that. Jews hold on to a victim mentality, but they've grown more. There is no but. So either the victim mentality is bad or it's not. And he's saying, yeah, y'all have a victim mentality. Jews have one too, but they grown more. So is the issue the victim mentality, or is the issue the growth? So what he's saying is like, yeah, y'all need to learn how to play victim like the Jews. So does anyone saying that they really want black people to have a more effective victim mindset? This dude Sneako was all over the place with his argument. Don't have a victim mindset, but if you do, have a strong victim mindset like the Jews.
A lot for themselves to empower
victims, but there's a strong victim mentality within black culture. Can you agree?
There's a strong victim mentality within black culture. What does that mean? That's just a term. Like, what does that mean when you say victim? Because you defined earlier the Jews as victim mentality, but then you said kind of not really. So like, I don't know what you mean.
But they found a better. I also think that they hold on to a victim mentality. They've grown more. So the comparison is, how can you grow out of that? They use it. They weaponize that victim culture. I think black culture, it's weaponized not in a way that's uplifting and empowering, when it could be a lot stronger, especially when you're saying they got rid of redlining and the socioeconomic problems don't exist in the same way.
Yeah.
There's got to be more growth.
You're comparing them also to a group of people who had a completely different history and different entry into the marketplace. You're talking about people who had settled generations in different countries.
Again, Sneako, there has to be more growth. Okay, how is there going to be more growth? I don't know. Act like the Jews. Okay, act like victim. No, don't act like victims. Act like the Jews. Well, the Jews acted like victims. Yeah. Act like the Jews, but just do it stronger. Like, what the hell is this dude talking about?
Where they're able to accumulate wealth versus a group of people who,
especially when you're saying they got rid of redlining and the socioeconomic problems don't exist in the same way.
Yeah,
there's got to be more.
They didn't get rid of redlining, and this is where, since Abba and Preach, they're not of the lineage and they're not American, they can't interject and say, no, they didn't get rid of redlining. Redlining is still extremely pervasive. Did you know that many neighborhoods are more segregated than it was at the height of Jim Crow? That doesn't mean that they got rid of redlining. Redlining is alive and well. It was just a couple years ago that the Navy, the federal, however it was, I think it was like the Navy Federal Credit Union, they had to do a report that they were discriminating against black applicants for home ownership and loans and stuff. And these wasn't just some poor podunk people. These were black people that had working jobs and solid credit scores. and they still were discriminated against. Redlining never went away. And this is what I'm saying. This is where the disingenuous nature comes in from Abba and Preach. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't think that it's done intentionally, but intention doesn't outweigh impact. The impact is you see these dudes on the screen railing and talking about Black American issues. At least Sneako is the one whining about Black American issues, and there's not a Black American on the panel. I wouldn't have a panel talking about what the Jews need to do and Jews without no Jewish representation on there. They're over there speaking for Black culture, but none of them are immersed in Black culture. If it is, okay, Preach, you're Haitian. That's Haitian culture. This dude, East African, maybe Kenyan or something. That's Kenyan culture, right? I can't pretend that Kenyan culture is the same as my culture. In order for me to understand that culture, I need to understand the differences. Sneako is some mixed Asian dude who cosplays as Black. He's an Asian tether. That dude can't share my culture with me. He can't speak on my culture. Me and Sneako didn't grow up with the same, with the same type of parents. You said, I have no clue what Sneako was talking about. Thank you. It ain't just me. All he's doing is, like I said, he's babbling incoherently. He's just saying stuff to say stuff. He's trying to be contrarian because he's anti-Black. So anything that he can, he's always trying to get this dig. Black music, Black owned, Black crime, rappers this, rappers that. He's acting like everyone in the Black community are rappers. Not even 1% of the Black community are rappers, but he pretends that if not even 1% of the Black community is rappers, since rap is so popular, we all listen to drill music and shit like that. And you said, who's the guy in the middle? The guy in the middle, his name is Preach. This is from their channel, Abba and Preach. And you said, I'm still going. Yeah. After this my last video, and then I'm gonna shut it down. So I think it's probably like 20 more minutes. And correct. See, Tory knows what's up. It was the Navy Federal Credit Union. They discriminated. And mind you, they didn't discriminate against people of color. They didn't discriminate against minorities and marginalized group. They discriminated against Black people. And you see the same thing with the vote. I've seen this with the Chud the Builder, right? He was going up to Black people, and there were some non-Black people who were white, but it was mainly Black people calling them niggers. And then they said with Chud the Builder, he was attacking people of color. So they always do that. Whenever it's time to, repair what they broke, then they try to pivot into people of color, marginalized groups, even though the whole time they were saying Black this, no Blacks allowed, no niggers allowed, right? They weren't saying no people of color or no undocumented people allowed. When they did say no coloreds allowed, they were talking about Black people. But let's get back into it though. And Roger, I think it's about like 20 more minutes of this.
Or growth.
You're comparing them also to a group of people who had a completely different history and different entry into the marketplace. You're talking about people who had settled generations in different countries where they're able to accumulate wealth versus a group of people who exited segregation in 1963. They're not comparable. That's one. But another aspect is like, even when you say victim mentality, is it because they get offended by the idea that you might say the N-word, that they get offended by certain symbols when they're portrayed? Like, why do you say victim mentality? Is it because of those things?
Wait. How old is the new hire?
I don't know.
How is Black culture defined?
How is Black culture defined? Probably by the experience. So it's probably by the experience of the.
So once again, he's asking them, how is Black culture defined? Sneako, you're not Black. So you can't define culture. You can't define Black culture. He can define mixed Asian heritage culture. He can't define Black culture. And neither can Abba and Preach. They're not Black American. I believe, allegedly, one is Haitian and one is East African. They can define Haitian culture and they can define East African culture. Haitian culture isn't the same as Jamaican culture. Jamaican culture isn't the same as Nigerian culture. Nigerian culture isn't the same as Ghanaian culture. You can't try to say they all African. they all came from the motherland. No, the culture is not the same. Asians are all Asian, but their culture is not one monolith. Korean culture is not Chinese culture. Japanese culture is not Filipino culture. And like you said, none of them are black. And this is what I'm saying. This is why we had to delineate and we stopped doing the flat blackness. None of them. And these people, even the people that are so-called black, they don't identify as blackness. They identify by their tribal makeup. In Nigeria, they don't go around talking about they're black African. They say they're Yoruba, Igbo, right? They identify by tribe. And then when they come over here, them being black is like 4th or 5th on the list. They identify first as an immigrant. And I'll just use Nigeria as an example, right? When many Nigerians came over, and many of them have said that, they came over and identify as an immigrant first. Then they identify as Nigerian. Then they identify by their tribe. Then they identify as being black. And they're very reluctant. Many of these people, it wasn't just the Dominicans. I know black, papi. No, it was many of them. I'm not black, I'm Nigerian. I'm not black, I'm Haitian. I'm not black, I'm Jamaican. And then people want to pretend as if we forgot this. Why y'all call yourselves black? Black is just a color. It ain't no country called black. How many times have we heard that? And I always give them a retort that I've yet to hear a response to. There's no country called white. And it's a bunch of white people smacking you upside the head and destabilizing your homeland, which is why you had to flee. Now, I'm not saying this to ridicule or humiliate you, but it is what it is. There's no country called white. However, you're being dominated by white supremacy. So all the people that say there's no country called black, well, fine. Don't call yourself black. Call yourself Hebrew, Israelite, Moor, Canaanite, whatever you want to call yourself. And then they start saying, you can't gatekeep blackness. Yes, we can and we will. We were the only ones truly standing and stepping for blackness, which is why we had sayings of black power. We didn't say African power or diaspora power. Nothing against the diaspora, nothing against Africans, but that's not what we said. Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. We didn't say it loud. I'm African and I'm proud. We were the ones leaning into blackness. Even all these other people who are so-called African, they don't even call themselves African. North Africa is where? You guessed it, Africa. When the North Africans barely call themselves African, they're literally African, but I'm Middle Eastern. There's no place called Middle East. There's no race called Middle East. Middle East is made up just like sub-Saharan. But the North Africans who are actually African don't even call themselves African. I'm Middle Eastern, I'm Muslim, I'm Arab. These people are actually African and they don't call themselves African. I've never been to Africa and probably never will go. Not because I hate the place. It's just my homeland is here. My business is here. I'm supposed to call myself a generic African. Meanwhile, you have Africans living in Africa from Africa that don't even call themselves African. They talk about Pan-Africanism and they're trying to talk about y'all lost Africans. No, I'm American. Why aren't the Pan-Africans trying to unite with the North Africans? North Africa is not united. North Africa isn't united with East Africa. East Africa isn't united with West Africa. There's no Pan-Africanism in Africa, but we're supposed to pretend as if that's all black culture. How? It just doesn't even make any sense, bro. You said time for a freedman-owned credit union. By the way, credit unions are financial cooperatives. Every credit union displays co-op on the front door. Sneako, what's his claim to fame? His claim to fame is going around pretending to be black because, like I said, this dude Sneako, the dude that you see, this Asian dude, he goes around and says that he's black because he says, my dad is Haitian, but there's no race called Haitian. So he pretends as if he has one drop of Negro blood. So he goes around saying nigga and talking about black people. I think he was a gamer at some point. And then also he's known for just doing random antics. I think he was in a relationship with a girl. His girl was getting gang banged in front of him. He is constantly getting slapped and beat up like an abused hoe. So that's his claim to fame, being an abused idiot.
Descendants of slaves in USA. So because they get offended by the idea that you might say the N-word, that they get offended by certain symbols when they're portrayed. Like, why do you say victim mentality? Is it because of those things?
Well, how is Black culture defined?
How is Black culture defined? Probably by the experience.
So remember, nobody on here is Black American. And let's hear how this non-Black American defines Black culture.
So it's probably by the experience of the descendants of slaves in USA.
So he just said that Blackness is usually defined by the descendants of slaves in the USA, aka FBA freedmen. And this is what we always said. And this is why some people say, hey, we're the only Black people, because all these other groups, they have a nation state to identify with, right? And then they try to say, y'all don't know who y'all are. Y'all don't know where y'all from. We do know exactly where we are and where we're from and where we've been. And we have been the ones who said, you know what? We want to embrace and call ourselves Black. No one is being forced to call themselves Black. Most Black people in America, I'm talking about foundational Black Americans, our skin is not Black. Most of us are coppered colored. We have Black people of various shades, which is why we have people that we call red bones, someone like Malcolm X, somebody like Tisha Campbell, Gina from Martin. These are all considered red Black people, right? We got people that are extremely dark, but most of us are copper colored. So none of us are actually Black. So when we say that we're Black, no one is saying that our skin pigment is Black, because none of us have that skin pigment. Just like white people, look at Donald Trump. They call him the orange man, but he's white, right? So you see some Italians and, you know, they're fairly dark, fairly swarthy, still considered white. And up until 2030, until they have the MENA, Middle Eastern North African classification, Egyptians considered white, Syrians, white, Palestinians, white, Turkish people, white, Armenians, white. Now you can try to make an argument, they are not white. Well, they're legally classified as white. So this is a nation of law. So I'm gonna go how they are legally classified, which is white. Jillian Michaels loves to say, I'm Syrian, I'm Arab. There's no race called Syrian. There's no race called Arab. We know what Jillian Michaels is, a W lady. So you said years ago, I had a customer from Morocco bragging about his country. I said, oh, you're African. He went into instant denial. No, I'm not from Africa. I had to school him. And this is what I'm trying to say. North Africans from Africa try to pretend as they're not African. Egyptians love to say, I'm Egyptian. Yeah, you're African. No, I'm Egyptian. Yeah, you're African, right? They'll tell you, okay, geographically, where's this place? North Africa. Oh, so you're African. No, I'm not. I'm North African. Yeah, like I said, you're African. No, I'm Middle Eastern. The Middle East and North Africa. No, I'm Arab. You're Arab from North Africa. No, I'm Muslim. So they try to do anything to not claim Africa. And they're literally African. When you're a foundational Black American and you go to Africa, maybe they'll embrace you. They'll embrace you as an American. So if I go to Africa, the Africans view me as American. But in America, I'm supposed to view myself as African? Make it make sense, bro. You can't, because it doesn't. And you said he started off as a streamer who went down the alt-right pipeline and now a born-again Muslim. I think Red 6 summed it up. But let's get back into this disingenuous debate.
And everything that comes with that would be the food, the linguistics, the music. But another aspect is like, even when you say victim mentality, is it because they get offended by the idea that you might say the N-word, that they get offended by certain symbols when they're portrayed? Like, why do you say victim mentality? Is it because of those things?
Well, how is Black culture defined?
How is Black culture defined? Probably by the experience. So it's probably by the experience of the descendants of slaves in USA. So post and everything that comes with that would be the food, the linguistics, the music, the art, the history. So there's a lot of ways, but there's different things that you would put into that.
I think a good comparison, I think even it was brought up, the difference between like Palestinian culture. There's a genocide going on, but when you ask them to define Palestinian culture, you don't define it based off of hardship. It's defined based off of their weddings, off of their ceremonies, off of the successful Palestinians, part of the diaspora. I don't think it should be defined.
What the hell is he talking about? And no one cares how you think Black culture should be defined. You're not Black. Go and figure out how you guys should define Asian culture. And notice he never has this conversation. The dude is a whole Asian, but he's not talking about how Asian culture should be defined. I can pull up some disgusting videos. Have you guys seen some of those XXX Asian videos? They have Asian girls getting peed and pooped on. They have some Asian girls where they have a fetish where there's a RAPE fetish, a forcible penetration fetish. This is part of their culture. They have a culture of having anime that has little kids animes, and they're having sex in the anime, right? They had a game called Rape Lay. The game, and I might have to pull that up. The game wasn't, they wanted to try to get it into the US market, and the US was like, no, this is a little bit too much, right? In this game, you can be a gang and like beat a girl, and then you can rip her clothes off and forcibly penetrate her. That's what their culture is. Will Sneako talk about that? And Frank Nitty says, what? Don't trip, Frank. I'm going to pull it up. And Red 6 says, I Show Speed went on an African tour. They gave him hell in Algeria. Where is Algeria? African. I mean, Africa, and Algerians are African. But if you call them African, they get pissed. Meanwhile, foundational Black Americans who know nothing about Africa, we're supposed to call ourselves generic African. That's your motherland. No, it ain't. You don't know where you from. And then the Algerians there who are African, they don't call themselves African, but the pan goofies, they don't say anything to them. And like Roger says, yes, there's a lot of RAP in anime. This is part of their culture. It doesn't mean that every Asian on the planet co-signs it. What I'm saying is that this is a pervasive and a prominent staple in their culture. If you say degenerate rap music is part of Black culture, then so is RAPE. I saw a girl getting ate by a demon with 3 penises. Sick. It's just what I'm trying to say. In the anime, they got all sorts of stuff. They'll have some little 5'2" dude who has like a 30-inch penis who'll be penetrating some random Asian chick in the anime, and then he'll be pumping her from behind and making her bleed, and the blood splats all on the screen. This is the type of graphic stuff that they have. Now, just because it's not in the US market, you don't know about it, you never see it. But if you're in some of these dark web rooms, you'll see there's a lot of sickening stuff in this anime. Not only that, let's just take Japan. Japan age of consent was 10 years old. It was only a couple years ago that they changed the age of consent to 13. So you can be a 50-year-old dude and have a 10-year-old girlfriend. That's disgusting, I know. But it wasn't illegal. And I know a lot of people say a nation of laws, right? Okay, well, the law was that you can be 75 years old and have a 10-year-old girlfriend. So now they umped it up. So now you can be 75-year-old and have a 13-year-old girlfriend. This is their culture. Will Sneako ever talk about this? This ain't me making this up. Anyone could look this up in real time. But if you doubt me, and you want to get debunked, I could pull it up in real time for you. Everyone has negative aspects of their culture. People just over focus on ours, even though we positively influenced the world many times over. Correct. So yes, every community has some disgusting and degenerate parts of it. They just don't highlight those parts. But right now, do y'all want me to pull up the Indian festivals of them throwing shit at each other? I'm not the ones going around calling them Pajeets and street shitter. As much as they talk about the degeneracy and foundational Black American community, what is worse? Listening to Sexy Red and having a Black woman and Daisy Dukes twerk on a car, or a bunch of grown people throwing shit at each other? I'm just saying, I'd rather see some hood rat twerk on a car than a bunch of randos throwing shit at you and smearing shit on your face. I'm just saying.
Based off of trauma, defining it based off of slavery.
I disagree. I disagree.
The other thing that he said too, like, y'all drop in the chat, what is Palestinian culture? Because he said, oh, the Palestinians, their culture isn't defined by trauma. Like, what is Palestinian culture? You're not Palestinian, Sneako, so you can't really speak for Palestinians like that. But what is Palestinian culture? The only thing that you think about is watermelon. And just so y'all know, I just got a message that there may be like a power outage in my area. So if my stream randomly shut down, it's because my power shut off. So I only got like 20 more minutes anyway, so I should be good. But you said, hold on. You said, and they're perverts. World War II showed just how much America has colonized Japan. Look at their art before World War II. Samurais clearly slanted eyes. After World War II, all Asians is white. If they ain't been colonized, I don't know what is. Even right now, there's a big hoopla of Japanese Twitter. They're going around talking about Black people and how Black people are so scary and mean. White people dropped an atomic bomb on them, and they're saying the Blacks are scary. So they'll turn around and subscribe to all these tropes. Blacks are dumb. Blacks are powerless. So how did the dumb, powerless Blacks drop a bomb on you? Oh, they didn't. It was your white mommy and daddy. And instead of blaming your white mommy and daddy who did it, it's the Blacks, George Floyd and BLM. Like, you got people in Japan talking about George Floyd and BLM while they're presently getting smacked up by some white military. Is rather pathetic, you know what I mean? But let's get back into it though. But like I said, I want y'all to tell me, what is Palestinian culture? I'm sure they have a rich culture, but Sneako is trying to define it. When you think of Palestinian culture, you think about the weddings. Who was thinking about weddings in Palestine? Gaza. They said they turned Gaza into a parking lot. So when you think of Palestinians, you think of a keffiyeh and you think of watermelon, which are some powerful symbols, right? Of course, you know, when Palestinians use the watermelon, they're using it as a sign of liberation. And when Americans use watermelon to portray Black people, obviously they're using it as a racial trope in a pejorative sense. But what is Palestinian culture? I support the Palestinians. I think they are some of the most resilient people. I think that they are, you know, very loyal to their soil. However, what is their culture? I don't know, because I'm not Palestinian. So I can't define what their culture is. Sneako's not Palestinian, but he's over here trying to speak about what Palestinian culture is and then try to compare it to Black culture. Let's be honest. I don't want to do this because I'm a humanitarian. Who are the renowned Palestinian actors versus the foundational Black American actors? Who are the renowned Palestinian singers and artists versus the foundational Black American artists? Who are the renowned Palestinian athletes versus the foundational Black American athletes? Who are the foundational Black American inventors versus the Palestinian inventors? I'm not trying to make it a versus or anything like that, but this is what Sneako is doing. He's trying to say that, hey, look, their culture is superior to yours. Okay, who are these figures? Who is the Palestinian version of MLK? Who is the Palestinian version of Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, or any of these people? Don't worry. I'll wait. They try to talk about the solidarity. There was solidarity between Palestine and South Africa. Okay, cool. Who's the Palestinian Mandela? Don't worry. I'll wait. Let's hear what Sneako has to say about how great their culture is compared to our degenerate culture. And again, none of these people are Black Americans, so why the fig Newton are they speaking for us? Shut up and sit down.
Palestinian culture, you don't define it based off of hardship. It's defined based off.
That comes with that would be the food, the linguistics, the music, the art, the history. So there's a lot of ways, but there's different things that you would put into that.
I think a good comparison, I think even it was brought up, the difference between like Palestinian culture. There's a genocide going on, but when you ask them to define Palestinian culture, you don't define it based off of hardship. It's defined based off of their weddings, off of their ceremonies, off of the successful Palestinians.
And again, he's lying, because every time I hear someone talk about Palestinians, they talk about it in a traumatic sense. They talk about their plight. They talk about, when they went to the right of return and Israel slaughtered a bunch of people. They talk about how they leveled Gaza into a parking lot. They talk about how Palestine is an apartheid state. Everything that people tell me about Palestine is not talking about how rich their culture is. And I'm not saying that they don't have a rich culture. So could anyone tell me what their culture is outside of keffiyehs and watermelon? Sneako was saying, oh, they're talking about their weddings. Where are a bunch of Palestinians getting married when it's alleged that over 70% of the buildings have been leveled? So how could you talk about the Palestinians and not talk about their plight? And Sneako was saying, no, when you think of their culture, you don't think about that. Yes, you do, which is the whole thing that people keep crying about, because there's a genocide going on. No one is saying, hey, let's keep doing content about Palestinians because of their great culture, which I'm not saying that they don't have. They're saying, let's do this content to bring awareness to the genocide that's going on. And Sneako is saying, yeah, when you think of them, it ain't about trauma. I mean, genocide is pretty traumatic, wouldn't you say? Everyone bashes our culture while partaking in it. Even when we do positive things, it gets scrutinized just for the dominant society to co-opt later into theirs. And Sneako too, going around saying nigga, cosplaying as us, bro. Why would you even want to say our word? Think about it. The word nigga is a disgusting and a degenerate word. Why would anyone want to say it? Now, I'm being facetious, but y'all consider blacks degenerate. So it would make sense why we want to say it. But Sneako was acting like he's superior and he has a superior culture because he's Muslim. Why would any righteous Muslim want to call people nigga, use the word nigga in any context, right? Does the Quran say that? And I'm being facetious because I know many Muslims are anti-black, and Sneako is just another iteration of that.
By certain symbols when they're portrayed, like, why do you say victim mentality? Is it because of those things?
Well, how is black culture defined?
How is black culture defined? Probably by the experience. So it's probably by the experience of the descendants of slaves in USA. So post and everything that comes with that would be the food, the linguistics, the music, the art, the history. So there's a lot of ways, but there's different things that you would put into that.
I think a good comparison, I think even it was brought up, the difference between like Palestinian culture. There's a genocide going on, but when you ask them to define Palestinian culture, you don't define it based off of hardship. It's defined based off of their weddings, off of their ceremonies, off of the successful Palestinians, part of the diaspora. I don't think it should be defined based.
Name one content creator that has made content about a Palestinian wedding. Where's the Max Blumenthal video about Palestinian weddings? Where's the Norm Finkelstein video about Palestinian weddings? Chunky Uger and Anna Karen Sparian. Where are their videos about Palestinians' weddings? What the fuck is Sneako talking about?
Off of trauma. defining it based off of slavery.
I disagree. I disagree so much. Palestinians are definitely defined by their history, by what they're going through right now, and they will be defined by that for generations to come. When people talk about relocating Palestinians, they talk about the mental health aspect and how they're going to have to fix the ongoing issues that are going to be there for generations. They may not be defined by it right now, but I can promise you everyone who's living in Palestine is defined in large part by this occupation. Doesn't mean that's all of them. And you can't look at black folks and say that's all of them either. There's a lot more to them than just slavery. No one would ever say black culture is just slavery.
Well, that's how you just defined it. That's why I'm.
No, that's not what I defined. I talked about linguistics. I talked about.
Again, like I said, hey, I don't know if you still in here, Focus, but I don't know why anyone would be following this dude. This dude is getting bodied in the debate. He's getting bodied in the debate with people who are ill-equipped to have this debate. They're ill-equipped not because they're dumb. It's just because they're not black Americans. This conversation is centered around black Americans, but there's no black American on the panel. And clearly when he asked them what black culture is, and none of these people could define it, right? But he did say it's defined by the foundational black American descendant of slaves. He talked about art. He talked about food and linguistics. And then Sneako says, man, you just defining it by slavery, bro. Did you not hear all of the other stuff that he said? Because he's listening to respond, not to understand. And he already has all these canned talking points. What about black on black crime? What about rap music? What about the blacks? It's like we already know what he's going to say. Blacks do this. And why can't you guys be like the Jews? You mean the Jews who act like victims? Yeah. Act like them, but be stronger victims. Thought you said you didn't want victim mentality. Yeah, just do a different victim mentality, right? Then everyone knows the Palestinians right now for their plight and their trauma. And then he's saying, no, we know Palestinians because of their weddings and the prominent Palestinians. Name a prominent Palestinian. The prominent Palestinian that people know was DJ Khaled. We the best. He'll yell we the best, but he won't yell free Palestine. So again, what is Palestinian culture? Sneako can't define this, so why the fuck is he bringing it up?
Defined by their history, by what they're going through right now, and they will be defined by that for generations to come. When people talk about relocating Palestinians, they talk about the mental health aspect and how they're going to have to fix the ongoing issues that are going to be there for generations. They may not be defined by it right now, but I can promise you everyone who's living in Palestine is defined in large part by this occupation. Doesn't mean that's all of them. And you can't look at black folks and say that's all of them either. There's a lot more to them than just slavery. No one would ever say black culture is just slavery.
Well, that's how you just defined it. That's why I'm.
No, that's not what I defined. I talked about linguistics. I talked about cuisine. I talked about music. I talked about history. I talked about many things. And the same thing for Palestinians. What they're experiencing right now for generations, they're going to look back.
First of all, Sneako lied and said that's just how you defined it. But it's your question, Sneako. Why don't you define it? Notice how he's asking non-black Americans what black American culture is. Sneako never defined black culture, but then he's trying to frame black culture. He said, oh, black culture isn't just about slavery, or at least that's what Abba was saying. But then Sneako was saying, oh, well, I just went to the slavery part because that's how you described it. It's not about how Abba describes it, because none of them are black American. So none of you guys could define black culture. Sneako never defines black culture. He just defers to Abba to define black culture. And then he tried to say, hey, well, I only mentioned slavery and trauma because that's what you brought up. No, bro, you brought up this whole what is black culture rabbit hole. And now I get it, Focus. Like Focus says, it's embarrassing being a Sneako fan right now. Not gonna lie. This is like pathetic. These arguments are like, he said Sneako needs to give up. Yeah, bro needs to give up because now he's just kind of grasping for straws. Bro, you got bodied. He got bodied by some people who are not even American. So I'm just saying, hopefully this ain't the best the high IQs have to offer. You said, don't forget to check your DM for the next subject. Is gonna be a doozy. I definitely will check that out, Roger. And if I have time, which I'm gonna end this in like 20 minutes, I may come and hit y'all with the double header. Who knows? But I'm gonna see, Roger. But let's get back into this, man. Sneako is becoming insufferable, bruh. That's why I'm about to shut it down.
There's a lot more to them than just slavery. No one would ever say black culture is just slavery.
Well, that's how you just defined it. That's why I'm.
No, that's not what I defined. I talked about linguistics. I talked about cuisine. I talked about music. I talked about history. I talked about many things. And the same thing for Palestinians. What they're experiencing right now for generations, they're going to look back on this time period and talk about how it has affected them. So you can't just tell a Palestinian 15 years from now, let's say if Gaza was free today, 15 years from now, they're still going to feel the reverberations of that. The reason why it bothers me is that there's no place on this planet that I've ever been to that don't have a particular sensitive point about something in their history. Whether it's like, if you go to China, they'll talk about how rude and ill-mannered Chinese people are. Right? You'll see these rich people in nice cars and they just spit on the ground or whatever. And people are very judgmental about their manners, justifiably so. It's very nasty. But people don't recognize the reason why is because they came out of economic hardship. They went from poor to rich very quickly. And so the people never had that to adapt their society. So they still have that legacy of poverty in their manners and everything today. If you go to insult them for that reason, or if you bring these kinds of things up, if you go to Korea and talk about the comfort women, everyone's got, if you go to Eastern Europe, place that used to be part of the USSR and have been freed from the shadow of the Soviet Empire, they still have sensibilities about that. You said there's no words, bro, go to Romania and call people gypsies everywhere. See what happens. See what happens. Every place has got their words.
Right. But you shouldn't give them attention. That's the point. If someone's going around streaming themselves in Romania saying gypsy, gypsy, the correct response would be, don't give this person attention.
So again, he keeps acting like he's cooking. Yeah, man. So he concedes, because for one, they try to pretend as if black people are, they're just inherently low impulse and you guys are chimping out is just a word. And then like DJ Academic said, hypothetically, if someone said fuck Allah, those are just words. Oh, no, that man, no, that's different. That's different now. No, it's not. Those are two words. Then he said, hey, bro, go to Romania and start saying gypsy, gypsy, gypsy. Oh, yeah, well, the right response is this. Yeah, okay, again, like I said, you're standing there with your mama and somebody come and look your mama in the eye and say, fuck this fat, funky bitch. The right response, according to Sneako, is let that person disrespect your mom and just walk away. I'm sure maybe that's the right legal response. And then you take your mom home and then you say, hey, mom, I know that person looked you in your eye and intimidated you and called you a fat, funky bitch. But the right thing to do was for me to walk away. Come on, bruh. My boy Focus in the chat already said, if somebody comes up and they disrespect, because if someone disrespects your mom or your family member in front of you, they're not just disrespecting them. They're disrespecting multiple people. They're disrespecting your manhood. So yes, in a perfect controlled environment, should you have restraint and walk away? But, we don't live in a perfect utopian society. So if you come up in anywhere in my vicinity and disrespect me or my family, is up and is stuck, man. And I'm just saying, I will defend myself by any means necessary. I'll defend myself with legal force and lethal force. Just saying. And we've been joined by the sophisticated, by the stunning, and the spectacular Sincere Saida in building. Salute. You came through late, but better late than never, Miss Sincere. And you said, how about a Friedman Invention Almanac? Can we do something to put one together? Get the community involved, something, contact Tariq or something. Yeah, I think we can do something. I don't think, I will try to contact Tariq. I might actually be going to his event on May 23rd. He having an event at the Hidden History Museum. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah. And a lot of this stuff we can do on our own. We just have to be willing to fund. Look at Chud, the Bussy Warrior, right? He went around calling black people nigger, 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 right? And then a bunch of bigoted people, he's already reached over $200,000, right? So we won't need that much money, but we do need to fund the people that we stand. And actually, I want to give a special shout out to Focus, because Focus hit me on the Cash App again. And I know, Focus, you want to leave a super chat, but I'm glad that you left the Cash App, because sometimes people, you know, with the super chat, Focus had left me $100 super chat, but $100 super chat is really like $68 or $70. If you hit me on the Cash App with 100, that means I get 100. But, you know, I appreciate it all. You know, if you're unable or unwilling to make a financial contribution, the likes are free. Won't cost you a fee. But let's get back into it, though. And just in case you didn't know, Sincere, I'm talking about Sneako or Sneaky Ho, this Asian cosplaying Tether who claims that he's black sometimes. And Abba and Preach, they're having a debate. It's a rather disingenuous debate because they're centering much of the discussion around Black Americans, and there's no Black American to speak of on the panel. But let's get back into it, though.
And talk about the comfort women. Everyone's got, if you go to Eastern Europe, place that used to be part of the USSR and have been freed from the shadow of the Soviet Empire, they still have sensibilities about that. You said there's no words, bro. Go to Romania and call people gypsies everywhere. See what happens. See what happens. Every place has got their words.
Right. But you shouldn't give them attention. That's the point. If someone's going around streaming themselves in Romania saying gypsy, gypsy, the correct response would be, don't give this person attention.
No, they're going to get fucked up. Like, what do you,
go ahead.
Yeah, you shouldn't, but that's not what's going to happen. That's not a reality is. You said there is not one word in the world that is like the N-word. That is not true.
In the English language, it's the strongest word. It's the word where so many people expect, if you say this word, even if you say the soft A, people respond, oh, this person should get beat up. This person should, that's not the correct response.
Right. I'm not saying that is the correct response or not. I'm reacting to what you said. You said that in the world, there is not a word like that. That is not true.
So some people might act violently. Hopefully there's not like a nationwide upset, and they're not all going to say somebody should go.
But we agree. We agree it's the correct response. But I'm trying to tell you, what you're expecting of Black people isn't expected of people anywhere. If you go to Ireland and you go say some certain words.
Pointed out the guy with Jake Lang is a perfect example.
Jake Lang got attacked. He got attacked by Muslims. He got attacked by Muslims.
That shouldn't happen, and we condemn that. And then the overall response for somebody like that is to ignore somebody like this. Exactly.
But you also said it did not happen. We just told you it did.
Hey, hey, Focus, I don't know if you're seeing this, but bro is getting bodied in this debate. So he tried to bring up some Muslims and say, yeah, the correct response. And Sincere, this is what he's arguing. Because like earlier in the stream, DJ Academics or DJ Wackademics, DJ Tetherdemics, right? Because he's a Jamaican tether. But he at least asked them a poignant question. DJ Academics asked Muslim Sneako, he asked them, hey, you're Muslim, right? Hypothetically, if he said, would it be cool or would it be funny for him to go around and say, fuck Allah? And then Sneako was like, no, not if you want to keep the peace, right? So Sneako is acknowledging that if you go around saying fuck Allah, that Muslims will turn up and it will get ugly and it will get violent. But he's saying that, oh no, that's different. Y'all should be able to endure being called a nigger or a nigger because we've repurposed it. And now nigger can mean anything. And you can't compare that to saying fuck Allah. No, fuck is a word. Allah is a word. Now you can talk about the meanings of the words. They're still just words. And he's trying to say, don't get triggered over being called a nigga because that's just a word. However, Muslims can get triggered over someone saying fuck Allah. So this is Sneako, right? This is supposed to be, some high IQ dude, but he's just a loser.
But I'm trying to tell you, what you're expecting of Black people isn't expected of people anywhere. If you go to Ireland and you go say some certain words.
Pointed out the guy with Jake Lang is a perfect example.
Jake Lang got attacked. He got attacked by Muslims. He got attacked by Muslims.
That shouldn't happen, and we condemn that. And then the overall.
So then he's just getting debunked in real time. So he's trying to point out some Muslim person. So there's this white Jewish supremacist named Jake Lang. He runs around antagonizing black people and Muslim. He's basically like a Chud the Builder before Chud the Builder. Rather than just harassing black people, he harasses Muslims as well because he's a Jewish person, right? So this dude is trying to pretend as if, hey, Muslims, they comport themselves in a calm manner. So he tried to bring up an example or talk about a Muslim dude who didn't attack Jake Lang. However, Abba is going to say, yeah, but Jake Lang was attacked by other Muslims. So Sneako is wagging his finger at black people saying, y'all need to stop chimping out over being called a word, right? And the majority of black people don't know or see Chud the Builder. So clearly the majority of us are not attacking this dude, but he frames this as a black community issue. And we need to take accountability and stop being so emotional over a word, right? He tries to bring up some Muslim example and Abba just debunks him right now. He's like, yeah, but those Muslims did attack Jake Lang. So he never talks about the violence in Muslim culture. The dude's Muslim. There's a bunch of Muslim on Muslim crime. Sneako won't talk about that. He'll talk about black on black crime. No, Sneako is Asian. There's a bunch of Asian on Asian crime. He won't talk about that, but he will talk about what about black on black crime. You're not black, ninja. But we've been joined by the illustrious Atebe in building. Let's get back into it.
All response for somebody like that is to ignore somebody like this. Exactly.
No, but you also said it did not happen. We just told you it did. You have to acknowledge that. Like you said, he didn't get attacked. He did. So what you're saying is not true.
Yeah, Jake Lang.
That one in New York was strange. That one was.
I don't care if it was strange or not, bro.
So he lied and said that he wasn't attacked. No. He's Asian. He looks Latino. Yeah, he's Asian, but peep this, Sincere. He tries to say that he's black. And then people be like, you ain't black. Then they'll say, my dad is Haitian. I'm going to try to pull up his parents. There's no race called Haitian. It's just like when they try to say Kamala's dad, her dad is Jamaican. You know how many Indians it is in Jamaican? There's no race called Jamaican. There's a bunch of Chinese people in Jamaica. They're Jamaican. There's a bunch of white people in Jamaica. They're Jamaican. A bunch of Indians, Jamaican. A bunch of black people, Jamaican. There's no race called Jamaican, just like there's no race called American. There's Asian Americans, Black Americans, Latino Americans, right? So Sneako tries to do this thing. I'm black too. My dad is Haitian. And then you look at his dad. I'm like, bro, huh? Like, I'm going to try to find his dad. Like, no, you're not black. And it's funny because all of these mixed race people, many of them don't give a damn about the black community, but all they want to do is say nigga, right? I'm black. I got one drop, and that's why I say nigga. He doesn't want to stand up for the black community. He doesn't want to do mutual aid. He doesn't want to mentor any black kids. All he wants to do is say, I got one drop, and that's why I say nigga. Nobody will look at this dude and thinks he's black. You said he's half Filipino. Yeah, I think he's like Filipino and Haitian, right? But rather than say that he's mixed or he's Asian, he tries to pretend that he's black. So he goes around talking about what the black community needs to do. But he's Filipino. Show me the videos. I mean, Filipinos aren't perfect, just like blacks aren't perfect, just like Chinese people aren't perfect, just like people from Bangladesh aren't perfect. Why isn't he talking about what Filipinos need to do? Right? Why isn't he talking about the corruption or issues in the Filipino community? Right? Every community has its toxic elements. Why won't he talk about that in his community? Instead, he's talking about black people. And even if his dad was Haitian, your dad ain't foundational black American. Why won't you talk about what Haitians need to do or what Caribbeans need to do? And this is why we're done with the flat blackness. And this is why we have to delineate, because people like all of these people on the screen. Nothing against Abba and Preach, but They don't speak for us. They're not Americans. I can't speak for Canadians and say, I'm black. It's some black Canadians, so we got the same struggle. No, we don't. Same means identical. We don't have identical struggles.
Bro, I don't care. He got attacked. You said he didn't get attacked.
That's not the correct response.
Right. I'm not saying that is the correct response or not. I'm reacting to what you said. You said that in the world, there is not a word like that, That is not true.
Well, some people might act violently. Hopefully there's not like a nationwide upset, and they're not all going to say somebody should go.
We agree it's the correct response. But I'm trying to tell you what you're expecting of black people isn't expected of people anywhere. If you go to Ireland and you go say some certain words.
Pointed out the guy with Jake Lang is a perfect example.
Jake Lang got attacked. He got attacked by Muslims. He got attacked by Muslims.
Shouldn't happen, and we condemn that. And then the overall response for somebody like that is to ignore somebody like this. Exactly.
No, but you also said it did not happen. We just told you it did. You have to acknowledge that. Like you said, he didn't get attacked. He did. So what you're saying is not true.
Yeah, Jake Lang.
That one in New York was strange. That one was.
I don't care if it was strange or not, bro. I don't care. He got attacked. You said he didn't get attacked. He got attacked.
The point is, we should not encourage that. The difference is, I'm saying somebody like that should not. No, I did not see the same response. Look, what I wanted to see more of is people within the black community saying somebody should not go out and seek out violence. I didn't see that response. I didn't see that as an effort. In fact, a lot of people were encouraging things to happen. That's the opposite thing that happened with Jake Lang. Every Muslim apologist, any public Muslim would say, don't give this guy attention. Don't give him exactly what he wants.
Here he goes lying again. What black people were saying, man, y'all need to attack Chud and we need to do all this stuff. No, show me the videos. He can't point to anyone. All he talks about is the talking heads and the rappers and all this other type of stuff. So remember, Sneako is trying to pretend as if he's black, right? And look at this. Let me pull this up real quick before I and this is why, as like I said, this whole flat blackness is dead. We're done. The whole one drop rule, that was just some bigoted thing. And if people want to acknowledge the one drop rule, then I'll say fine, we can keep the one drop rule, but it's gonna work two ways. If someone has one drop of whiteness, then they're white. You can't tell me that if you got one drop of Negroid blood that you're a black. But then if you got 10,000 drops of European blood, you're not white. Make it make sense. You know what I mean? So yeah. Hey, let's see what we got. Y'all can see this on the screen. Let me pull this down real quick. Like I said, flat blackness is dead. So here we go. Sneako's parents. Let me try to make this a little bit bigger for y'all. So according to available biographical sources, Mr. Palanthazi, that's what Sneako's name is, right? Name one foundational black American that you know with a name like this. Nothing against this name, like salute to your name. You know, this represents your heritage. But what I'm saying is we don't know no foundational black American name Balanthazi. So Sneako, whose real name is Nicholas Ken de Balanthazi, don't really care where he was born, but he was born in New York, right? 1998. Let's scroll a little bit more. Sneako's family background, mixed race and mixed ethnicity. So once again, he identifies as mixed, but he's always talking about black this, black that. So if you're mixed, shouldn't you be having a mixed discussion? And this is the issue. When someone will have a one drop of blackness, but their content is 100% about blackness, but you're mixed. Why don't you have a mixed conversation? He's been described as having Filipino, but he never talked about Filipino culture and what Filipinos need to do. He's Haitian. He never talks about what Haitians need to do. And Ashkenazi Jewish. So again, Sneako was always one of the people talking about the Jews this and the Jews need to do that. Hey, focus. I don't know if you're still in the chat. Did you know that your boy Sneako had Ashkenazi ancestry. All these people that love to say it's the Jews. Yeah, but which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the ones that look like Sneako or the ones that look like Rabbi Shmuley? So his parents' heritage includes half Black and Asian roots. But where is the Blackness? So you're supposed to assume, oh yeah, well, Haitian. But there's no race called Haitian. And when you look up his family, like it's kind of hard to find his family. Let's see, right? When you type in who are Sneako's parents. Now, I don't know if these are his parents, but let's see what comes up. Let's see what comes up when we click on Sneako's parents. Let me click on this one right here. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Oh, damn. It looked like. Okay, cool. My bad. It looked like my computer had froze a little bit. I guess they don't want me exposing Sneako. All right, let me see if I can do this. Give me 1 second. Okay, bam. So when you type in Sneako parents, where now, I don't know if these are his parents, right? But when you type in his parents, this is what comes up. So this is Sneako's family. Who was the Black person in his family? Oh, yeah. His dad's Haitian. There's no race called Haitian, though. So where are the Black people in Sneako's family? Could anyone point me? Could anyone drop a link and show me the Black people in Sneako's family? Because when I type in Sneako parents, this is what comes up. Now, I don't know if these are his parents, but I can't find any Black person in Sneako's family. Could y'all point to him? I'm just saying, this is Sneako's family. Where are the Black people? Even Sneako said he's half Black. Where is the half Black person? Again, this is why flat Blackness is dead. So they want you to assume that these people are Black because they have one drop of Haitian blood. There's no race called Haitian. But let's get back into it, though.
So many people in the Muslim world celebrated when they got assassinated for the cartoons. You could
out violence. I didn't see that response. I didn't see that as an effort. In fact, a lot of people were encouraging things to happen. That's the opposite thing that happened with Jake Lang. Every Muslim apologist, any public Muslim would say, don't give this guy attention. Don't give him exactly what he wants. When it goes to the Black community, if you want to make that comparison, I didn't see.
Again, Black community. And I just shown he's Filipino, Haitian, and Ashkenazi Jewish. Where is his criticism towards the Jewish community? Instead, he's saying Jewish people act like victims and Black people need to act like them, but just don't act like victims. But I thought you just said Jewish people act like victims. He's all over the place. And like you said, this is why I told you, he's a tethering on to Blackness, but no one could define who's Black in his family. Just like when they try to say Kamala Harris, her daddy is Black. Her dad never called himself Black. Now, people tried to call him African American, but they call everyone African American. Elon Musk is African American. New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani is African American. Charlize Theron is African American. The Arab or Muslim French Montana, the Moroccan dude, he's African American in a technical sense, but no one knows who you're talking about with these vague and nebulous terms, which is why they love to use them. Which is why when people are saying, bro, you ain't Black, dude, my dad is literally Haitian. That's what he says. He'll talk about his dad being Haitian, but he won't say that his dad is Black. And then when they do say, well, my dad is half Black. Okay, so your dad is mixed and you're mixed. So why won't you just call yourself mixed? No, I want to say nigga and talk about the Black community. So Sneako's Black. Like Red 6 said, off of vibes. No one is forcing Sneako to listen to music. And you said, damn, I should have known he was Jewish by the way he shapeshifts identity. Here is his dad. Okay, let me try to see if I can pull this up. Yeah, bro, I may be a little bit disappointed in you, bro, because you didn't know. Hold on, damn. I might actually have to go. I might have to go to my my YouTube stream to copy it. So I'm gonna play some of the video and then I'm gonna try to copy that link so I can pull up his dad. So let me play this. But thanks for dropping the link.
See the same response. Look, what I wanted to see more of is people within the Black community saying somebody should not go out and seek out violence. I didn't see that response. I didn't see that as an effort. In fact, a lot of people were encouraging things to happen. That's the opposite thing that happened with Jake Lang. Every Muslim apologist, any public Muslim would say, don't give this guy attention. Don't give him exactly what he wants. When it goes to the Black community, if you want to make that comparison, I didn't see anybody say that.
Great example. So many people in the Muslim world celebrated when they got assassinated for the cartoons. You can feel how you want. The reality is they drew something and everyone condemned the but in the Muslim world, that was not the case. In fact, in France itself, they celebrated like crazy, the Muslims did. That was their choice.
You're talking about Charlie Hebdo?
Yes. I feel like you're not saying on the point I'm saying on. I'm saying that when you approach this, you pretend like Black folks are singular. You say it's the only word in the English language. That's not the case. If you go to Ireland, different parts of the UK, that's not the case. In the world, if you go to different countries, they got their sensitive spot on older history than Black folks. And yet there's a standard for Black people is just like, get over it, considering the dark history, considering how recent it was. I just don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's equal. And I also think when you say things like, oh, you know,
okay, let me pull this up real quick just to show y'all, because again, remember, Sneako is always trying to act like he's blackety black, always talking about Black community. And look at his family, bruh. Where are the Black people? Show me where the Black people are. And then he said his dad was born in Morocco, but I don't think that he says his dad is Moroccan. I believe that he claims that his dad is Haitian, right? But again, there's no race called Haitian. It's just like the New York mayor, Zoran Mamdani, is an Indian born in Uganda. And you said Uganda is in Africa. I'm an American citizen, so I'm African American. This is what New York Zoran Mamdani checked the box when he was trying to get accepted into college, right? Where are the Black people? This is Sneako's family, right? Where is the one drop of Blackness? And this is what they try to do. Dude, my dad is literally African, right? Yeah, there's no race called African though, right? There's Elon Musk is African. Do me and Elon Musk have the same race? Is Elon Musk Black? So again, this is Sneako's family. So where are the Black people? Why isn't he talking about Moroccan culture or African culture or Haitian culture or Filipino culture or Jewish culture, right? I'm just saying, right? So for all the stands that like to butt kiss Sneako and think that he's smart and that, you know, well, he does make some good points. No, he doesn't. Like, he's getting destroyed by some people that don't even know the culture that they're debating him about.
God is different. Like, this is when they got assassinated for the cartoons. You can feel how we agree it's the correct response. But I'm trying to tell you what you're expecting of Black people isn't expected of people anywhere. If you go to Ireland and you go say some certain words.
Pointed out the guy with Jake Lang is a perfect example.
Jake Lang got attacked. He got attacked by Muslims. He got attacked by Muslims.
Shouldn't happen, and we condemn that. And then the overall response for somebody like that is to ignore somebody like this. Exactly.
No, but you also said it did not happen. We just told you it did. You have to acknowledge that. Like you said, he didn't get attacked. He did. So what you're saying is not true.
Yeah, Jake Lang.
That one in New York was strange. That one was.
I don't care if it was strange or not, bro. I don't care. He got attacked. You said he didn't get attacked. He got attacked.
The point is, we should not encourage that. The difference is, I'm saying somebody like that should not. No, I did not see the same response. Look, what I wanted to see more of is people within the Black community saying somebody should not go out and seek out violence. I didn't.
And then again, like, why is he waiting for the Black community to say that, right? And then he said, oh, well, I didn't see the black community. Bruh, you're not part of the black community. So, of course, you're not going to see what we're saying. He follows tethers from Fresh and Fit like Amaru Fuddle. He follows idiots like Jake Shields. He follows a bunch of anti-black bigots. And he's saying, well, I ain't see the black community say this. Yeah, because you're not following people who are B1, people who put the foundational black American community first. Of course, you're not going to see the black community's response. You're following a bunch of bigots that hate black people. But then again, Sneako is pretending that he's black, right? So why is he waiting? He just outed himself. If he pretends to be black, why are you waiting for the so-called black community to have or feign some outrage? You're black, right, Sneako? So you're constantly talking about black people and they need to do this and accountability and all this stuff. Like, so why are you whining about what you're actually doing? Oh, I want to see someone in the black community say this, but I thought you were part of the black community, Sneako. So right now he's outing himself that he's not a part of the black community and that he's not black. But at the same time, he pretends that he should be in these conversations because my daddy is half black. No, your daddy is not. No one really knows what your daddy is. He's racially ambiguous. And even if he was black, let's just say that his daddy is black. Out of pappy, you're not foundational black American. So you don't speak for us. Speak for your own community, Sneako.
I didn't see that response. I didn't see that as an effort. In fact, a lot of people were encouraging things to happen. That's the opposite thing that happened with Jake Lang. Every Muslim apologist, any public Muslim would say, don't give this guy attention. Don't give him exactly what he wants. When it goes to the black community, if you want to make that comparison, I didn't see anybody say that.
Great example. So many people in the Muslim world celebrated when they got assassinated for the cartoons. You can feel how you want. The reality is they drew something and everyone condemned the but in the Muslim world, that was not the case. In fact, in France itself, they celebrated like crazy, the Muslims did. That was their choice.
You're talking about Charlie Hebdo?
Yes. I feel like you're not saying on the point I'm saying on. I'm saying that when you approach this, you pretend like black folks are singular. You say it's the only word in the English language. That's not the case. If you go to Ireland, different parts of the UK, that's not the case. In the world, if you go to different countries, they got their sensitive spot on older history than black folks. And yet there's a standard for black people is just like, get over it, considering the dark history, considering how recent it was. I just don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's equal. And I also think when you say things like, oh, you know, God is different. Like, this is what you were saying. You were saying,
yes, these things are sacred. Blasphemy is different than skin color. Skin color is not something that should be considered sacred.
Well, you're talking to academics, and you guys were having the debate.
And here he is talking about blasphemy is different than skin color. Blasphemy is based on a belief. Not everyone has to believe what you believe in, Sneako. And this is where they try to do, this is what I call that bloviating biblical blather, right? Or that cuckoo Quran chatter, right? Because they believe in something, then you have to believe in it, right? And maybe I do believe in it, but I don't believe in you imposing this. And this is what's quite pathetic, right? This is not a strong showing for the Muslims, right? Here you have a Muslim that's pretending to be so in tuned in the religious faith, but at the same time, he's championing a dude going around calling black people nigger. Now, I get it, right? That may be what they do in the Muslim world, especially in the Arab Muslim world, where they call many black people a bead. But just say it with your chest, Sneako. Just wear your anti-blackness on the sleeve. Stop trying to pretend as if he's taking the high road. And no, that's not your response. You shouldn't give people power over you, right? Yeah, in a perfect world, if you're with your daughter, I should be able to come up and call your little daughter a bitch, and you should walk away because you don't want to give power to me by letting me trigger you by calling your daughter a bitch, right? Sneako, you're a hoe. You're a moist maniac and a moron. So you're used to letting people knock your teeth out, disrespect your girl. He letting dudes gangbang his girl and bust nuts on her face and her hair. That's you, Sneako. Fine. I ain't gonna hold you. Not everybody is on the same bitch assness as you, Sneako. And he's acting tough, but he's only tough when he's doing debates against non-black Americans who can't speak for the culture.
regards to words and their meaning, and that we can change the words. You won't get rage baited, that words can be evolved. And I think you're referring to also slurs to some degree. Is that fair?
Right. Like that word itself has been changed so much. When black people say it was also a slavery term. It comes from the same exact place.
Right.
It had the same meaning, but now it's the most popular used word in hip hop.
Fair.
So even if people say the soft A, if people are singing along to a song, white people are expected to they do the shush finger over their face. They're not even supposed to sing along, even though it's not a harmful word in that context.
So I want to just touch on the one point you're saying right now, which is like, the
again, so he's saying, oh, white people, man, they gotta put that finger up. I might have to find that little Drewski skit of Drewski cosplaying the little white boy, right? So he's over here making white people a victim. Man, nothing is wrong with them saying nigga when they're listening to a rap song. Bro, if you'll say nigga when you're listening to a rap song, you'll say it in other contexts. So he's trying to pretend as if they're just saying nigga listening to a song in a harmful context. And that's not the same. He's conflating someone listening to a rap song saying nigga versus Chud the Builder going around calling people nigger and trying to trigger people. Now, some would say no one should be saying the word, right? So if that's the case, then you know that you shouldn't be saying it, right? And not every black person uses that word. So what they do is not every black person is a rapper. So because some rappers say nigga, then everybody, all black people should be subjected to being called a nigga, and everyone who listens to rap music should be able to say nigga. Okay, all because of rap, and they try to frame it as if y'all don't like it, why y'all put it in rap songs? Okay, there's bitch in rap songs. Should I be okay to call your mom a bitch? Like, hey, I don't mean it like that. Your mom is a beautiful bitch, and I'm only calling your mom a bitch because I heard it in a rap song. That's what they make. Or I grew up around women, and women was calling each other bitches, and that's why I called your sister, your daughter, your niece, and everybody a little bitch, because I grew up around women that called themselves bitches. Make it make sense. That's all. I've heard all the excuses, and I'm gonna do a stream just to debunk all the excuses. The one, I grew up around blacks, and that's why I say nigga. You grew up around blacks in California. You didn't grow up around blacks in Mississippi. You didn't grow up around blacks in Louisiana. You didn't grow up around blacks in any of the Carolinas. So because you grew up around some Cali blacks and some of them was okay with you saying nigga, then you should be able to go to Mississippi and call blacks nigga. What up, my nigga? Well, my Cali niggas was okay with it. Why can't you be? Think about it like this. They say it's an N-word pass. So it's really no pass because no one has the authority to give you an N-word pass. But let's just say that they do. Your passes are not good everywhere. If you have a 24-hour fitness pass and it's good for the Oakland location or the San Francisco location, yeah, if you take it to the San Diego location, you might not get in. Your pass will be rejected, not respected. So yeah, if you got an N-word pass from New York or California, don't mean that you're going to be all good pushing that line in Louisiana or Baltimore. You know what I mean? And then I say this, fine. You want an N-word pass? What pass do I got? Because fair exchange is no robbery. Here, I gave you the pass to say the N-word. What pass are you giving me? No, you can't call me a slur. So they're not giving you any pass to call them a slur. However, you're giving them a pass to call you the most disgusting slur in the history of this country. Make it make sense, right? Here, you give me a wetback pass and I'll give you an N-word pass. You give me a chink pass and I'll give you an N-word pass. You give me a gook pass and I'll give you an N-word pass. Otherwise, just shut up and stop saying it. There's no gun to your head forcing you to say it. And all slurs matter. Why should we let the N-word reign supreme? There's so many other slurs. And if y'all don't know the other slurs, don't trip. I'll put you on game. I'll pull it up in real time so y'all can learn something today. Let's commence.
Word, you could repurpose it. It can mean nothing if you want it to mean nothing. Yes?
Yeah, that word has changed its meaning.
Right. And you're saying we can change it, like, don't get offended by it. It's not offensive unless you make it offensive.
If you give it more oxygen, it has more power. Now, after this example, after this Chud the Builder situation, this amplifies it. Now it has more power. And I also saw more streamers are coming out and doing the exact same thing now.
Yeah.
I saw people are putting on blackface. Now, when you make something more taboo, you have.
Yeah, that was pathetic. Tariq wasn't even in final form. Tariq was in the jokey joke mode, and he went over there and he just put on his costume and he was the tether slayer. In that debate, Sneako was lying, saying he was black. That debate, Sneako was trying to say that he's black, and y'all can see this dude. Y'all know that he's not black. Tariq went over there and bodied. It was like a, it was like a tether tornado. Sneako packed up, Myron packed up, and a bunch of other angry tethers and white supremacists. Tariq went over there as one man and bodied them. Literally, he bodied like 10 tethers and white supremacists. So these people are very low IQ lunatics. That they're not formidable to challenge me or anyone with the IQ above room temperature. White people have been playing victim for thousands of years. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. They are the ones who always play victim. You got Tucker Carlson whining, talking about systemic racism. He said it was a hoax, but then he said, well, it is real, but only against white people. You got Elon Musk crying, we need more white babies, but he doesn't want to hire white people. He wants to hire H-1B visas that look like Dinesh D'Souza and Vivek Ramaswamy. You got JD Vance and Erica Kirk saying white men are under attack, right? They're constantly crying about white men. And I say, fine, if white men are under attack, who is attacking them? Because y'all said that the blacks are unorganized, low IQ, and powerless and poor. So we have no power and we're poor, so we can't attack you. And then even if we did have power, we are too stupid to attack you, right? So who is allegedly attacking these white people? It's people that look just like them, white on white crime. They talk about affirmative action. Okay, who passed the legislation for affirmative action? Mostly white people. Who implemented DEI? White people. Who benefits most from affirmative action and DEI? White people. And yet they're still whining, saying they're victims. Make it make sense while at the same time telling you, don't have a victim mentality. And then you look at them and all they're crying about is whiteness and white people are under attack. Like, they're calling it a white genocide. They're talking about the great replacement theory. Okay, who opened the borders? Who signed the mass amnesty? Oh, that would have been a white Republican. Oh, who opened the borders? George Bush, white. Obama, half white. Biden, white. Trump, white. So all of these issues that you're whining about was because of people that look like you. And all they have to say is George Floyd and BLM. It gets old. You said the descriptor of Jesus, his head and his hairs were white like wool, his feet like unto fine brass, as if they were burned in a furnace. So again, it's okay to call Jesus the N-word. I will say it's okay to call Jesus a melanated. If you mean the N-word by Negro, yes, it's okay to call him a Negro. Not a nigga or a nigger, but a Negro should surely suffice.
Have the Streisand effect, where celebrities, when they want to cover something up, they pay their publicists to try to remove it from the internet. What happens is people become more interested in it. People are more drawn to it.
Everyone's got their things that are taboo that you don't touch on, and they will have problems with you, whether physical or jail time. So why are you looking at black folks like they're supposed to be different? That's what I don't understand.
Well, and in America, what's a word where you could expect that sort of reaction from any other group of people?
I mean, the word is just a symbol. You could burn a flag and people might attack you. That happens all the time.
But there's 2 points that I want to make. One is that you can choose to feel emotions about these words. And I think we both agree that you should not act violently when you hear this word. It's a waste of your energy. The second one is, I think currently in the black community, the main issues that are that should be addressed that aren't and that seem to be avoided? Is this not somebody like Chud the Builder isn't out there oppressing Black people? Is it harmful and disrespectful? Absolutely. Is this guy, is he a rage bait? Is he a racist? Absolutely. Is he changing the rights? Is he affecting the Black? Is this the number one problem? No. Black on Black crime. This is being promoted in hip hop. What is told as part of Black culture, what we hear from
Black on Black crime is not a thing, bro.
Hold on, but we're going to veer off onto
Black on Black crime is not a thing?
No.
Yeah, but every race commits crime against their own race.
Yeah, the difference is white on white crime is war. White on white crime is
No. In America, white on white crime.
Again, didn't I call it? What about black on black crime? How many times do we hear this? This dude is Filipino. So Filipinos aren't committing crime towards each other, which is why a lot of times Filipinos have to flee the Philippines. Haitians aren't committing crime against other Haitians, which is why they had to flee. Their president was assassinated by another Haitian. Is he talking about Haitian on Haitian crime? Jewish people. Are Jewish people innocent angels? Is he talking about Jewish on Jewish crime? And then when they bring up, and he said black on black crime, and then they said, what about white crime? Then he said, yeah, well, white on white crime is war. Okay, why is he trying to downplay that? Since he want to talk about white on white crime is war, let's talk about this. Look at the death toll in the Ukraine, the white Russians fighting white Ukrainians, slaughtering people to the tune of hundreds of thousands. Combine DC, Baltimore, Chicago, Oakland, St. Louis, and any other place, Memphis, and throw in a bunch of places. Take their death total and combine it for the last 30 years. No, you know what? Combine it for the last 40 years. It's going to be a drop in the bucket compared to what white Russians have done to white Ukrainians in a matter of years. Look at what Middle Eastern, Israelis, Middle Eastern, Palestinians, Middle Eastern. That's Middle Eastern on Middle Eastern crime, slaughtering people to the tune of hundreds of thousands, right? But they want to convince you that what about Chicago? Because some drive-by happened, that this speaks for the entire Black community. Okay, fine. If you're saying one Black dude killed one Black dude, so that's Black culture. But one IDF regime kills hundreds of little girls, but suddenly that's not their culture. Make it make sense. So here this person says, tell the South Side of Chicago that black on black crime is not a thing. Now, logical assessment, you know what? Because I was waiting for, a Mayo monstrosity to come through. So I'm gonna go ahead and drop this link for you right now, because I ain't gonna be too much here longer. But if you're unwilling to come up here, then I'm gonna have to get you up out of here, because clearly you were just waiting here to say something anti-black. Are you even in the South Side of Chicago? Because I always tell y'all, what about Chicago? They always say that. Does this dude on the screen look like he's walking around Chicago? I always ask people, when's the last time you've been to Chicago? They've never been. Most of them never been and don't plan on going, but they're always whining about Chicago. And again, they never talk about white on white crime. Charlie Kirk was railing against black on black crime, and then he was allegedly shot in the neck. It wasn't a black person. Definitely wasn't George Floyd. It was another Lily W. person that looks like the doofus that's on the screen. Logical assessment coming in with the illogical fallacy. So I've dropped the link. All you got to do is click the link. We can have a discussion and you'll get intellectually outmatched, or we can have a debate and you can get destroyed and dissected. Either way, bruh, come up. Don't be a little B-I-E-I-E-I-itch in the chat. Come on up, logical assessment. Because, I get surgical with this debate stuff. And he says triads are Asian on Asian crime. Yeah, it's never portrayed as that. When people say they're seeking asylum, they're fleeing violence from people that look like them. I'm fleeing cartel violence. Oh, you're a Mexican fleeing cartel violence from other Mexicans. Oh, that was Mexican on Mexican crime. Mexicans are Latino. Latino on Latino crime. It's never framed as that, though. And she says white on white crime is mass murder. Yeah, it is. And these people are known to be mass murderers, and they're known to celebrate it. But their only retort, what about black on black crime? It just gets old. A racist is one who benefits from and supports racism. And in order to be racist, because being racist is a system, you have to have some sort of institutional and infrastructural power. Many of these high IQs conflate prejudice, bigotry, and discriminatory language as racism, right? So if a black person calls them a cracker, they'll say that was racist, right? But then if a all white jury with a white judge and a white DA disproportionately locks up black people, suddenly that's not considered structural racism. It's just you do the crime, you do the time. But then when you look into the racial makeup, on average for the same crime, black people get 20% more time for the same crime. They're denied parole at a 30% higher rate than their white counterparts. And this is for the same thing. Also, a black college graduate has a lower net worth and a lower chance of getting hired than a white high school dropout. You can't tell me that that's not about race. You can't say pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Well, he did. And that's why he's a college graduate. And still the white snaggletooth dude who's smelling like piss and sulfur, he was, anointed to the position over the black dude, all because he had the complexion for the protection. You said I blocked him for the channel. Do you want me to reverse it? Well, if they come up here, don't immediately block them. I usually just hit them on timeout. But because I try to get these people to come up and debate. Now, if they don't debate and they just stay trolling in the chat, then you can block them. But I'm not into really blocking people. I will time them out. And then if they keep trolling, then I'll block them. But I really want some of these high IQs to come and stand on intellectual business. But that dude was a moist maniac. Now, you didn't have to reverse it. I don't know the dude and I don't care about the dude. I don't think he really wanted to be over here. He just wanted to kind of act like a B-I-E-I-E-I-itch. But you said Sneako will never talk about the watching, the Asian boys fighting each other. Also, there's the TRGs, the Tiny Rascal Gang. This is what I'm saying. And why is Abba and Preach there? Because they're not FBA. They're not calling him on it. They're not saying, bro, you're not even black and you got all this smack to say about the black community. They're not asking him about the Ashkenazi Jewish community. Preach is Haitian too. So he's not calling him out about this. And this is what I'm saying. They're ill-equipped to have this discussion because they're on this flat blackness tip. They're not, it's just they can't speak for us. They're not American. And they're talking about American issues.
The main issues that should be addressed that aren't and that seem to be avoided is it's not somebody like Chud the Builder isn't out there oppressing black people. Is it harmful and disrespectful? Absolutely. Is this guy, is he a rage bait? Is he a racist? Absolutely. Is he changing the right?
So again, he's trying to downplay it. Chud the Builder, he's not oppressing black people, but he said he's doing harmful things. And technically, the definition of oppression is prolonged, cruel, or unjust treatment or control. So, Chud the Builder is unjustly treating black people. So someone could make an argument for oppression, but we're not making that argument for oppression. But what we're saying is him harming people are enough. Him racially harassing and targeting people is enough.
Is he affecting the black? Is this the number one problem? No. Black on black crime. This is.
Again, he's trying to conflate it. Is this the number one issue? No one is saying Chud the Builder running around being a Mayo maniac is the number one issue, but he can't help it. How many times is he going to say this? What about black on black crime? Every time. We already know you can clock it. Sneako. It's like he's obsessed with the black community.
Being promoted in hip hop. What is told as part of black culture, what we hear from
black on black crime is not a thing, bro.
Hold on, but we're going to veer off onto
black on black crime is not a thing.
No.
Yeah, but every race commits crime against their own race.
Yeah, the difference is white on white.
So he's acting confused. He said it's not a thing because crime has no color, right? And now he's saying, oh, he's acting confused when they said black on black crime doesn't exist. Then they bring up white on white crime. And then he tried to say, yeah, but the difference is, you see how he always pivots? Remember with the Jewish people, he said, black people have a victim mentality. And then he said, yeah, but Jewish people have a victim mentality. Yeah, but the difference is, so it's like you're trying to say that there's variations with victim mentality, and certain victim mentalities is cool. Not the way the blacks had a victim mentality, but the Jewish victim mentality is cool, right? And then he's over here talking about black on black crime, and then they bring up white on white crime. Yeah, there's white on white crime, but that's different. You know, they go to war. It's like, bro, that's even worse. You know, some black on black crime are isolated events, and those people get arrested. They're held accountable. Who was holding these white people accountable for slaughtering people across the land, across many lands?
Crime is war. White on white crime is
No. In America, white on white crime exists. It's white people being in proximity of white people and killing white people. Yeah. If you have people robbing white people in crack towns that are white, they're going to kill white people. We don't call it white on white crime, but it does happen.
So Preach said black on black crime isn't a thing.
Well, because you guys talk about it. You guys talk about it like it's a special phenomenon. But every race kills and attacks their own. No,
it is.
It's not.
It's like black on black crime is celebrated as hip hop. Look at any sort of drill music, anything that comes from Chicago, New York. Hip hop is promoting black on black crime directly, and Preach said it's not real.
Yeah, this idea that it's a phenomenon that's special. The stats don't bear it out. Every race go.
Again, if he says black on black crime is glorified, most black people, most of the people who listen to rap music are not black. So again, who's glorifying it? And this is the whole double standards, right? Black music is degenerate. So why would you want to listen to some disgusting, degenerate music? They always talk about, oh man, you guys are glorifying this and you're glorifying that. So why would you listen to it? If the music is that disgusting and degenerate, why is Sneako listening to it, right? Think about this, right? The average rap album is about 30 minutes long. And actually, let me just debunk these things. I'm going to give you all a few things to debunk this because I'm going to get ready to get up out of here, right? Let's just debunk Sneako, right? And he said, again, Sneako lost me when he said we should be more like the Jews or like him, basically. And that's this is what I'm saying. I'm glad you came through, Focus. And this is what I'm saying, bro. He keeps saying that black people are so bad and so bad, but then he's telling us that we should be more like the Jews. And then he'll play both sides and pretend like he's against what the Jews are doing in Gaza. But you see that, you know, he doesn't really go that hard against the Jews. He's not like his tether buddy, Amaru Fadil, who like hates Jews and he's always going against Israel. Sneako doesn't do that. All he does is like, you know, he tries to cosplay as a Muslim, but he hides his Jewish heritage. Yeah, he playing both sides. It sounds familiar. And like I said, I forgot bro had a little bit of J in him. Now things are starting to make sense. And because just like that whole Jake Lang dude, did you know that he's a Jewish person? He's always running around antagonizing black people, antagonizing Muslims, but he's Jewish. Sneako is the same way, except instead of antagonizing Jews, he's always antagonizing blacks in favor of saying that we need to act like the Jews. But hold on, let me just debunk some of these talking points real quick, right? So when Sneako was talking about the music, right, the rap music, so the average rap songs, it used to be between like 4 to 6 minutes. Now the average rap song is about 2 to 3 minutes. Are we trying to convince ourselves that a 2 to 3 minute song is more impactful than a 2 or 3 hour movie with hundreds of on-screen kills? A 40-hour plus video game where you're committing virtual crimes, and these algorithmic feeds that push outrage and fear to you all day. This argument by Sneako and others is inconsistent, and inconsistency is the first sign of a weak argument, right? So again, Sneako tries to talk about how the media is causing all this violence. But if you look at the countries with the highest consumption of violent movies and video games have a far lower violent crime rate than the US. So based on Sneako's and these morons arguments who agree with them, if violent entertainment caused violent behavior, then Japan, South Korea, and much of Europe would be war zones, because these countries consume a higher amount of violent movies and video games. They're not war zones. This alone dismantles Sneako's argument. But don't worry, I got more. The research and the data, it doesn't support the idea that rap makes people violent criminals. Studies, and these are decades of studies, have showed that there's no causal link between rap and violent crime. You can say there's a connection, but connection doesn't equal causation. So the real drivers of violent criminals are poverty, trauma, lack of opportunity, unstable environments, gang presence, algorithmic radicalization. So rap often reflects these conditions. It doesn't create them. Rap is a reflection of the present conditions. It doesn't create them. Now, this double standard is racial. It's not a logical double standard. It's a racial one. When violence appears in other genres, it's treated as fiction or art. When Black artists describe violence, people treat it as a pathology or a confession. When country singers talk about shootings, it's considered storytelling. When rock bands glorify drugs, it's considered rebellion. Keanu Reeves as John Wick kills hundreds of people on screen in 4K or in 8K. That's considered entertainment. But if a rapper describes his environment, suddenly he's promoting violence. That's not an analysis. That's bias. Rappers are entertainers. Some people are rapping about things that they've actually seen and done, and they're doing it in a creative manner. They're curating the music in a creative manner. Think of it about like WWF or WWE, right? Everything that you see The Rock do on screen is not what he's going to be doing in his house. Everything that someone raps about on wax, which is why they call them studio gangsters, right? A dude may rap about sliding on the ops and might not actually do it. Now, if someone slid on their op, it wasn't because rap music made them do it. It was more likely the poverty, trauma, lack of opportunity and gainful employment, unstable environments. Those are more predictors than what rap song he was listening to. Now, a rap song is usually 1 to 3 minutes now because they're very short. A movie on average is 120 minutes. So you mean to tell me that a 3-minute song that you don't have to listen to, that you can fast forward, that you visually don't see anything, you have to imagine the visuals, but a movie is showing you blood, guts, gore, brains, women getting sexually assaulted, limbs being chopped off. Somehow that violence pales in comparison to a 1-minute rap song. A game is dozens of hours. Algorithms, they push content all day. Let's say you listen to an entire rap album. That may be 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes. The algorithms are pushing disgusting content all day. Which one has a greater impact? If we're talking about exposure and how exposure equals influence, rap would be the least influential of the bunch. Because again, do people listen to CDs longer? Or let's just say you listen to an entire rap album and it's 30 to 40 minutes, but you play GTA 5 for 10 hours, slaughtering people on the game, crashing into people, carjacking, buying guns. I mean, which one has more influence? The rap album that was 30 minutes long, or the violent movie that was 3 hours long, or the video game that you've been playing for 24 hours? Now, all media can influence attitudes, but there's no single art form that explains violent crime. And rap is often unfairly scapegoated in comparison to the other violent entertainment forms. If rap music caused violent crime, then John Wick, Grand Theft Auto, true crime documentaries would be blamed too, but they're not. Research has shown no causal link between rap and violence. The real drivers, as I alluded to, poverty, trauma, and your environment. Singling out rap while ignoring movies, games, and algorithmic outrage, it isn't logic. It's a double standard. So let me let this video finish, and then I'ma shut it down because I got to get up out of here. But I do appreciate y'all. This was a long one, but I told y'all it would be a banger.
Goes and attacks their own race at the highest levels. Then that's it.
Right, but I'm saying
so the biggest offenders
that be avoided. Is this not somebody like Chud the Builder isn't out there oppressing black people? Is it harmful and disrespectful? Absolutely. Is this guy, is he a rage bait? Is he a racist? Absolutely. Is he changing the rights? Is he affecting the black? Is this the number one problem? No. Black on black crime. This is being promoted in hip hop. What is told as part of black culture, what we hear from
black on black crime is not a thing, bro.
Hold on, but we're going to veer off onto
black on black crime is not a thing.
No.
Yeah, but every race commits crime against their own race.
Yeah, the difference is white on white crime is war. White on white crime is you.
No. In America, white on white crime exists. It's white people being in proximity of white people and killing white people.
Yeah.
If you have people robbing white people in crack towns that are white, they're going to kill white people. We don't call it white on white crime, but it does happen.
So Preach said black on black crime isn't a thing.
Well, because you guys talk about it. You guys talk about it like it's a special phenomenon. But every race kills and attacks their own. No,
it is.
It's not.
It's like black on black crime is celebrated as hip hop. Look at any sort of drill music, anything that comes from Chicago, New York. Hip hop is promoting black on black crime directly, and Preach said it's not real.
This idea that it's a phenomenon that's special.
And peep this, Focus, because Focus says they want us fighting each other. And notice, right, since Sneako has this Ashkenazi Jewish roots, and he's talking about that hip hop is so bad and that they're pushing all of this black on black crime, who's running hip hop? It would be people in Sneako's community. Sneako, he has one drop, and maybe it's 2 or 3 drops, but let's just say 1 drop. He has 1 drop of Ashkenazi Jewish ancestry. Why isn't Sneako talking about the disproportionate Jewish executives that are pushing this? He's so mad and so disgusted by black on black crime. And why are they promoting it in rap music, right? The rap music or the rap execs are promoting this. And most of those rap execs aren't black. They're Jewish. Why isn't Sneako calling this out? I think we know why.
The stats don't bear it out. Every race goes and attacks their own race at the highest levels. Then that's it.
Right, but I'm saying
so the biggest offenders against Asians are other Asians. The same thing for whites.
But Asians don't celebrate it. Black people in hip hop do, and I think that that's a much bigger issue to focus on than one race.
Again, he's talking about Asians don't celebrate it. So when he say celebrate it, what is he talking about? So he's talking about black on black crime, and then he say Asians don't celebrate it. Have you seen the Asian movies? They're extremely violent. It's a lot of blood, guts, and gore. But the thing is, no, that's different violence. They're not glorifying it. So when people are talking about sliding on the ops, they're not talking about sliding on black people. They're talking about sliding on their opposition. If their opposition happens to be black, they're going to slide on them. So he's trying to frame it as, they're just sliding on other black people. Well, it's about proximity. Most of the people near them are black. So most of their ops would be black. If an Asian was to slide on their op, guess what their op would be? Asian. Latinos. Who do you think most of their ops are? Other Latinos. So he's acting like he doesn't understand this, and he wants to frame it as it's just black people. But then again, what black people are we talking about? Are we talking about Jamaicans, Haitians? You're not supposed to ask, well, we all black, right? You know what I mean? But Sneako doesn't look and see that like we're all Asian. Sneako is Filipino, right? Go ask a Chinese person if they think that Sneako is the same as them.
Nobody's here doing a campaign promise about Chud the Builder. It just happened recently, so people are talking about it. Pretending like people have been campaigning on this guy forever is not the case. Now, with Chud the Builder, he might be an individual. He might not be systemic. What he is doing is he's hearkening back to that, and he's trying to go and pain people. That's what he's doing. So that's why folks are paying attention. No one has sat here and said Chud the Builder is the number one issue in America.
Right, but if people are encouraging others, and I saw this from rappers, NLE Choppa, academics said somebody should martyr themselves, and they don't even know who the martyr's name is. This guy got shot, and
again, all he keeps talking about is rappers. He's obsessed with rappers, and then he keeps talking about black rappers. There's Asian rappers, there's Latino rappers. Why he ain't talking about them? He's obsessed with black rappers. Bro, get the black people's nuts out of your mouth, Sneako.
I said that this should not happen. Somebody got killed, and then they celebrate when the guy goes to jail.
We agree.
What about the guy that was shot?
We agree.
What Preach just said, black on black crime is. I'm saying that this is an issue that should take up more energy. This is causing more harm.
Okay.
And then Abba, when you're saying we agree, what the hell are you agreeing with? Like, I mean, we agree. Agree with what? He just said a whole lot of nothing. All the stuff he's whining about, people have been talking about since before this dude was even born. So then he's over here talking about, well, no one's talking about it, bruh. Every day we got people like Sneako talking about it. We got the Tether, Amaru Fudil talking about it. Charleston White, Officer Tatum, Kundis Owens. Like every day there's someone talking about black on black crime and what black people aren't doing. People aren't doing that with Asians. No one is talking about what Filipinos need to do every day. No one is talking about what Haitians and Ashkenazi Jews need to do every day. But here we got Sneako and Abba and Preach. It's like, come on, bro. Like you guys are conceding to points that he really is incoherent with. He's over here babbling and talking about just bouncing things off the wall, talking about glorification of people going to jail. That's not the majority. So let's say a nigga get locked up and some street niggas is saying, yeah, man, free my nigga. Those are those street niggas. That's a particular contingent of the community. It's not the whole community cheering for them. Just like when Snickers 6ix9ine was trying to talk about, oh, who killed Pop Smoke? Who killed this person? He's trying to frame it as these were these black people that killed it. It's like nobody was going around glorifying, man, cheering on the dude that killed Nipsey, cheering on the dude who killed PNB Rock. Show me the tweets of someone cheering that on. Show me the tweets of someone glorifying that. And then he talks about glorification. There's a lot of people glorifying the Sopranos, a lot of people glorifying, triad movies and things that show their community and not the greatest light. But people will glorify it and it's okay. You know what I mean? So Sneako keeps talking about glorification. Who's glorifying his music more than the people that are consuming it? Most of the people consuming it are non-black. So if black on black crime is such an issue, so imagine this, right? Imagine those Kitty XXX videos, right? Let's call it kitty corn, right? If kitty corn is so bad, wouldn't the people who are downloading and watching the kitty corn, wouldn't they be bad too? That's what we say, right? We find a person and they got like 1,000 terabytes of kitty XXX videos. We would say that is disgusting. Why are you consuming this disgusting material? But then when it comes to rap music, right? They say it's all degenerate. All we talk about is black on black crime, killing and drilling and stealing and stuff, right? Okay, fine. That equate the rap music to the kitty corn. who is watching and downloading the kitty corn? Who is watching and downloading this disgusting, degenerate rap music, right? If it's so disgusting, why is your cloud filled with this music? What music do you think Sneako listens to? When Sneako's in the club, he's dancing to rap music, but not just any rap music. He's dancing to Kanye West, Heil Hitler. I'm just saying, what is more degenerate? Someone rapping about random ongoings in the hood, or someone praising a Nazi? So he thinks that praising the Nazi song is cool, but someone depicting on what they see every day in their hood is somehow black culture. Make it make sense, bro. So it's only about like 6 more minutes of this, so I'm gonna try to let it play through as much.
Okay, but that's like a adjacent topic, but not the one that we're focused on. Okay, if you want to have a different discussion, different day about hip hop and whatever else, that's fine.
Well, I mean, Preach just said that. He just said black on black.
It does not. It's not because it's not celebrated in other places that it does not exist, and because it's this phenomenon that everybody experience, and we only talk about black on black. It does not exist. Like, people within the proximity of their own race kill more of their own race.
Yeah.
So people, the way that you talk about it is the way that you talk about it is like only black people do it. We don't.
Yeah.
White people kill. White people kill more.
I'm saying blacks. It's the only culture that celebrates it. That's what about smoking on ops, smoking on deads.
That's them smoking their ops, which means opposition. They're not saying go target black people. No. Hold on. Black on black crime. When people bring this up, it's like there's an issue. These people are targeting each other and they're trying to kill. No, they're committing crimes against people who are close to them. 1, 2. You can look at plenty of white media that celebrates violence, whether it be movies, whether it be action stuff. These are things that celebrate violence, and that these are depictions of white people committing violence. That is something that we go pay money for if we find entertaining. Are we saying that this is now contributing to white on white violence? No. If you want to have a discussion about how drill may be influencing certain aspects of violence, that's fine. But nothing about it is necessarily racial. It just so happens that's like going to Asia, and because they have some music over there that celebrates violence, that it's promoting Asian on Asian violence. No, it's just promoting violence.
21 Savage has a song called My Choppa Hates Niggas. And if you look at people who are part of other gangs and people who are on the op block, is it whites that they're talking about?
Hold on, Sneako. So when you do...
Again, remember, this was about him caping and butt kissing for Chud the Builder. And now he keeps bringing up rappers. 21 Savage said this. DJ Academic said that. It's like, come on, bro. Like, do you know anybody besides rappers? He's not quoting athletes. He's not quoting doctors. He's not quoting lawyers. He's not quoting scholars, teachers, professors. He keeps quoting rappers. And then he's saying, well, I didn't see the rappers. Bro, you're promoting people that push a certain message, and then you're looking for it. Like, no one is looking for some gangster rapper to be, you know, some political elder statesman. But that's what Sneako was saying. Why did the rapper say this? Why are the rappers promoting this? And once again, he's blaming the rappers. The rappers are the small fries. He's essentially blaming someone that's selling an eighth or an ounce of weed, but not blaming the people that manufactures and distributes metric tons of weed. If Sneako was so mad, he should be talking about the record labels and who runs the labels. It's not 21 Savage that's running the label. It's not Lil Durk that's running these labels. So why is Sneako, the Haitian Filipino Ashkenazi Jew, not talking about who's running these record labels?
Arts, when you do arts that testifies the killing of your people, that's celebration. So black people do it, right? That means that Scarface is Cuban on Cuban killings. So that means that the Godfather and all the movies like that are Italian on Italian crime. So that means that when I was watching Sons of Anarchy, there's just white people killing white people, so that's white on white crime celebration. No, it happens in different sectors, and it's
not popularized the same way.
It's not popularized the same way. It's still what it is.
It's iconic.
What the hell is he talking about? It's not popular. So you see, once he gets debunked, then he starts moving the goalposts. So first again, he said black people have a victim mentality, and then he said they need to be more like the Jews. So then when we say, okay, Jews have a victim mentality. Yeah, but their victim mentality is different, right? And then he say people shouldn't get triggered over words, right? And then when you say, hey, but Muslims get triggered over words if you say fuck Allah, those are 2 words. Yeah, but if you want to keep the peace, so he just keeps bouncing back and forth. This dude is pathetic, and this dude is a disgrace to all mixed people, and especially the Asians, because he definitely ain't black.
Promoting violence.
21 Savage has a song called My Choppa Hates Niggas. And if you look at people who are part of other gangs and people who are on the op block, is it whites that they're talking about?
Hold on, Sneako. So when you do arts that testifies the killing of your people, that's celebration. So black people do it, right? That means that Scarface is Cuban on Cuban killings. So that means that the Godfather and all the movies like that, or Italian on Italian crime. So that means that when I was watching Sons of Anarchy, there's just white people killing white people, so that's white on white crime celebration. No, it happens in different sectors, and it's
not popularized the same way.
It's not popularized the same way. It's still what it is.
It's iconic.
Goodfellas is a big ass movie, one of the biggest movies ever. Sopranos was a big, huge thing. Yep. Don't say that it's only black people that do it, because throughout history, before there was hip hop, all those gangster movies, all those things were there before we were there.
What's the most popular form of music in America right now?
Hip hop.
Okay, so you're talking about Goodfellas. Let's talk about right now. That's the point. What is celebrated the most right now?
No, now see, you're moving. You're always moving, dude. You're always moving. You're always moving the goalpost.
And it's only like a few minutes left, so I'm gonna go ahead and stop this. I'm gonna pull one other thing, because all this dude is just keeps babbling and whining incoherently. So it's like, bruh, Sneako, we heard you, bruh. So let's pull this up real quick for y'all, right? And this is kind of reiterating what we already said, but we're just going to do this so that just in the future that we don't have to have these disingenuous debates. What about rap music? What about black on black crime? So so these debates, so that you are well equipped to debunk many of these arguments, right? So the notion that rap music is a primary driver of violent crime has been a persistent theme in public discourse, policy debates, in media coverage. However, this scrutiny is rarely applied with equal force to other forms of violent media, such as video games, Hollywood films like John Wick, or even social media algorithms that amplify extreme content. This selective focus warrants a critical rebuttal grounded in research, cultural context, and equity. So correlation versus causation. Rap, violence, and social context. While there is a correlation between rap music and violence, the link is best understood as stemming from shared root causes, namely systemic poverty, racial marginalization, and exposure to violence in underserved communities. As criminologist Jeroen van die Broek from Erasmus University Rotterdam explains, rap often functions as the soundtrack of street life, reflecting lived realities rather than inciting them. He emphasizes that there is no connection. No, he mentioned that there is a connection, but not causality, of young people involved in street culture are more likely to both create rap music and experience violence, but the music itself is not the trigger. Moreover, data shows that rap consumption has increased since the 90s. Overall, violent crime rates have declined significantly. So once again, if the rap music was so bad, the rap consumption has increased since the 90s. However, the violent crime rates have declined significantly. So if rap was the driver, as the rap consumption increases, the violent crime rate should increase. That's not what happened. This inverse relationship challenges the idea that rap fuels violence. Violent media across genres, a double standard. The concern over short rap lyrics promoting violence contrasts sharply with societal acceptance of far more immersive and prolonged violent content in other media. For example, I said it earlier, John Wick, a film that runs over 2 hours depicting graphic, stylized violence with high production value and emotional engagement. Video games like Grand Theft Auto allow players to actively commit mass murder, torture, and criminal acts in interactive, realistic environments. Genres like heavy metal or horror films contain extreme violent and antisocial themes, yet face minimal regulatory or moral scrutiny. Despite this, violent rap, particularly drill rap, is often treated as literal confessions or evidence in criminal trials, while lyrics from other genres are recognized as fiction. Now, the role of race and cultural bias in the media perception. A key factor in this double standard is race. Rap music is rooted in Black culture, so it's frequently pathologized in ways white-dominated genres are not. Research from the London School of Economics shows that rap lyrics are disproportionately used as bad character evidence in court, primarily against young Black male defendants. In contrast, no one suggests that a fan of Stephen King novels is predisposed to murder. This reflects a broader societal tendency to view Black artistic expression through a lens of criminality, while white-dominated media is seen as entertainment or art. Artistic expression versus literal confession, misinterpreting rap. Rap is often misunderstood because it is identity-based art. Artists emphasize authenticity and lived experience, blurring the line between fact and fiction. However, this does not mean every lyric should be taken literally. As scholars note, rap uses metaphor, exaggeration, and storytelling, much like poetry or drama. So much of that, I'm going to slide on my ops. I'm going to pull up on my ops. Some of that stuff is real, i.e. the King Von and FBG Duck, but most of it is, metaphorically speaking, exaggeration and storytelling. Prosecutors and media outlets frequently present rap lyrics as direct admissions of guilt, a practice not applied to actors in violent films or authors of crime novels. This conflation of art with reality is both legally problematic and culturally biased. So the conclusion, is that the argument that rap music drives violent crimes fails to account for broader social forces, misrepresents artistic expression, and ignores the lack of equivalent scrutiny for other violent media. Rather than blaming music, a more productive approach involves addressing the underlying conditions, inequality, lack of opportunity, and systemic racism that give rise to both street violence and its artistic reflection. Recognizing rap as a voice of marginalized communities rather than a cause of crime is essential for a fair and informed public discourse. So there you have it. So says all communities commit crime regardless of race. Yeah, because crime is not race-based. The inherent predictors of crime is poverty, environment, and other external factors. The game needs to be blamed because producers control 90% of the record deals. Okay. And I am about to get up out of here, so I'm gonna bring this up. And Michael, bruh, you got 5 minutes, bro. So you're gonna have to be concise and precise. Really try to make it less than 5 minutes, but if you can, go ahead and say your piece, your opening and closing, because I've already been here 6.5 hours and I really gotta shut down. So just give a quick one and land your plane, or I'm gonna have to just land it for you because I gotta get up out of here. Go ahead.
All right, make it fast. B-Eazy, thank you so much. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking.
Okay, yeah, I saw I've been quite busy and took a little break from do reparations.
Yeah,
work.
you've been
I'm back.
MIA. I ain't seen you.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, now in the game, had to take care of a personal matter. Yeah, so I'm not surprised, to be honest, when other groups of people always like to claim that crime is always committed in the FBA communities, but what other groups of people don't realize that crime also exists outside of FBA communities, especially Asian against Asian crime that happened in Dallas, Texas, like a week ago or a month or so, and also Jewish on Jewish crime as well. So these narratives are really false. That it's only FBAs committing crimes against each other, when statistics show that majority of Mozungus or Brad or Becky commit most of the crimes against foundational Black Americans, according to FBI statistics. And then and then second is Asian, and then Hispanics. And so, unfortunately, the producers, I'm not surprised the producers are, manufacturing, lies again and again, to make money and produce, record deals, because at the end of the day, it's about profits, right? And so, yeah, they need this to really to entertain the public, get people excited. It's like making a movie, basically. And so, yeah, Big Easy, keep up the good work. Keep doing a good job of educating, people, especially like, the Brads, Becky's, Karens, Jose, Miss Chen, Miss Win, and pretty much everybody else. And so I land my plane there.
Bam, I like that, Mike. That was concise and precise. And then I do need to have a stream, where we just chop it up. I need to have one that I'm going to exclusively have about reparations, but I do want to have something about, the Black and Asian relationships. Because for me, I'm in the Bay Area, so it's a melting pot. So I'm cool with Asians. You know what I mean? I have a lot of, there's various Filipinos, Chinese people and stuff, but many of the individuals, and this is what happens, and then I'm going to shut it down. The individuals are cool like you, but then so let's say I may have a few Asian friends that they're cool, but they're cool at a distance, right? They can come over my house, but I can't really go over their house, right? I can invite them to my family dinners, but they won't invite me, you know what I mean? And it's not because they don't like me. It's just because they know that their family won't accept me. I knew there was a Chinese chick that, she said she liked Black dudes, but she was attracted to Black dudes physically, but she said she would never pursue a Black dude romantically, seriously, because her family would cut her off. They wouldn't get their inheritance. And then, she's not going to challenge her family. So even though these people, they may say, hey, look, I have a Black friend, or my best friend is Black. Yeah, your best friend is Black, but you know that your dad doesn't like Black people. Or, look at Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley, when she grew up, Nikki Haley, Nimrata Haley, when she was a little girl, she said her best friends were Black, and the Black friends, they can come over. But Nimrata Haley, her Black friends couldn't come over. Now she can go to her white friend's house and her white friends could come over, but her Black friends couldn't come over to Nikki Haley's, Nimrata Haley's house. So it's all these types of things. Same thing, Vivek Ramaswamy. Vivek Ramaswamy grew up and he was talking about how he had these Black friends, but then they couldn't come over to his house. And then what happens is, even if you live next to a Black person, then you start sending your kid to that private school. Now you can't hang around the Blacks anymore. So we do need to have a deeper conversation, not to bash and say, nah, boo boo. These people are bad. No, it's the thing is, in order for us to move forward, we have to just stop with the lies. We have to stop pretending. We can't try to say that the Black community needs to clean up things. Okay, fine. There are some things we need to clean up. And we're constantly saying, hey, look, what about Black on Black crime? We're constantly talking about fatherless homes, but people don't talk about fatherless homes. I know a bunch of Filipinos that didn't have fathers. I know a bunch of white dudes that didn't grow up with their fathers and stuff like that. Now, that shouldn't generalize everyone. Just because I knew some Filipinos that grew up without their father, that doesn't mean that all Filipinos grew up like that. So I'm just tired of the generalizations, and I'm tired of people kind of lying because they want to protect their family. And I understand that you want to protect your family, but that just means that we're never going to get anywhere if you want to just keep lying. You know what I mean?
I know what you
So
mean.
yeah,
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like the don't ask, don't tell policy that, Asian, Hispanics, and white
correct.
people face that they cannot introduce their, black boyfriends, black girlfriends to their family members. So it's almost like kind of like telling like a black girlfriend, black boyfriend, hey, can you change the skin color so that way my parents can feel comfortable, right?
But
And
the thing is, their parents don't care if they date white, though. You see what
right,
I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's a very trickery.
Yeah, yeah, because they try to frame it as like, oh, well, people, they want to, white, like, so they try to frame it as, look, most black people marry black people, most white people marry white people, and I understand it from that sense because some people they try to frame it as that is ethnic, racial, or cultural preservation, right? I want my kids to look like me, and that's why I got a white person, right? Well, you're Asian and you got a white dude, like your kid ain't gonna look like you know what I mean? And then
I know what you mean. Exactly.
and then when they have that mixed Asian kid and that kid is mixed, they don't consider that kid mixed. They want that kid to identify as white. Let's just call it what it is. Look at Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves is Asian, but when people see Keanu Reeves, is that what they see him as?
No, they probably see him like as like full white, unfortunately, how the public perceives.
But that's not what he is, and that's my whole point.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's crazy. Unfortunately, in America, globally, we still have this colorism mindset. I know there are a few individuals who want to end colorism for sure, but not a majority. And I'll say this to you, B-Eazy. I know you have a few Asian friends, right? I'm not sure. Have you asked your Asian friends, the few of them in the Bay Area, do they support reparations in California?
So I usually don't ask because I know most of them don't, and even the ones that say they do, I don't really care about support.
Right.
I care about advocacy.
That's
because right now,
advocacy. I meant to say like advocacy, like contacting their
oh no,
assembly.
zero. There's many people that will say that they support, but that's what I'm trying to say. So that's why I've told people, and I told Roger this: you have to transition from support into advocacy, because what happens is support is just a very nebulous term, right? Like, let's say Stop Asian Hate. I'll support Stop Asian Hate, but like, did I advocate for it? Did I donate to it? No. So how far did that support go? That support is just rhetorical and symbolic. It's just like people say, I supported BLM, but they don't support reparations. They don't support a policing act. They don't support an anti-black hate crime bill. All they did was support BLM, but BLM isn't a black organization.
Right. It's just
they say it was funded. Yeah, it was funded by the DNC and George Soros. That's what they say, right? So that's not supporting black people. Right now, if there's a genocide going on in Gaza, if I just wear a shirt that says Free Palestine, I mean, is that support? Technically, it is.
I mean, it is, right? It's just like symbolism. Like, you're there to.
That's what I'm talking about. Most of these people, they support symbolism. So that's why they'll say, yeah, I'll support reparations. And then they'll talk about HR 40, which is a study, which is symbolism. So they don't really support it. And then if you support it, why don't you advocate for it? So imagine this, right?
Right.
All these people that say they support the women's right to choose, but did it stop there? Or were they out there stomping and stepping and advocating for abortion rights? That's what you do when you support something. You don't just say, I support it, and then you go back to play video games. You have to actually advocate for what you support. So no, none of these groups don't support us. That's why I'm of the, we have no collective allies, because groups don't have allies. They have interests. I would consider someone that puts in the work like you. I would consider you an individual ally, but I don't look
100%.
Yeah, but I don't look and say, like, because this individual Michael is an ally, that your collective community.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So no one does that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm aware, because coalition in this country has never been reciprocated, and it has never formed. It's always been fractured, since the exception in this country, even after the exception. Like, you see, like Bernie Sanders coalition, right? The working class coalition groups, they pretty much fracture. They're getting very angry, upset. They're only upset because their own people are treating them horrible and putting them at the bottom. And it's not really about the progressives and moderates really want to align themselves with foundational Black Americans to do right by them, because I see this a lot too in progressive spaces. And even I myself had to leave the progressive organizations because they didn't really align with what I was really fighting for, like ranked choice voting and reparations. I told myself, if the white progressives, why do I 60 and over and can't
They
really
talk about ranked choice voting, but they don't care because most of the times,
right.
they were comfortable with those rigged districts, so they didn't really care. But now, since that kind of upset the apple cart, now they're trying to throw things against the wall and talk about ranked choice voting. But what they're really just talking about is vote blue no matter who. They talking about the Republicans are trying to take your right to vote. So then I'm like, okay, fine, I'll vote for the Democrats, but what am I voting for?
Exactly.
And then they have nothing.
Substance.
All they're saying is vote for us because we're not the Republicans. And then when you concede and say, okay, I will vote for you, then they say, well, we're not giving you nothing. We're just, the Republicans are bad, so just vote for us. And then when you say, oh, hell no, I ain't voting for that, then they say, oh, well, you're too stupid. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. Yeah, definitely. Definitely for sure. And even I reached out to Republicans, in emails about reparations. I did have one candidate. Her name is, Charlotte Bergman. She's running against Stephen Cohen in this year's midterm elections. I sent out a reparations pledge. She has responded back, but I did reach out to her over phone call. You know what her response was? Like, I would have to take a look. Because I asked her like a very simple question. She's a Republican candidate. And I think she appears to be a foundational Black American woman. So I told her that I have a colleague who lives in Memphis, Tennessee. And she told me that my colleague would have to call her, inquire about reparations. Because I'm all about, playing, chess, right? Not only stopping with the demon rats or the Democrats. And of course, other third parties. And there's also... There are actually 3 candidates running in California's state assembly this year. The first one is Carolyn Essex for Long Beach, California. I think District 69. William Billy and Campbell, District 55, and then Andre Sanford, District 19. They all support reparations, and they have. Well, I'm sorry. Yes, 2 of them are canvassing for reparations, and the third one, I just had emailed to him, Andre. He did respond to my email, said that, yes, he does support reparations, and he's going to update reparations on his platform, and he's going to work with Billy and 55 and Carolyn Essex if 3 of them were to get elected in this year's state assembly. So I thought that it's very important to ask follow-up questions, to be detail-oriented as much as possible. And it was on the Amend the Master Media. I'm so familiar with the YouTube content channel as well. So if anyone who lives in California, live in like District 19, 59, Districts 19, 55, and I think 69, please consider voting for Carolyn Essex, William Campbell, 55, and Andre Sanford. They all support reparations, and they definitely need your guys' support.
All right, cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and end it there. Are you in California, Michael?
Oh, I'm actually in Virginia. I'm actually working with Carolyn Essex on reparations, giving her reparations.
Oh, wow. Virginia is hella anti-Black.
It is. Oh, yeah. Especially like the blue governor, Abigail Spanberger, a CIA.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, we're going to get into we're going to get into that later, though.
Later,
for
sure.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and drop you so I can get up out of here.
Much. B-Eazy.
Hey, thanks for coming by. I appreciate you, Mike.
Anytime. Appreciate the content. Thank you.
Peace.
Peace.
All right. So that was Mike, you know what I mean? The Asian ally. So salute to the bro, Mike. And like I said, we do have some individual allies. Is why I emphasize there's no collective allies, because groups don't have allies. They only have interests. And while Mike might support tangible policy for uplifting the foundational Black American community, the majority of his community doesn't. But that's not just singling out that community. Just like when I bring up MLK and Malcolm X, the majority of the Black community wasn't supporting them. So that means the majority of the country wasn't supporting them. But, you know, we still push forward and persist because it's the right thing to do. Now I'm going to hit y'all with a series of short visuals. And after that, I'm going to shut her down. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world. Y'all chose to be here with me, at least momentarily. And for that, I thank you. So without further ado.
Yeah. Hey. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah. Shit so hot it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. I bring the pain like an aftermath of a car wreck. It's a lot of niggas that say they real. To me, that shit is far-fetched. Them cats is pussy. They really is on some feminine stuff. I ride up on them with the 40 ounces. The definition of adrenaline. What it do is sweet like cinnamon puffer. My niggas is rough like Willow Pass. Grew up out on Mary Mac, but I used to hang on Willow Pass. These verbs that I roll with, outcasts and misfits. Better zip lips when you get hit. When the fifth spit, flatline in your pit. Trap habits is black magic, no voodoo. Get the bands like Buku for the cocaine to go cuckoo. Most these niggas is foo-foo, so I'm shitting on them like doo-doo. I can't fuck with y'all like tofu. I'm just saying, man, like Goku. Bad bitches at the house with me watching Netflix or Roku. Fuck them both at the same time, and I swear to God it was so cool. Street legend, real boss. I call shots cause it's still saucy. I know some G's to the bike crack on shite racket and fly back out the mill. When they hear me flow, they say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. When you hear me flow, say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up.
B-Eazy, B-Eazy, he is that dude. Ooh, he is that dude. That dude, B-Eazy, he is the one that you can call so he can get the job done. He about to reign supreme if you thought his run would soon end. He just getting started though, so go ahead and tune in. B-Eazy, B-Eazy, he is that dude. Ooh, 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 he is that dude. You ain't know, that's just B-Eazy. Ay, ay, that's just B-Eazy Dat dude. Is that dude? You hear me? You feel me? Ooh, ooh, ooh. B-Eazy Dat dude, yeah. B-Eazy.
If you feel the vibe, like, share, and subscribe. We growing on this journey. Come and take a ride. If you wanna slide with that dude, B-Eazy. We going all the way to the top, believe me. All the way to the top, believe me.
Ay, we all like B-Eazy. Nah, matter of fact, we love B-Eazy, believe me. He really that dude. So, B-Eazy, tell me how it feel. Ooh, tell me how it feel to be real, to be real, to be really that dude. B-Eazy, B-Eazy Dat Dude. B-Eazy Dat Dude, boy, stop playing. You know you that dude and been that dude. Back in the day, he was that dude. Fast forward to today, he's still that dude. Yup, yup, that dude. You can see his do, he back with another one, another one, another one, another one.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you are here?
Follow. Be easy. You know you want to.
We're waiting.
That's just B-Eazy, A.A. B-Eazy that dude. B-Eazy, he is that dude. Ooh. B-Eazy.
Thank you. You love me. You really love me. You're not going anywhere.